Your angel of death awaits.
You ain't the Bat!
These videos are not for children. If you're a children, then piss off.
Your angel of death awaits.
The joke is on me. You're not Batman after all. Looks like there's a new face in Gotham.
And recently, I've stated my love for what I consider to be the greatest Batman movies of all time. Those, of course, being Batman Under the Red Hood, Batman Beyond Return of the Joker, Batman Returns, and Batman The Long Halloween, Parts 1 and 2. And in almost every single one of those videos' comment sections, I have someone correcting me, telling me that they aren't in fact the best Batman movies, because Mask of the Phantasm is. To which I say, maybe. I actually haven't seen Mask of the Phantasm since I was a kid. And back then, I don't think I really had the attention span one would need to appreciate said movie. Whether that be from immaturity or ADHD, one or the other, I couldn't do it. I watched it once, I don't remember a whole lot of it. I've been meaning to give it a second chance and rewatch it, but for some reason this is one of the Batman projects that keeps on passing me by. I keep telling myself to check it out, and now that I have all of you telling me to check it out as well, I think that's what I'm gonna do. So let's find out if Batman The Mask of the Phantasm is the best Batman story ever put to the big screen.
Welcome, Paisan!
The movie bobs back and forth between past and present, and sometimes it does so pretty subtly. It works well for me, and I enjoy the way the narrative unfolds, but it also doesn't seem to be the best fit for a first-time viewer. The pacing and lack of action does sometimes lead to the movie feeling a little bit more sluggish early on, but I think that slow build is worth the wait. I'll be honest, I love Batman. I love Bruce Wayne, but I'm usually not all that interested in seeing his transition into becoming the Dark Knight. I'm so used to seeing that song and dance that, quite frankly, I'm over it. Personally, I prefer seeing a much more experienced Batman because, to me, that's what makes him more dangerous. The longer he's been out on the job, the more ways he has to inflict punishment. But to this movie's credit, I actually found myself pretty invested in an origin story that I already knew the ending to. Actually, the flashbacks to what happened prior to the start of the animated series were probably my favorite parts of the movie. I love the little details that the writers and the animators added in to let the audience know when this takes place. Like seeing Harvey Bullock as an officer prior to being a detective. Or having Alfred sport a half a head of black hair rather than his usual bright white. Or how Bruce doesn't have his Batman voice down just yet. These changes, while seemingly minor, really help set the scene. Really quick, I'm gonna go straight into spoilers here. Andrea Beaumont is the Phantasm. And throughout the rest of this video, I will be going back and forth referring to her by both names. I say spoiler, but this really shouldn't be a spoiler at all. Because the movie makes it as painfully obvious as humanly possible before the reveal comes. I'm not trying to throw shade or anything, but there have been less obvious reveals in old Scooby-Doo episodes. The focal point of this movie is the relationship between Bruce Wayne and Andrea Beaumont, the connection between Batman and the Phantasm. One gripe I have with this movie is that I think the love story aspect was a little bit rushed, and considering that this isn't happening on an episode of the animated series, but instead a full-length movie, I don't really think it had to be. Bruce and Andrea fall in love after knowing each other for all of 5 seconds. They have 2 brief interactions with each other and they're like, oh shit, I guess this is the one. That is not always the way that works. It usually is not. Don't buy any of this Disney shit. You take your time and you know who you're with. Just remember, you actually have to know a person in order to fall in love with a person. Honestly, I don't hate this pairing at all. It's no Bruce and Selina, but at least it's not Bruce and Talia. There's some real chemistry here. And because of that, I can see them working as an item. As a viewer, I want to see them work as an item. My issue isn't with the 2 people in the relationship, it's how fast that relationship was put together. I'm just trying to say it happens immediately, and unlike the spoiler I just gave you, this one came without warning. But aside from that, I really like the Batman Phantasm dynamic. The 2 are similar in so many ways. First off, aesthetically, the 2 are cut from the same cloth, and that same cut cloth apparently went into making both of their capes. They both wear costumes that are made to terrify those who they oppose. And those they oppose are a part of the criminal underworld of Gotham City. They're both vigilantes that crave justice so much that they're willing to play judge and jury. The only difference is that one of them is even willing to play executioner. They both take to the Gotham City rooftops at night. They both physically and figuratively fight crime. The two even have similar fighting styles. And ultimately, once we learn who's behind the mask, we know that both Batman and the Phantasm are doing all that they do to avenge their families. Both Bruce and Andrea are mourning loved ones, losses that neither ever really fully got over. Both of them had their parents murdered by the mob. And personality-wise, the two complement each other quite well. They're both articulate, intelligent, sarcastic individuals. But despite all of these many similarities, it's their very few differences that really set them apart. Ultimately, while the two are trying to avenge their families, their means of doing so, to the untrained eye, may look the same, but they actually couldn't be any more different. While both are passionate about fighting crime, they go about it in very different ways. Batman is out seeking justice, while the Phantasm is out seeking revenge. Andrea is more than willing to take a few lives in avenging her father, whereas Bruce is decidedly not. Batman is definitely deeply invested in what he does. The Phantasm is consumed by vengeance, letting her hatred of those who wronged her become her sole reason for existing. By the end of the movie, despite their differences and conflicting interests, there's still clearly a lot of love there. The two would like to be together, but they know that they've gone down different paths in life, and those paths will never reconnect. This is an absolutely tragic tale that properly adds on to Batman's origin. It's a sad inclusion to an already sad story. Their separate methods of purging their fixation are what keeps them apart. The movie impressively sets Bruce up in a relationship that you actually want to see succeed. But you know won't. Because our poor boy here can never be happy. We gotta keep him sad. They're two people in love that you want to see make it out together, but know that they desperately need to be kept apart. And I think what I love most about this movie is that it kind of ends on a downer. We don't get the big Hollywood happy ending stories like this usually set up. We don't even get the, oh, maybe there's more to this ending that we get in typical Batman and Catwoman stories. Come on, you know the one. This ending feels so much more definitive and final than that. This isn't a see you later. This is a goodbye. For good. This movie dangles all hope of Bruce Wayne living a normal life in front of both his and our faces, and then just shoots it down like it was the Waynes walking down Crime Alley. Personally, my biggest takeaway from this movie is, wow, the Phantasm is kinda fucking awesome. Why wasn't more done with her? I want you to understand that this character has all of 2 appearances in this entire canon. This whole animated universe that consists of things like Batman the Animated Series, The New Batman Adventures, Batman Beyond, Superman the Animated Series, Static Shock, Justice League Unlimited, the Zeta Project, some other things that I'm probably forgetting about right now. In all of that, she makes just 2 appearances. One being the titular character in the first theatrical animated Batman movie, the movie we're talking about, and the other in an episode of Justice League Unlimited, where she has no dialogue. What a shame. In recent memory, I believe that she made her debut finally in a Batman comic. I can't say that I've picked it up and read it just yet, but after watching this movie, I am definitely looking forward to doing such. While the Phantasm is clearly the big draw here, a lot of attention is also put on the Joker, who plays a pretty significant role in the Phantasm's upbringing. I'm not really a fan of Joker's non-origin here. But then again, I'm not really a fan of most Joker backstories, to be fair. Ideally, like a lot of you, I think his past is best left to mystery. Or, at the very least, multiple choice. You know, a choose-your-own-origin adventure. You see, I like to hear these Joker stories, but I don't like his come-up being set in stone. The Joker is the ultimate unreliable narrator, and therefore everything we know about his lore should be taken with a grain of salt. And that's the way I like it. Maybe there are some seeds of truth in what he says. Or maybe the whole thing is a fabrication. Mask of the Phantasm proclaims Joker's time with the mob is an undeniable fact. Because this isn't a story that we're hearing from him. It's one we ourselves are seeing unfold. This movie is like, yo, for sure, Joker was 100% a mobster. Now, if you watch some of my other videos, you know I am not a fan of Joker being involved in organized crime. Quite frankly, because I think organized crime is a little bit too organized for the Joker.
Upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos. I'm an agent of chaos.
I don't really enjoy a definitive origin story for the Joker. But then again, there have been some tellings of the tales that I did enjoy. Mobster Joker ain't one of them. I get that the guy walks around with gelled hair and a suit, but I won't put him with Don Corleone just yet. I don't love that we see this version of the Clown Prince of Crime sans makeup taking orders from someone else. That is not a version of the Joker I ever want to see. And I hate even more that we still see him working casually alongside those people after whatever tragic trip to the circus turned him into the Joker. Even if it was just one big double cross, it's not for me. I do not care for it.
Okay. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Of course, with that being said, I'm not going to take too much away from this version of the Joker because he's being played once again by Mark Hamill.
Old Guano Man is wound tight enough to snap.
Wouldn't it be great if I'd finally driven him off the deep end?
And once again, it is perfect. Marky Mark is still giving a great performance as always. I just really don't like how the movie chose to utilize him. If there's one thing I gotta give this movie credit for in regards to the Joker, it's that this appearance was quite iconic, because I remember owning about 4 or 5 different variations of a toy of this Joker. As a matter of fact, a year or so ago, my friend Reyes actually gave me a statue of this Joker. So shout out to him. Thanks for that. I struggle finding a lot to say about this movie. I want to shower it in its own unique praise, but then I'd feel like I'm just repeating myself in my upcoming Batman the Animated Series video. Because a lot of what makes this movie special are the same things that made the animated series so special. Those in charge have a complete understanding of these characters. So therefore you get near perfect representations of who they are. And when this movie isn't properly spotlighting crazed clowns and dark defenders, it's creating and fleshing out all new original characters. Do I even have to get into the soundtrack? The music complements each and every scene. It's impossible to think of one action in this movie without the theme song that accompanies it. The movie does go over themes and elements that were already present in the animated series, but it doesn't do so at the expense of the movie's runtime or the audience's patience. It never comes off as too repetitive. Everything that's done in the film is done with purpose. So that brings us to our final question, which was also our first and only question. Is Batman Mask of the Phantasm the best Batman movie ever made? Well, ultimately I did really enjoy the movie, but I don't think I enjoyed it quite as much as a lot of other people did. It's not a bad movie by any means, it's just that I have a real hard time calling it the best, or even my favorite. It's still great. It is a great Batman movie. I just don't think that it's the greatest Batman movie. In my opinion. I think there's been better animated movies in the DCAU. And actually, come to think of it, I think that there have been better episodes of Batman the Animated Series than this. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad I rewatched this movie and I now have an opinion on it. I certainly can appreciate just how good this is. And I totally get why some people would put it as number 1 on their lists. It's just not number 1 on mine. It's definitely floating around somewhere in the top 5, maybe just below it. But it's not the number 1 spot. For me, at least. This is one of those things that I think could have been made that much better had it been made more recently. There are a lot more creative freedoms that are given to writers of these projects than there were around this time. You want to have Batman beat people to a bloody pulp while shouting obscenities? Sure, go ahead, who cares, go nuts! You know, just as long as he's not going down on his longtime girlfriend. Because then DC's gonna have to step in and we're gonna have a problem. Because we can market and sell a vengeful brutalizer in a terrifying bat costume. We can market that to children. But somebody who has consensual relations and is maybe, a little bit selfless, Oh, you get that crap out of here. This is a family brand, goddammit. In all seriousness, I think like the show, this movie has a lot of mature themes that are somewhat dumbed down to be more accessible to a younger audience. Not that there's anything wrong with that, because, you know, luckily I was able to watch these and appreciate them as a child, and I'm able to rewatch them and appreciate them more in some cases as an adult. To me, it feels like the creators of this movie were trying to do a deep dive. They were unaware when they were going into it that Warner Brothers kind of gave them a kiddie pool to jump into. The writers had the ladder and the diving board and everything, but Warner Brothers showed up with like an inflatable kiddie pool. If this analogy is working for you. If not, I understand. Simply put, I like Batman the Mask of the Phantasm. I would even say I love Batman the Mask of the Phantasm. But I'm not in love with Batman the Mask of the Phantasm. This is one of my all-time favorite Batman movies. I have such fondness and nostalgia for Subzero. I can remember watching and rewatching this time and time again, until my VHS tape completely wore. But it's been a while since I've seen it, hence me mentioning VHS tapes just a little bit ago. So let's find out if this movie still lives up to my childhood expectation. This movie follows the Batman the Animated Series timeline, taking place somewhere before the start of the new Batman Adventures and the series redesigns, but also taking place after the original run of Batman the Animated Series. So this happens somewhere during the silent time skip between those two shows, which you may think is why they used the original art style rather than the redesign. But in actuality, this is because this movie was initially intended on being released a whole year earlier, before the redesigns even hit. Batman and Mr. Freeze Subzero was originally meant to tie into Batman and Robin, but after that movie was determined to be a total bat bomb, it was decided to hold off on releasing this, just to make sure it didn't follow in its predecessor's footsteps. Which was a good call, because this is too good to not be seen based on an unfair comparison. And I don't think this is exactly a hot take here, pun intended. But this continuity, these Batman shows and movies, take the source material much more seriously than Joel Schumacher's 2-hour toy commercial. So this movie, despite being a cartoon, is a much more mature and darker take on the world of Batman than the actual live-action Batman and Robin movie. Subzero takes place following Freeze's previous episodic encounters with the Dark Knight. So in case you haven't been keeping up, let me catch you up to date. Mr. Freeze was once a respected scientist. He was incredibly intelligent and gifted in the field of cryogenics. When his wife came down with a rare deadly disease, he placed her in a freezing cell with the hopes that he could one day awaken her with a cure for her mysterious ailment. His love for his wife quickly turned into obsession with keeping her alive. Every moment of every day became a race for a cure. That is, until his boss gained wind of this and decided to shut down his experiments and end Nora's life. A fight between the two ensued, which inevitably led to Freeze being covered in the freezing solution that he used to store his wife in, thus making him unable to survive in temperatures outside the Arctic. This of course transformed what was a loving man into a cold-hearted, cold-blooded villain. And without his passion to save his wife, his purpose became that of vengeance, seeking to show his former employer that revenge is a dish best served cold. Eventually he'd be stopped by the Dark Knight, and his wrongdoer would be arrested for his involvement in his creation. With those who wronged him paying dearly, Mr. Freeze would remain in Arkham peacefully, serving out his punishment, until sometime later when an aging entrepreneur sought him out to grant him immortality like himself, asking Mr. Freeze to create a frozen suit for him that would freeze his depleting cell structure. Of course, Mr. Freeze initially denied this, feeling the life he lives would not be a gift, but instead a curse. And also just because he flat out didn't want to do it. That is until that clever elderly businessman revealed that he had a bargaining chip. Nora Freeze, Victor's beloved wife, was still alive. Not necessarily well, but still alive. Ultimately, for the sake of his wife, he follows the man's orders, before eventually betraying him and disappearing with his unconscious wife. And that's pretty much where we last left the character. Fast forward to this movie, and Freeze is now living in the Arctic, where his only friends are his pet polar bears and this random kid that he decided to adopt. His sudden son doesn't have a whole lot to do, appearing in all of 2 or 3 scenes throughout, But I think the fact that Freeze would foster a child is a good indication that despite this man's cold demeanor, he's not soulless. This further grounds the character and provides more examples of the inconsistent compassion this man shows. It's clear that deep down he's still a good guy, even if, technically speaking, he is a bad guy. Mr. Freeze is without a doubt a criminal, but he's not exactly a full-fledged supervillain. He's not evil. He doesn't get joy out of hurting or harming others. He doesn't even want to hinder those he comes across. He's just willing to. The small amount of affection he shows the child and the animals in his care are just reminders that there is in fact a man under that frozen suit of armor. He's still very much motivated by his undying love for his wife and his need to keep her undying. But following an unfortunate accident with a submarine, Nora's pod is broken and her health rapidly declines as she remains unconscious. Set to make sure her sleep isn't eternal, Mr. Freeze enlists the help of a former colleague and top cryogenic scientist. In no uncertain ways, Belson, Mr. Freeze's colleague, tells him that Nora is in the need of a complete blood transfusion. And to make matters even worse, Nora has a rare blood type and will probably die within the week. Running out of time and options, Freeze and Belson decide to kidnap the Commissioner's daughter, Barbara, who shares her blood type. What I find interesting here is the inclusion of Barbara Gordon, but the absence of Batgirl. I mean, she's there for the character's introduction to the story, but then that suit is immediately forgotten after. Instead, this story puts an emphasis on Gordon in more of a damsel in distress role. It doesn't feel disingenuous or belittling to the character, as the circumstance makes sense and she handles herself pretty well throughout, but it is a notable choice. The character here is voiced by Mary Kay Bergman, for the first and only time ever. As before this, the character had been voiced by Melissa Gilbert in the first seasons of the show, and then later by Tara Strong in the sequel series and movies that followed this. And each one of these women sound completely different in the role. Like, none of them even make an effort in trying to sound like their predecessor. So every time someone new steps into the microphone booth, it's very noticeable. And it really feels like a completely different character each and every time. They're not just different sounding voices, they feel like different performances all around. Ultimately, the heroes of course would come in and save the day, saving Barbara's life, and even managing to get Nora a safe emergency blood transfusion, being able to do so without ending one life in order to save another. The movie ends with Freeze learning of his wife's survival and shedding a happy tear before walking off into obscurity, allowing the rest of the world to believe that he's no longer with them. And yeah, I'm just gonna say it. This movie is still great. Honestly, you just can't go wrong with Mr. Freeze in the Tim and Dini verse. The guy consistently was part of some of the best moments in the entire animated continuity. I have never seen an appearance of this character in this canon that I didn't love. Throughout the whole series run, from animated series to New Batman Adventures to Batman Beyond, Mr. Freeze only appeared 5 times, and that was more than enough to make a pretty impactful impression. Because within all of these appearances, you don't get anything short of the best of the character. There are no filler episodes with Mr. Freeze. No episode that pads out the season, or just some throwaway fodder. Every installment with this character is a further development of this character. And this is no exception. And I think that's why this movie tugs at my heartstrings, in addition to my nostalgia chords. Now you may have noticed I just went through an entire Batman movie review, all while barely mentioning Batman. And the truth of the matter is that's because Mr. Freeze steals the show. There is a reason this movie is officially titled Batman and Mr. Freeze Subzero. And yeah, I'll be honest, I don't really like the title. I mean, Batman and Mr. Freeze? What is this, a buddy cop team-up flick? What are they gonna form some sort of an odd couple and go on missions together begrudgingly? Why is there an end? Batman versus Mr. Freeze seems like it would be more fitting. Yeah, why even include Mr. Freeze in the title? The subtitle of the movie is Subzero. I think we'd all get the picture. It was either Mr. Freeze or they've been planning a DC Mortal Kombat crossover for years and years before it actually happened. The end Mr. Freeze bit seems so unnecessary until you watch the movie. And then at that point, it's understood. Because this movie is actually more a Mr. Freeze movie than it is a Batman movie. This movie doesn't have a whole lot to do with Batman. There's no arc that he himself goes through. His literal job is just to figure things out and save the day. I mean, he's the hero of the story, sure, but Mr. Freeze is really the focal point here. We see much more of the bad guy than we do the good guy. And I can't really remember too many iconic Batman moments that happen in this beloved Batman movie. The best parts of the film have nothing to do with Batman. It's just Mr. Freeze working to save his wife at any cost. And quite frankly, I don't really have a problem with that. Live action Mr. Freeze origin movie went. It worked for the Joker, and we'll forget about Catwoman, but it worked for the Joker, so where's this guy's movie? Despite my love for it, I will say that this movie isn't perfect. There are some eyesores here and there, and it's definitely reminiscent of the time it came out. It uses a lot of technological techniques that were big back then and are either mostly unused now or used in a significantly better manner. Most of the animation is 2D, as God intended, of course, but there are objects and locations that are clearly made with poorly rendered CG 3D. And that's evident immediately in the opening. Right out of the gate, you're given this made-on PS2 iceberg and submarine, and quite frankly, I'm not here for it. But I will look past it because this movie is gluttonous in terms of quality. From brilliant voice performances that I will go much more into depth in a future video, to well-developed 2D characters with 3-dimensional personalities and motivations. I don't just recommend watching Subzero. I highly recommend watching Subzero. It is one of my favorite outings with this character, and I think it's on par with some of the best episodes in the series.
Hello, Gotham. Joker's back in town.
Batman Beyond: Return of the Joker. Now let me first start off by saying this movie is better than it has any right being. It's a sequel movie to the Batman Beyond series that's really hit or miss for fans. Some love Batman Beyond and others hated it. And it's a movie that uses the return of cliche, which categorically calling your movie Return of blank is almost always a bad call. I know when I first read it, I was getting some serious Return of Jafar vibes, but luckily this follow-up movie was less Return of Jafar and more King of Thieves. If you don't get the reference, and you haven't watched those movies, I must urge you to do so immediately, especially King of Thieves. It is fantastic. Not to mention that Return of the Joker was already a title that was used countless times in the past in other Batman media. So yeah, way to set yourself apart. Definitely doing a good job of crafting your own identity here. What I love most about the Batman Beyond movie is that you don't have to watch Batman the Animated Series prior to watching this. Hell, I would even argue that you don't have to watch the Batman Beyond animated series before watching this. This feature does a really good job of setting up and casually explaining its own lore, and at no time does it ever feel forced or exposition-y. The events of this play out in a manner that come off as natural, but it's also subtly keeping the viewer up to date on what's going on in this fictional world. Since the demise of the Joker, a gang inspired by his actions have taken over Gotham City, creatively calling themselves the Jokers. With the Z, because that is wholly original right there. They're a constant threat to Terry, the new Batman, and all Gothamites in general. And this movie opens up with a new group of them attempting to hijack some technological whatsy-watsits. But of course, our hero stops him. He gets back to the Batcave where he visits his mentor, Old Man Bruce. Yeah, that's right, despite decades of fighting crime with countless injuries to his body, Brucey Boy is not only still very much alive, but also still active in the crime-fighting game. And believe it or not, he'll still live for several decades following all of this. Bruce now basically works as Oracle. Sans name. He's constantly in Terry's ear guiding him as he goes from mission to mission. It's also here that we meet our red herring, a guy who shares the same frame as the Joker, has a similar hairstyle to what the Joker's rocking in this movie, and who is also voiced by, you guessed it, the Joker, Mark Hamill himself. He's not really super relevant to the film, but I did at least want to give the movie props for tricking us. Because when I was a kid and I was watching this, me and my best friend were like, oh, that's gonna be the Joker. That's the Joker. That's gonna be the Joker. And spoiler alert, he's not the Joker, so...
You lose! Good day, sir!
We felt stupid. You got us. The actual Joker reveal in this movie is much, much bigger than this. But maybe I'm getting a little too ahead of myself. And side note, does anybody recognize this pooch over here? Golden Age Batman comic readers might, because that's actually none other than Ace the Bat Hound. Stuff like this is what I love about the DC animated universe. They managed to dignify undignified characters. Having a dog dress up like Batman is really campy and also really dumb. And it obviously wouldn't work in this retelling of events. But bring him in as a trained guard dog for a much older Bruce? Perfect. Chef's kiss. Paul, Tim, you guys really outdid yourselves on this one. Elsewhere, the Jokers confront their new boss, who turns out to be, drum roll please, the Joker. And let's just say it doesn't exactly end well for them. Especially Bonk over here. Now, it's here I should probably mention that there are in fact 2 different cuts of this movie. And while in the uncensored version of the movie, the Joker just flat out kills Bonk, in the other he injects him with a deadly amount of laughing gas. But either way, in both versions of events, he disappears from the movie entirely. This is like when Dragon Ball wanted to censor death in the US, so they insisted that those killed in their show survived, paralyzed on the ground, unable to move a fraction, and just panted out in pain for the rest of their lives? Yeah, no, that's good. That works. Good job. Oh, and another side note here, Gru, that guy in the outfit that looks like it was bought last minute before Halloween at Party City, is voiced by none other than Lex Luthor and the Flash himself, Michael Rosenbaum, who is doing his best Christopher Walken impression. It's not a particularly good one, but I just think that it makes the performance that much greater. And I don't know about you, but I just think that that's an amazing piece of trivia to know. At Bruce's big return to Wayne Enterprises, the Joker decides to upstage him with a comeback of his own. And I gotta say, I really like that even an elderly Bruce still stands his ground, and is completely unintimidated when confronted with danger. But all that changes when he stands face to face with his greatest rival. And that's really great detail, because I've always felt that Bruce never really feared those he fought. Of course he knew they were a threat, but there was a part of him who knew that he could handle whatever they threw his way. Except for the Joker. Joker has always been far too recklessly unpredictable for even the world's greatest detective to get a good read on him. And maybe Batman did understand the Joker much better than others, but he still couldn't figure out exactly what was going through his brain. The Joker was a foe that even he couldn't plan for. And that made him so much more dangerous than anybody else in Batman's rogues gallery. I also enjoy that upon his first meeting with the new Batman, Joker is quick to critique and criticize, talking down to him about everything from his appearance to the way he conducts himself.
The new boy. Ears are too long and I missed the cape. Well, what's it gonna be, Bat Fake?
This perfectly plays up on Joker's obsession with Batman. You see, while other Batman villains found themselves squaring off against the Dark Knight on numerous occasions, it was usually because they wanted to do something nefarious, and Batman felt the need to stop them. I wouldn't say all of their plans were motivated by Batman. If anything, a lot of his villains tried to do things discreetly so that they wouldn't be found by Gotham's favorite protector. However, the Joker legitimately just did things to get under Batman's cape. He wanted to unnerve him. He wanted to drive him crazy. He wanted to bring Batman down to his level. And Joker's immediate dislike for the new guy really underlines that. The Joker's reappearance makes Bruce even more bitter and cold. He becomes more stoic and goes silent on the situation, leading Terry to visit former Batgirl and current Commissioner Barbara Gordon, which is again something I really enjoy about this series. In most continuities, Barbara becomes Oracle, but being as the show was initially made for children, writers couldn't really have a character get shot in the spine. And besides, as previously covered, Bruce is already pretty much filling the Oracle role with Terry. Despite aging up, Barbara still has a prominent role in crime fighting. She's still committed to fighting the good fight, and giving her her father's job as commissioner just feels like the perfect placement for her. Terry doesn't get the information he's looking for, as Barbara is similarly silent, only alerting Terry that Joker is a threat unlike anything he's faced before. Back at the cave, Bruce is researching the Joker, where he's desperately trying to figure out if this is another street imposter or somehow the real thing. But when Terry arrives on the scene, Bruce demands that Terry give him back his suit, asking him to give up the role of Batman. And this is the part that's always kind of annoyed me. It's one of the very few gripes I have with this movie. I get that Bruce doesn't want to put another young life in danger. I get that he fears for his new ward. But with Joker back, wouldn't the world need Batman now more than ever? Bruce, I get that you're worried about endangering the kid, but without him, you may be endangering many, many more. And you're Batman, or were Batman. You should know this already. After an argument, Terry reluctantly obliges, leaving the cave and his suit behind. Terry begins to embrace normal life again, spending more time with his long-term girlfriend and with his family back at home. But he finds out that just because he's given up the Bat life, doesn't mean the Bat life has given up on him. The Joker's attempt to kidnap Terry's girlfriend, but wind up injuring her and almost himself in the process. Just as Bruce is trying to reproduce Joker antitoxin, he's paid a visit by his worst nightmare. Terry, realizing his mentor is more than likely in serious danger, heads back to his home, only to find the place completely vandalized, with Ace injured and Bruce seemingly on the verge of death. Terry manages to inject him with antitoxins, before bringing him to his bed and keeping him on bed rest. And that's when Barbara comes to visit. Terry asks for more information on the Joker, but Barbara remains adamant that this isn't the Joker. Probably because the Joker would have to be in his mid-80s here and still looks like he's in his early 40s. But also because she and Bruce witnessed his death. Allegedly. It's during the sit-down that the Commissioner informs Terry of who the Joker was. And no, wait, pause. I'm gonna stop you right here. This is another thing that's always bugged me about this movie. Terry doesn't know about the Joker?
It's funny. I know about all your other major enemies, but you never mention him. He was the biggest, wasn't he?
Terry somehow doesn't know about the most famous criminal in the history of Gotham City? Like, it's never come up? Like, I'm talking outside of Batman. You think he would have heard something. They have internet in the future here, right? How could he not know? It doesn't make sense to me. There's literally a gang who was inspired by him called the Jokers, and he doesn't know of the Joker? That just... Okay. Alright, everything else about this movie's great. I'm going to look past this, but I want to let you know I am wagging a stern finger at you, movie, implying Terry doesn't know about the Joker. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. I mean, he's been harassed by that gang multiple times. He doesn't know that they're doing it in the name of the Joker. Okay, alright, fine. No, okay. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's okay. It's fine. Moving on. It's during this sit-down that the Commissioner informs Terry of who the Joker really was, and the life-changing events that happened before following the new adventures of Batman. And this right here is undoubtedly the highlight of this whole movie. In a very vivid and surprisingly very dark flashback scene, we're told of what happened to the second Robin, Tim Drake. In trying to save what seemed to be a woman in danger, he was kidnapped by the Joker and Harley Quinn. Batman and Batgirl searched Gotham for 3 weeks before discovering that the clown royalty of Gotham were holding the Boy Wonder captive at the old abandoned Arkham Asylum. You couldn't have figured that out on your own. You needed the invite. He needed to give you a ticket to the show. You couldn't come up with that yourself? That wouldn't have been one of the first places you looked. Yeah, I can see why you're called the world's greatest detective. Really, great stuff, man. Upon entering the abandoned asylum, they find that Robin has literally been brainwashed by Harley and the Joker, and was now recreated in Joker's vile image. And this is without a shadow of a doubt one of, if not the most horrifying scene in all of the DC animated universe. They completely broke a child's mentality and altered his identity through force and trickery. The DCAU, we can't show you Jason Todd because he's supposed to die, but we can show you some extreme Stockholm Syndrome to a child younger than him.
No, it's Saga, really. That's the way we wash our hands.
It's also here that we learn that a traumatized Tim Drake revealed his mentor's secret identity to the Joker, who seems to find the whole notion comical. Go figure. Ultimately, Tim accidentally in a fit of hysteria kills the Joker, which only leads to more psychological dissonance. This is actually one of the most upsetting scenes in all of the animated series canon. That's disregarding the fact that a child was severely manipulated and went through trauma I wouldn't want to see a grown man go through. But Tim was always just such an upbeat, positive go-getter. To see him completely broken is kind of rough. We're talking about a kid who had guns pointed at his face and didn't flinch in fear, but responded in attitude. So having him reduced to a crying mess, one can only imagine the torture that he would have had to endure to lead up to that. This flashback is exactly why I love this movie. Not only does it work as a movie, but it also works as a Batman the Animated Series movie. It works as a Batman Beyond movie. It works as a movie in an ongoing continuity, but it's also not shackled by that continuity. You don't need to watch everything that came before this point. You can start here and still get a good understanding of who those characters are and the history the movie comes with. DCEU, you taking notes? Because you should be. Following the flashback, we get a glimpse of Tim in the future when he's visited by our new hero. Terry confronts Tim Drake, who professes his innocence, but also reiterates his bitterness. I have no problem telling you, as a kid I marked out for this. I always enjoyed watching my favorite costume heroes grow old. I know there's others out there who absolutely loathe or despise the notion, but I don't know, I think it's nice seeing your heroes grow up and mature, even if they don't always turn out the way you yourself envisioned. Following this, Terry goes to investigate our red herring, and I can't get over it, this dude is so obviously intentionally set up as the could-be but isn't. Me and my friends growing up thought we were so smart in figuring out that this was somehow the Joker, only to have been properly tricked by this setup. He's a good side villain, and an even better mislead. Terry's able to overhear and record the not Joker talking to the Joker's goons. As it turns out, they are in cahoots, and he's been giving them access to Wayne tech to use during their heists. But the Jokers decide that he's a loose end, and attempt to kill him. Of course, Terry saves the guy, and holy shit, dude, you saved him? Him of all people! What about everybody else on that yacht? We're just gonna save the bad guy? The two Batmans converse and decide that the former Robin must be aligned with his former abuser. When B-Squared heads to Tim Drake's place of work, he finds out that he's been replaced with the hologram and a Jokergram. After what can only be described as the plus version of Batcave training, Terry manages to find Joker at an abandoned candy factory. And this is exactly why your parents told you not to take candy from strangers. Well, that and probably like 50 other reasons, but you get my point. As it turns out, the Joker's hacked into the Batwing. No, not that Batwing. This, you guys know what I'm saying, shut up. He deploys lasers at the slightly less Dark Knight that only succeed in destroying the city around him.
Too bad it's Sunday. Those buildings would have been filled up tomorrow.
Following the failed attempt, he sends his goons after him. Here, Terry's able to outwit his witless counterparts with relative ease. And this whole scene is really indicative as to why I love Terry as the next in line so much. It's not generic copy and paste of what his predecessor did. I mean, some of what he does is definitely the Bruce highlight reel, but others are things I could never imagine OG Bats even attempting. I personally enjoy it. It's the perfect combination of something old, something new. Also, the Bat Hound finally gets his due and takes a bite out of crime. I never before this series would have any reason to praise Ace the Bat Hound, but here we are. You did justice to a character who didn't seem justifiable. My cowl's off to you, sir. Terry finds Tim unconscious and wakes him up for a second interrogation. He again comes across as innocent, but also comes off as a lot more unnerved. He slowly begins a mental breakdown that ends with him turning into the Joker. If you could only see me and my best friend's face the first time we watched this. The absolute shock and horror we were experiencing seeing this turn of events would make a Watch Mojo top 5 most unexpected moments of the Infuso's life list. So those of you who have yet to see this movie now asking me, asking yourselves, asking the universe, how is any of this possible? How did Robin turn into the Joker? Which is the same exact question I asked myself when internet theorists saw that Jared Leto was playing the Joker. How is this even possible? Well, as it turns out, when young Robin was taken captive, the Joker somehow spliced his genetics into a microchip and planted that chip inside a child's fucking brain. Now look, I'm no technology scientist or anything, but that sounds really, really unbelievably not real. I mean, then again, so does the idea of transportation, but I'm now told that we secretly achieved that, so maybe I'll just shut back up and sit down in my computer chair where I belong. Joker then reveals his big plan to blow up the hospital where Terry's girlfriend is recuperating, along with his mother's house in Wayne Manor, so that he could properly add more sadness to our hero's backstory. He talks down to Batman's both old and new before setting the beam off. However, due to some interference from my favorite non-Bat-related animal, his plans are thwarted, and the beam is sent directly to their location, destroying a shitload of the city on its way to them. Am I just supposed to believe that nobody got hurt in any of this? Like look at all of this destruction in this movie. I'm just supposed to believe that there weren't people in these buildings?
Too bad it's Sunday. Those buildings would have been filled up tomorrow.
Somehow in the midst of death approaching, new Batman and old Joker decide that now's a pretty good time for a fistfight. Pride over logic, guys. This war has no winners, just an abundance of losers. If I had any complaint about the Batman Beyond series at all, it's that the show did a piss-poor job at creating threats for the character, which is why this movie had to bring back the original Batman's big bad in order to stand up to the second-generation Bat. Which is sad because the series actually establishes an interesting and likable lead. As a matter of fact, still to this day, he's the only other Batman I enjoy seeing besides Bruce. Let me run down the list for you. I don't like Daman Wayne at all, in any context. I don't like Dick Grayson becoming Batman because he's already made a legacy as Nightwing and it just seems like he's going backwards at that point. And Tim Drake, I don't know, he's just a little bit too bland to be the Dark Knight for me. Sorry, it's just how I feel. Flashpoint Batman is a different story that's actually kind of cool. But Terry was the perfect Batman. And that's because he wasn't the second coming of Bruce Wayne. He's not just Batman but with a new secret identity. He does things completely different. He handles himself in a completely different manner than Bruce ever did. He's intelligent like the Bat who came before him, but he has an entirely different strategy than the Caped Crusader. His wit and sarcasm is a far cry from Bruce's stoicism. Terry can walk the walk, but he can also talk the talk, and in the end, that's how he manages to defeat his greatest threat. He beats the Joker by out-talking him. He gets inside the Joker's head, and if you told me that some new guy would wear the Batsuit and manage to manipulate the Joker by beating him at his own game, I would have probably thrown in my utility belt then and there. What bullshit is this? Nobody can punk out the clown prince of crime. Except here in execution, it works pretty damn well. The Joker's anger and obsession with the original Batman has never died down. I don't believe that he would still seek out a life of such crime and madness had it not been for Batman accidentally enabling him. He was in a lot of ways his muse. So here, his whole plan is to get back at Bruce. He doesn't have any qualms with the new Batman outside the fact that he's not the old Batman. He's just trying to use Terry as a pawn, just as he did with Tim Pryor, and just like he did with Jason in the comics that came before this. But all the while, he doesn't understand that he's not dealing with a sidekick. He's dealing with a whole new Batman, one that he's not familiar with. If this was a copy and paste by the numbers second coming of Bruce Wayne, the Joker would probably have a better shot of his plan. But he fails miserably here because his calculations are way off. Sure, like the Robins who came before him, Terry was taught under Bruce, but he doesn't exactly always follow Bruce's protocol. He took some of what he was taught from Batman and combined it with some of the other things he learned himself, all while applying his own personality to the mantle. Throughout the whole fight, the Joker gets more and more aggressive, declaring Batman wouldn't do this or Batman wouldn't do that. But he would, because Terry is now Batman. The Batman he knew is not the Batman he's fighting today. Case in point, Terry fights dirty, and he uses underhanded methods to get the upper hand. And unlike Bruce, who didn't have the time of day and wouldn't entertain Joker's awful jokes, Terry not only indulges him, but also clowns on the clown himself. You gotta love it. He openly mocks and degrades the Joker. He managed to get under his chemical-induced pale skin like no one ever has. And when Joker's given a taste of his own medicine, as it turns out, it's kinda sour. And just when the Joker thinks he's finally got Batboy, he accidentally lets his guard down, allowing Terry to use the Joker's own joy buzzer on him, completely destroying the chip in Tim's brain. A round of ovation to you, sir. Also, side note, the Joker bombs having the old Joker design on them, I see what you did there. I see it, I like it, I'm a fan, thank you. Terry exits the building with both Ace and Tim Drake still intact. And we end off on the Where Are They Now segment of the movie. The Didi twins are picked up by their grandmother, who, as it turns out, happens to be an aged Harley Quinn. Also got a pop out of me as a kid. Tim is finally properly introduced to Terry by Barbara from his hospital bed, and they're visited by an elderly Bruce Wayne, looking to finally properly bury the Batarang. It's a happy-ish ending to a group of people who are very worthy of a happy ending. What I love about this movie is that through the series you're watching Terry's first nights as Batman. It's practically Batman Beyond Year 1. He's green, he's rough around the edges, he's easy to provoke, and his pride can sometimes lead to him making mistakes a veteran Batman never would. But this movie really makes it seem like Terry has officially come into his own. While he'll still probably have Bruce in his ear until the day he dies, it feels like he's a little less needed. To me, the Batman Beyond series was Terry learning how to be Batman. But this movie showcases Terry as Batman. While he certainly doesn't take the title of the best Bat in town, he is at the very least a very worthy number 2. And one day he'll hang up his suit in a case next to Bruce's.
Who are you? Why are you doing this?
You're the great detective. Figure it out.
These videos are not for children. If you're a children, then piss off.
Hey there, it's me, your least favorite YouTuber, Infuso. And this movie confused me a lot as a child. Batman Mystery of the Batwoman was a complete mystery to me growing up. First off, this movie is tied into the new Batman Adventures, which of course means that it's also tied into my beloved Batman the Animated Series and the world that surrounds those two shows. But this feature came out in 2003, several years after Batman Beyond had hit the scene, and even after his own solo outing against the Joker. So to see the continuity suddenly go backward for a one-off movie was kinda head-scratching. I mean, granted, the Justice League show was airing around the time, and that took place way before Batman Beyond, starring a very un-Terry McGinnis-like Bruce Wayne, but I was under the impression that that show was the exception, that we were gonna build toward the future. I was expecting to see more Batman Beyond movies, not more pre-Beyond Batman movies. Not that I was exactly complaining, because this is still my favorite Batman. Sorry, Terry, Still love you though. But then add on top of all of that this film was introducing a brand new member of the Bat family, and my head was about to explode. Who was this character? Why have we never heard about her after this event? There was plenty of time where she could have been at least name-dropped somewhere along the way. Was she just not important enough to bring up? And if she wasn't important enough for a passing mention later in life, then why would I want to sit down and watch a whole-ass movie dedicated to the mystery that surrounds her? These were the thoughts that ran through my head at the time. Either way, I wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. More Batman is more Batman, and I'm here for more Batman. So despite my initial confusion, I was mostly really excited for this. And then I finally watched it and, that was a movie. For sure. I mean, that you can't take that away from it. It's definitely a movie. Mystery of the Batwoman is exactly what it sounds like. There's a new winged vigilante taking to the streets and the skies of Gotham City. Only problem is, she wasn't sanctioned by the Dark Knight. She's more of a freelance solo crime fighter, who just so happens to also have an affinity for bats. In terms of the Batwoman look, it's fine enough, I guess. I mean, looking back on it now, I don't hate it, but it does sort of feel a little bit underwhelming. If you're introducing a new major character this late in the game, you would think that they would be a spectacular addition. You know, like all around, a complete package here. We're talking about from characterization to appearance. But not so much. The plain silver suit with a red bat logo just wasn't really doing it for me. I hated it as a kid, but that hatred has now boiled down to being content with it as an adult. It wouldn't have been my first choice, but it's definitely not the worst design I've seen on the series. I am, however, a fan of the little glider Batwoman rides on. It's different and a fun addition to the mythos. Though considering when this movie was made, I'm gonna guess that the team was more than a little bit inspired by the Spider-Man movie that came out a few years before.
Think about it!
Mystery of the Batwoman introduces us to 3 brand new female characters, new to the viewers and also new to Gotham City. This is of course because the reveal is that one of these women are the new masked vigilante. And if you haven't watched this movie yet, and spoilers would completely destroy your desire to see this, I'd take a break here. So why don't you go watch it and come back here when your hour and 22 is up. Okay, the rest of us will continue. Like I said, this movie introduces you to 3 brand new female characters, in an obvious attempt to get you to guess who. Because, you know, it's a mystery. Clearly, one of these 3 women is Batwoman, and the other 2 are red herrings. Or at least that's what you would be forgiven for thinking. Because as it turns out, this movie pulls a fast one on you, and tells you all 3 of them are actually Batwoman. This shocked the hell out of me as a kid. When I first watched this, I was almost entirely sure it was this chick. But then like 2 scenes later, I was like, it's this one. And then a scene after where that was debunked, I was like, it's gotta be this one, right? They threw me for a loop. I usually get these things, even at a young age, and I did not see this one coming. The movie plays with your mind like that. The eventual reveal that it was all 3 women working together does make sense, and I do like that this movie managed to get one over on me, doing so by thinking outside of the trope box. But it also does kind of feel like a little bit of a cheap trick. It worked, and I'm going to give it a pass, but you only get one, so don't try this again, because I will be far less forgiving. The troublesome trio consists of Sonya, Rocky, and Kathy, and if there's one big positive that this movie has, it's that all 3 are played pretty well by their voice actresses. And that's in spite of one of them being played by Kelly Ripa. Ripa plays Roxy, minus the Rocket, who is a highly intelligent doctor, and also a little bit of a klutz. It's because of her lack of coordination and cool that she's genuinely not thought of as a possibility. But as time goes on, it becomes clear that she's more than just your standard garden variety computer geek. She can also defend herself because she's well trained in hand-to-hand combat. It's also actually her technology that Batwoman, or should I say, the Batwomen, use on their missions. Her motivation comes from her love of her boyfriend, who is now doing time after being framed by the Penguin. She dons the cowl with the hopes that one day she could find evidence that would set her man free. Next in line is Kathy Duquesne, whose name is oddly similar to the original Batwoman, Kathy Kane. And also similar to the later Batwoman, Kate Kane, who is not the same character despite having very similar names. They're also not related either. Kathy is the wild child of the bunch, the loose cannon, the wild card, if you will. Being the daughter of a wealthy mob boss, She provided the funds for the Batwoman initiative. Kathy denounces her father's business after a bullet meant for him took the life of her mother. She complied with the scheme in an effort to get back at her father. Lastly is Sonia Alkanya, which I may be saying wrong because I suck, so in advance I'm sorry. She was the brains behind the whole Batwoman operation. She's attributed by Batman as being the will to make everything happen, which I would think is fairly accurate. She does what she does to avenge her family's business that was ruined by Rupert Thorne. Like the rest of the movie, the character of Sonia is also deeply confusing to me, because this character replaces Renee Montoya as being Detective Bullock's new partner, but she also just replaces Renee Montoya. This is like Diet Renee. They have similar attitudes and personalities and even wear similar clothing. If I was shown this character model without any context, I would just assume that she was a redesign of Montoya. It seems so pointless to have replaced one established character with an unestablished character that is basically her doppelganger. The only reason I can think of to make sense of all this is that this character was brought in because the writers didn't want to make Renee Batwoman. Which, by the way, I think would have actually been dope. Do you have any idea how much more I'd care about this character if underneath the mask she was secretly already a name on the show? I would care about this significantly more. Hell, if the twist was that Renee Montoya was Batwoman, I think it would have completely changed my outlook on this whole movie. I would have never seen something like that coming. Take me to that alternate universe where that's a reality. Anyway, there's nothing bad about Sonia. I like the character, and I like the actress's performance behind the character, but I mostly find her to be a tired attempt at recreating a character that she's supposed to be replacing. Which, ironically enough, is also how I kind of feel about Batwoman in this. It's already been done, and it's been done better. This whole movie just feels like a tired rehash of the original Batgirl arc. A female outsider who takes the Bat name in ears, and then takes to the streets to stop wrongdoers? Yeah, that's Batgirl. That is literally just Batgirl. The show already did this, and it was better when they did. I mean, granted, that arc didn't have a great whodunit like this movie tries to do, but it's still pretty much the same thing. The movie does at least attempt to address this by having Batgirl call in from college and question it. And I give the movie points for being a little bit self-aware, but I'm also immediately deducting points because this movie, to my knowledge, is the first to really canonize the Batgirl-Batman relationship, having Barbara very blatantly call in to flirt with the Caped Crusader and try and make a pass at him. Yeah, so thanks for that lovely reminder of something I didn't want to be reminded of. You know, I like to go back and watch these things, but there's certain aspects here and there that I like to act like didn't happen, and this is all of them. And I know I've said a lot of negative things, but make no mistake, this movie does have some solid qualities to it. The mystery angle allows Batman to play detective, which is something missing in a lot of Batman outings. You'd think the character who's called the world's greatest detective would have a lot of detective work, but you'd be surprised how often people forget about that in lieu of Batman punching somebody until he bleeds. The characters are very well betrayed as always, and the new additions fit in well with the rest of the extended universe. They fit in so well that it's kinda disappointing that we never get any kind of an update on any of them. And most importantly, the inclusion and emphasis put on Penguin and Rupert Thorne is pretty nice, especially considering that the two of them would be used considerably less over time as the series went on, with Penguin only being used in a handful of appearances following the new Batman adventures, and Rupert Thorne never even made it to that new series following the end of the original run. This is actually his first and only appearance in the later continuity, hence why the character here is slightly redesigned to better fit in with the new animation style. And in terms of soundtrack, this movie's got it. That one song used in the Iceberg Lounge is an extreme earworm. It gets stuck in my head every time I rewatch it, and then it stays in there for a few days after. I think Kathy's relationship with her father is definitely a highlight. It's like watching young resentment freeze over and having understanding and compassion thaw over an icy relationship. I like that despite being a mob boss and despite having his daughter turn against him, Carlton still saves her, showing that he's a man before he's a bad guy. He's still a human being, and his bad affiliations don't mean nearly as much as the love he has for his family. That's kind of beautiful. This plot point isn't harped on incredibly, and the little screen time we get of it really feels like the perfect amount. The movie doesn't shove the narrative thread down your throat, it just plays it out in passing. It's perfectly done, as too much emphasis on this would probably be a little bit less compelling and ultimately feel like overkill, only managing to weigh this plot down. But most importantly, this movie gave us this moment.
Somebody in here?
Something wrong?
Nope.
And come on, that's just perfect. I love it. When all is said and done, Kathy's father goes to prison, but their relationship is mended. While Roxy's boyfriend is released due to evidence Batman hands over. Sonia is found out and leaves the station, and Bruce pursues Kathy because, let's face it, this movie really betrayed her as a second-rate Catwoman, so that makes sense. And ultimately, this is yet another Batman movie where Batman really isn't the focal point. He's just the character that the plot plays out in front of. So overall, I don't think Mystery of the Batwoman is bad, but it does border on unnecessary. It's weird to me that the creators decided to hop in their metaphoric DeLorean and go back in the timeline to make this, when it doesn't really have any effect on the events that came before or after it. It ultimately feels like unneeded fluff and filler for the larger continuity, and I don't think it really did anybody any favors. This was fine as it is, I guess, but it didn't really add anything to the world at large. I definitely don't feel like this was a story that just needed to be told. This movie really didn't need to be tied into this continuity. And honestly, I don't even know that it needed to exist at all. Look, all I'm saying is that maybe there's a reason the other two films in this lineup are included in my Blu-ray complete series, and yet Mystery of the Batwoman is mysteriously missing. I want to once again emphasize that this is not bad, but it's also nowhere near as good as the other movies in its canon. In terms of quality, I would say that this is definitely on the lower end of the original DCAU. But to be fair, this is a historically great continuity that we're talking about here. I would definitely recommend you checking this out yourself, maybe giving your own take. I can imagine other people finding this movie more entertaining than I did. I guess I'd recommend this movie, but I wouldn't highly recommend this movie. So if you haven't already, go check it out and let me know what you thought.
You are Bruce Wayne.
I've spoken previously about the underrated Batman series known as The Batman, a show which doesn't get the love or praise it so clearly deserves, solely because it's a Batman animated series that isn't Batman the Animated Series. And while I do intend on doing a deep dive on that show and crediting the creative choices that it made throughout, today we're gonna first look over the one movie in its canon, The Batman vs. Dracula. First things first, I have surprisingly not seen this movie before. This is one of those Batman movies that I avoided on principle alone, because I love vampires, and I love Batman, but I don't really love the ideas of vampires in my Batman movie, let alone the vampire, Dracula, in my The Batman movie. I don't know, for me, vampires are just a step a little bit too far for a superhero story. Case in point, Morbius. Yeah, that didn't work out so well, now did it? All in all, I'm not saying it can't be done. This is just one man's opinion, and that opinion is mine, so take it with a grain of salt. But personally, I don't like to mix my vampires with superheroes. Sorry. There's one time it's ever worked, and that's Blade, and that's it. But outside of it not being my own typical Batman outing, I will say I understand the thought process in making a man who could turn into a bat face off against a man who dresses up like one. Both are dark, shadowy figures who avoid the sunlight and intimidate those they come across in the moonlight. They're not entirely unalike, except for all of the major ways that they are. This also isn't the first time these two famous figures shrouded in darkness have met. In Batman and Dracula Red Rain, an Elseworld Batman's Tale, the Dark Knight comes toe-to-toe with the Count. And it's only after Batman becomes a vampire that he's finally able to defeat his new foe. But at what cost? Batman's also fought Dracula in some unauthorized fan films over the years. Apparently, a lot of people like the idea of pitting these two children of the night against each other. One of which being Andy Warhol. And while I haven't seen a lot of footage from that movie, I've also watched way more than enough of it. Anyway, my point is that this idea isn't without merit. There's clearly an audience for it. I'm just absent from that attendance. So in concept going into this movie, I am a little bit skeptical. I don't know if you could really make vampires work in the Batman mythos. I think some of, if not the vast majority of great Batman stories are somewhat grounded in some realm of reality. There's just a touch of realism there. A little bit of fact for this fiction. And vampires, to me, impede on that reality. But then again, I guess so do impossibly powerful supermen who are allergic to green rocks, and actual giant Batmen, and those things have been proven to work too, so it's important to note that this movie was made and takes place between the show's 3rd and 4th season. And it's even more important to note that it is nothing like anything that came before it or after it within this continuity. The story starts with an unnamed inmate at Arkham Asylum who really doesn't belong there. And I actually want to credit the movie with this because It goes out of its way to explain and differentiate Arkham Asylum from, well, say a place like Blackgate. And I know how that sounds. Yeah, of course it does. One's a prison, one's an asylum. Two entirely different things. But I find that a lot of the time in Batman lore, Arkham is favored over logic. Too many times we see criminals locked away in a penitentiary where they don't truly belong. So this blatant ripoff of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest at least helps legitimize the asylum as being what it is. An asylum. And this criminal isn't solely in here for a crime, he's also in here because he's playing a part. The unnamed inmate shares some information on hidden stolen goods with Penguin and the Joker, all in the hopes that they'll help him break out and retrieve them. I would say this no-name doesn't have good decision-making skills, but considering that he chose to spend his time in Arkham Asylum, I think that goes without saying. Instead of helping the guy out, the two criminals bust themselves out of the loony bin and look to take his money as their own. Instead of a lifetime of riches, Penguin finds a lifetime of servitude when he accidentally unleashes the Vampire King himself, Dracula, who was apparently brought to rest in Gotham City following his initial demise in Transylvania. Though despite being a creature of the night, Dracula isn't one to remain silent in the shadows, with his presence immediately being felt over the terrorized city, spending his seemingly endless time turning Gothamites into obedient vampires in his wake. Unfortunately, due to some of the similarities already listed, it's somehow Batman who gets the blame for this, with the majority of the city turning their back on the hero and now considering him a rogue. So Batman is more alone than he ever was. Which is weird because Batgirl was at the very least already introduced to the show's narrative, but is nowhere to be seen here. But maybe she's better off as other holdovers from the show are made complete jokes here. Interestingly enough, this is the first and only appearance of Vicky Vale in this timeline, which is weird because she's pretty integral to what's going on here. She's a reporter that initially spends time with Bruce for his story, but quickly finds herself falling for the guy. She patiently pursues Bruce and unbeknownst to her, is pursued by Dracula. But the Count isn't looking for love. He's looking for a vessel to bring back his love, hoping to use Vicky to restore his dead wife. I think Vicky Vale really fits into the story that this movie's trying to tell, but more so over, she really fits in with the world that the series built. So to see her stay in Gotham end here is just really confusing. Especially with the way this movie ends off, it seems like they were going for something, but that something never came. I legitimately like her relationship with Bruce here, and I think these versions of the characters really complement each other. This movie undoubtedly offers up what is the closest thing to a believable, healthy, functional relationship that this Batman has ever had and will ever have. It's actually kind of a bummer to see her go, and an enigma as to why they wouldn't bring her back. I would actually say that their little relationship was one of the stronger elements of this movie, and I thought it was setting up a story that we'd see play out in the later seasons of the show, but no. It's weird that she's not president. I would have voted for her. It's weird that she's not present throughout the rest of the series because it makes me think, what was this all for? Batman and Dracula's back and forths, whether they be verbal or physical smackdowns, are always entertaining. The two are masters of combat and wit, so wherever the proverbial fighting ring is that they're stepping into, the metaphoric crowd that's watching will always get one hell of a fight. The fight scenes were pretty entertaining. And watching these two banter was like watching an intellectual competitive tennis match, with the two opponents hitting the metaphoric ball back into each other's courts continually. But I won't lie, there are some things that put me off of this movie. Hearing Dracula refer to himself as Alucard was really working on my patience. I'd like to think that a cunning character who has walked the earth for generations would have had a better choice of disguising his own identity than simply spelling his name backwards. I mean, it's not exactly subtle. A 9-year-old could crack this code. But then the movie also wants me to applaud Bruce for figuring it out? Yeah, congratulations on having an IQ greater than your age.
You did it. Good job. I can't believe it. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Actually, come to think of it, name aside, Bruce should be able to tell that this man is a vampire because... well, look at him. I mean, the world's greatest detective really had to do this to determine that? And also, why did he write Alucard like that? Why would he write some of the letters backwards already unless he knew what it was that he was spelling out ahead of time? And if that's the case, why even bother spelling it out? Like, who was that for? Was it for me? Was it for me? Because I didn't ask for that. It really drives a stake through my heart seeing Dracula tangled up in this continuity. But I will say, aesthetically speaking, I think it works. He does look like he fits in with the city around him. However, his design and overall characterization almost makes me feel like Dracula is this show's version of Ra's al Ghul. And if I saw some of the clips with him without context, I may even in fact believe that that's who he's supposed to be. One thing that really drives me crazy here though, is that Bruce Wayne, or at least the Bruce Wayne that I know, is a total skeptic. And here, he's a little too quick to jump to the vampire theory. I think if you were to bring vampirism to Gotham City, Batman would at least attempt to examine it under the lens of truth. He would first rule out the possible before jumping to impossible conclusions. But here in this movie, he just sees fangs one night when he's on patrol and he's like, "Oh shit, vampires, Alfred!" The whole thing just feels a little bit too goofy, even for this family-friendly PG Saturday morning cartoon Batman. But when looking up other reviews on said subject, I came across a statement that wasn't spoken by me myself, but has definitely been felt by me myself. And I, also. Fantasy Film Review wrote, "It feels more like a case of a comic book canon having been twisted out of shape in order to make it work as a vampire story." And I can't help but mirror that exact sentiment. This movie is trying way too hard to twist an already established series in order to try to accommodate the fictional guest it welcomed into its universe. I just don't think that anything about this meeting of the minds feels natural. This is what happens when worlds apart combine. I don't think this was the best fit for either character. And the good that comes with this movie isn't good because of this crossover, it's almost good in spite of it. While I don't think this movie is an absolute travesty, I also wouldn't call it terrific. And it does its brand a disservice by offering up an experience that isn't an authentic representation of the series itself. If this was your first impression of this canon, it's not a very accurate one. It feels very much out of place in its own continuity. The Tim and Deanie-verse created several movies tied into their shows, and while I wasn't crazy about every single installment, we'll get to that soon, they did at least mostly feel in place with the world they set up. And if you were to watch any of these movies, they for the most part deliver an experience reminiscent of the series in which these versions of the characters originate from. This movie is decidedly not that. And I don't understand why they decide to make something so far outside the show's wheelhouse instead of something that would, well, quite frankly, make more sense for that series. What's even worse is that the entire show itself just kinda sets itself aside in order to play up Dracula. It buries established elements it's created in order to build up plot points that are only attributed to the movie. Series mainstays like the Penguin and the Joker, two of Batman's worst offenders on that show, are now just goons to Vlad the Impaler. Penguin becomes the Vampire King's human servant, taking Renfield's role in the original story. Although it's the Joker who would wind up eating bugs like Renfield in that story, after he becomes a minion of Dracula's vampiric army. My point is, two of the biggest villains the show offered up are now made the lackeys of the real big bad. They become complete buffoons in the wake of the awesome power of the Count, which is a terrible way of depicting these two. And I think this movie might have been made better with their absence, rather than bringing them on to serve as incompetent punchlines. There is one thing that kind of irks me about this movie, and it's a similar problem that I have with the series itself, and it's that the very serious things that happen in it seem to actually hold very little weight. Story beats go completely unreacted to. There's a point in time where Bruce believes the Joker has died. Like, actually died. Like, dead. But he doesn't really give the subject much thought. He just immediately moves on. You know, Alfred gets wide-eyed upon hearing the news, but then it's like, alright, cool, now what? Big developments like this should lend room for bigger reactions. There should be more of an emphasis and importance put on the survival of one of the series' main characters. But it instead feels like too much of this is touch and go. Joker dying should stir up a lot of feelings in a lot of characters. Good or bad, this should mean more than it does. And to a similar extent, the whole plot of the movie, Dracula coming to Batman's town, is treated like any other ordinary plot point. It's not played up, it's just played, and then immediately moved past. I think this has to do more with the overall tone of both the show and the movie. It definitely lends to a very general feeling audience. You know, they're trying to keep it light and simple for the younger audience, but also not shying away from things for the more mature audience. But unfortunately, the adult moments that the brand offers up are given to the watcher with kid gloves, making them feel like they lack depth, meaning, and purpose. Another bone I gotta pick with this movie is Batman's no-killing rule. and I think by now most of us are aware of it. But I also think for far too long, writers have thrown as many asterisks on that rule as possible. Sure, Batman doesn't kill. He doesn't kill humans. But we'll have him murder whatever the fuck this is. It's fine as long as it's not a man, woman, or child. Like, honestly, that doesn't make it better. You're still breaking his one rule. It doesn't matter that it's not a human if it's still a person. Technically speaking, Superman isn't a human, so why hasn't Batman just immediately killed him? Their first encounters are never good ones. Why doesn't Batman just go, up, he's an alien, doesn't count, sorry. Batman doesn't kill should mean that Batman doesn't kill. If you live a life, Batman will not end it, even if you're a vampire. Dracula may not have been human, but he was still a man, right? I don't know about this one, guys. I'm counting. That's a death. That's a kill. That's a murder. Batman killed that guy. He very clearly killed Dracula, and he did it with next to no hesitation. I will say that there are a couple moments that genuinely did surprise me in this movie. The excess amount of blood was pretty shocking, though I guess not at all unwarranted. I mean, if you're making a movie about vampires, it only makes sense that their life source would get mentioned once or twice. But seeing Joker gleefully enter a blood bank and treat it like an all-you-can-eat buffet was definitely not something I imagined going into this. That's pretty dark. And I'm not just talking about the blood, which looks like it's closer to motor oil than actual human plasma. This moment is dark, and more so over, really, really gross. I also really enjoy the dream sequences in the movie, though I don't think they add a whole lot overall. The movie could have very easily been made without them, but they're an interesting aesthetic choice, and I'm kind of a sucker for this trope. They're completely unnecessary, but still kind of a low-key highlight for me. I'll be real with you. You say dream sequence that offers interesting visuals and tells us more about our main character's psyche and mental state, and I'm there every time. Every damn time. No questions asked. I don't care that it's overdone and maybe even a little bit pretentiously hacky. I'm there. I'm in. You got me. I want to compliment the movie on making the tone a bit darker from the show that it's based on, but it's still really confusing to me. Because the areas that they chose to use these elements in seem to be the more superficial ones, and for a lot of the more serious moments in this movie, they still kept drastically toned down as to not get too dark. So I don't really know. They tried is what I could say. They tried. The performances range from serviceable to good. No one feels out of place. I think Tara Strong especially really knocks it out of the park as Vicky Vale, but that's not really a surprise to anybody. There's a reason this woman has had a role in almost every single Batman animation created within the last 20-something years. Peter Stormare is also fantastic as Dracula, and gives you exactly what you'd expect from a Dracula performance. I don't want to go too into detail about anyone else, because they're all just playing their parts from the show, and I'll talk more about them when I'm finally focusing on the series. Ultimately, I'd say this movie was much better than I expected, but not nearly as good as I'd hope it'd be. I definitely recommend watching it so you get a feel for it yourself, and I don't think the Batman vs. Dracula is a bad movie, but I also don't feel that it's a great one. I think there's enough good here that I can easily imagine it being enjoyed by other Batman fans, but I'm not particularly crazy about it myself. And that is the Batman vs. Dracula.
And here we go.
Now I'm sure most of y'all, if not all of y'all, are familiar with Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy.
Of course.
The movies that gave us unforgettable performances and introduced and defined Batman characters to an entire generation. No, seriously, I can't tell you how many comments I read on a daily basis telling me that I'm wrong in my own opinions and that Heath Ledger was the greatest Joker of all time. Safe to say, these movies are pretty legendary in their own right, and they help establish how casual viewers see the heroes and villains of Gotham City. But what casual viewers probably don't know is that despite the fact that this is called the Dark Knight trilogy, there's actually a secret fourth film that's tied to the franchise. It's an animated movie that's linked to the Dark Knight mythos, titled Gotham Knight. Not to be confused with the much anticipated Gotham Knights game that's coming out. A game that better be good because it will be the sole reason I own a PlayStation 5. But that's neither here nor there. This film is a real hidden gem. It's not really brought up a whole lot, and people who don't dive into Batman lore typically have no idea of its existence. Overall, it's an interesting feature that really serves to better expand the universe of the hit Nolan films. And it brings back characters from the Nolanverse such as the Scarecrow, Sal Maroni, Jim Gordon, Lucius Fox, Alfred Pennyworth, and even Ana Ramirez, a police officer who was made exclusively for the Dark Knight film. though many people believe she is in fact based on Renee Montoya, who, notably, is actually a character that exists. But then again, this wouldn't be the only time the series rewrote Batman history and renamed a series mainstay. Isn't that right, Dick Grayson? I mean, Tim Drake. I mean, John Blake.
You should use your full name. I like that name. Robin.
The movie also introduces audiences to characters who were never seen in the Nolan films. Characters such as Deadshot, Killer Croc, and Crispus Allen all make their debut here. Oh, and hey, is that Cassandra Cain? No? I mean, her name is Cassandra, so I'm still gonna count it. While none of the original cast comes back to reprise their roles, the project is filled to the brim with famous voices from other DC features, including the likes of Corey Burton, who's probably most notable for his work in Superman the Animated Series as Brainiac, George Newbern, who played Superman in the Justice League Animated Series, Scott Menville, who I have very fond memories of as Robin from the Teen Titans, Hynden Walsh, who you probably know better as Starfire from that same Teen Titans show, Kevin Michael Richardson, who also portrayed one of the most underrated versions of the Joker in The Batman, Will Friedle, who is unforgettable as Batman in Batman Beyond, and of course, playing the Gotham Knight in question, none other than everybody's favorite Batman, Kevin Conroy. Which is kind of weird for me because now I'm supposed to believe that this...
Where were the other drugs going? I never knew. I don't know. I swear to God. Swear to me!
Somehow turned into this.
You stay in the slums. That's the arrangement until I get something on you. And then you can fight over who gets the top bunk in Blackgate.
And then turned back into this again.
Where are they?
Killing is making a choice.
Where are they?
And I don't know how far I can suspend my disbelief.
Gotham needs its true hero. You either die a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
There's several homages throughout the film to really emphasize the connection between the Christian Bale-led movies and this movie made up of animated shorts, but the film doesn't go out of its way to try to beat you over the head with this continuity, and I really appreciate that. You know, introducing a character we'll later see in The Dark Knight here, the exact Batman logo from those movies over there, that's really mostly what you get. These chapters do a really good job of not depending too much on reminding the viewers of the bigger picture, and because of that, it survives as its own project with its own interesting identity. The film is actually an anthology, so as opposed to following one in-depth story, it's made up of several shorter ones. The stories, despite differing in animation style and tone, does have some consistency in them. Not only is it set in the same universe with the same voice actors voicing the characters in each of the shorts, but it also continues a narrative throughout all of the parts. The movie takes place in between the events of Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. And in it, we get smaller stories from screenwriter David Goyer, the writer of Batman Begins, and Alan Burnett, a writer from Batman the Animated Series, amongst others. What I find really interesting about the first act of this movie is that it almost comes across as a remake of the Batman the Animated Series, or I guess technically the new Batman Adventures episode, Legends of the Dark Knight, in which three kids share their own perceptions of Batman and what he's like. Meanwhile, here, it's a bunch of teens sharing their own perceptions of Batman after they actually encountered him. The two are very similar, and I couldn't help but think about this episode when watching this. It would seem this chapter took inspiration from either that episode or the comic that episode is adapted from. Also, is it just me or is this kid destined to grow up to be a Batman villain? Throughout the first half, the kids are talking about a criminal that they refer to as the Man in Black, a character who would escape after captured during the second story. Now, this story focuses mainly on the very underrated Crispus Allen and the stand-in Renee Montoya as they hunt down the now escaped Man in Black, who is revealed to be named Jacob Freely. Freely seems to be an electronics and explosives expert, so not necessarily someone you want on the run. As they search for him, they have the great Batman debate, with Allen questioning if he could be trusted, and Ramirez defending his honor. In the midst of their conversation, they find themselves in the crossfires of Sal Maroni and an opposing mafia, led by a guy called the Russian. Maroni, by the way, looking quite different from his later appearance in The Dark Knight. You know what? He may be criminal scum, but the guy cleans up well. You love to see it. You love to see it. Batman, of course, does what Batman does best and heroically saves the day, before crediting both Allen and Ramirez as some of the only trustworthy officers in Gotham City. And Bats, you'll probably regret that statement later on when Ramirez basically gets your childhood best friend and love interest killed. And man, is it just me or does Batman have some terrible situational awareness in this series? I mean, you credit Detective Ramirez as being one of the good cops. She gets your girlfriend killed. And then in Dark Knight Rises, you trust Miranda Tate and take her on as your new girlfriend, and then she winds up stabbing you and actually being the daughter of the guy that you kind of got killed, even if you say you didn't kill him because you just didn't save him, but you still killed him. So, Bruce, I'm just gonna say it, you suck. This encounter with Batman changes Detective Allen's opinion on Gotham's protector. In the third portion of this feature, an accident occurs with the Wayne Enterprises satellite's electromagnetic system. That was the first take. I did not chop that up at all. That was totally me speaking in one fluent sentence. This causes Lucius to create a device with a sound sensor that deflects gunfire, which is almost a complete repeat of the scene from The Dark Knight in which Lucius makes him a new suit.
Now, there is a trade-off. Separation of the plates makes you more vulnerable to knives and gunfire.
We wouldn't want to make things too easy now, would we?
Also around this time, Bruce does some investigating surrounding the death of an activist and visits the man that she opposed, one Ronald Marshall. And during the meeting, he steals the man's PDA, which is a bit too far. Come on, Bat, save the death for the cats. Eventually, Batman hijacks Maroni's boat and goes after the Russian mob Maroni had previously shot at. And as Batman is going after the two Gotham crime gangs, a bullet ricochets off his suit and hits one of the men. Batman, being who he is, takes the thug to the hospital before giving up Fox's device because he's not willing to put the lives of others in jeopardy.
It works too well. I'm willing to put my life on the line to do what I have to. But it has to be mine, no one else's.
In the fourth act, Killer Croc makes his debut in this universe, which now that I think about it fits in really nicely with this line from Dark Knight Rises.
He chased a gunman down into the sewers. I pulled him out. He was babbling about an underground army.
Well, shouldn't you be telling your superior officers?
They asked me if he saw any giant alligators.
Croc kidnaps a cardinal and takes him down into the sewers. Gordon, Ramirez, Allen, and Batman investigate, with Batman heading into the sewers after the monster. Upon arrival, Batman learns that Killer Croc is under Scarecrow's fear toxin. Of course, a fight breaks out, and Batman struggles against the alligator man from down below, but ultimately comes out victorious, though not unscathed. A bite from the crocodile transfers Crane's toxins to Batman. Still feeling the effects, Batman finds the Cardinal, who is being put on trial by the Scarecrow. Yet another thing that fits in quite nicely with The Dark Knight Rises.
Your guilt has been determined. This is merely a sentencing hearing. Now what will it be? Death or exile?
Scarecrow, of course, sentences the Cardinal to death, presumably by exile. Batman winds up saving the Cardinal, but causes an explosion that damages the water pipes and floods the area. In the fifth portion of Gotham Knight, Batman is shot by an armed man who is feeling the effects of Scarecrow's toxins.
Next time on Game Grumps!
Close to death, Batman manages to cauterize his wound and desperately looks to find a way out. It's during this that he has flashbacks to how he managed severe pain in the past, remembering his time as a relief effort volunteer and how he'd helped a doctor perform a life-saving surgery without anesthesia. He also recalls a woman named Cassandra who taught him how to control the pain he felt, through various unorthodox means. Batman makes his way out of the sewers, finding a Call of Duty fruit basket. In the final story in the set, Bruce has a flashback of the murder of his parents. Because of course he does! I mean, even if this continuity already showed us the gruesome murder of mom and dad in Crime Alley, we need a refresher. How long ago was that? I have no recollection of this. You know, why the hell not? I mean, Batman 1989 and Batman Forever were supposed to be in the same continuity, and we still got two entirely different flashbacks to the death of the Waynes. Of course. To be fair, the flashback does serve a purpose here. It's put here to remind us why Batman opposes guns the way that he does. If only Zack Snyder watched this movie. Elsewhere, we're introduced to Deadshot, a man famous for wielding guns, which should come as no surprise, being as he's an assassin for hire. After murdering the city that he's in's mayor, he's hired to take out the likes of Jim Gordon by the Russian that we spoke about earlier. Batman is brought in to protect the future commissioner, once again, because he's Batman. The Dark Knight hands over Ronald Marshall's PDA, which contains emails in it proving that he'd hired Deadshot in the past to carry out the hit on the activist. Batman manages to save Jim Gordon's life by deflecting Deadshot's bullets using Fox's device. Even though previously he claimed that it worked too well and that was an issue for him, but sure, yeah, whatever. But this doesn't seem to faze the assassin, who reveals that Batman was his real target all along. And Gordon was nothing more than a ruse to draw out the hero. Deadshot shoots Batman but fails to shoot him dead. Ultimately, the assassin is apprehended and snitches on the men who hired him, leading to his and Ronald's arrests. After all is said and done, Bruce likens the fight on the train to that night in Crime Alley, claiming that he's been trying to deflect 2 bullets all his life. Alfred consoles him, and the movie ends with Bruce looking up to the sky to see the bat signal yet again. As always, the Dark Knight is needed again, because after all, a hero's job is never done. Batman doesn't get to clock out. Come to think of it, I don't think the guy even gets a lunch break. And I love this. This is the perfect ending to any Batman story ever. Even if the battle is over, the war between good and evil always rages on. Batman will always be needed. When one story ends for him, another one begins. That is the Batman way. All in all, that's Gotham Knight, the not-so-commonly known sequel to Batman Begins and prequel to The Dark Knight. I think it's a pretty interesting addition to the Dark Knight timeline, especially if you're a fan of those movies and wondered what Batman was doing in between the first 2 films. I would say it'd also be interesting to see what he was up to in between The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises, but we already know the answer to that, and it's nothing! So if you haven't seen this movie yet, and you're a Dark Knight stan, I highly suggest tracking it down and watching it for yourself. To those of you watching who have never seen this movie before, and I guess even to those of you who did, let me know what your first impressions of it were, and if you think it holds up to the rest of its franchise.
Tell me, what bothers you more? That your greatest failure has returned from the grave? Or that I've become a better Batman than you?
I'm here to talk to you about one of my all-time favorite Batman movies that stars one of my all-time favorite Batman characters, Batman Under the Red Hood. Now, Jason Todd has always been one of my favorite Batman characters. And I'm not just talking about his time under the Red Hood. Even when he was some snot-nosed punk who was supposed to be Dick Grayson's successor, I was a fan. I'm probably going to go into the subject a little bit more in the future, so I'll save my praise for then. My point is that when I heard that they were making a movie based on good old JT, and 2 of the greatest stories to ever feature that character, you can bet your ass I was hyped. But did it live up to my expectations? Well, you're about to find out. The movie follows the comic book of the same name, while incorporating a lot from Batman Death in the Family, which makes sense considering the main character dies in one, and is then resurrected in the other. I would say it's mostly faithful to both books, but to a degree. The movie isn't exactly a panel-for-panel, shot-for-shot remake of those graphic novels. Instead, it's its own adaptation of those events. There's a lot of plot points that don't get brought up, or are just completely retconned altogether. Which is a damn shame, because I'm sure Ambassador Joker was a highlight for many of us. In addition to using those 2 stories, it also ties in elements from The Killing Joke, referencing Joker's backstory and his time as the Red Hood. In trying to link these stories together, I think this movie becomes a different story of its own. Combining the story from these comics together does a lot in terms of world building, and adding an interesting background lore to the main story. And having these stories vaguely connect better serves the narrative. There's this really interesting chain of events, and that chain is forming a circle. A full one.
It's not like a triangle. Triangle has like a corner in the ends. This one is a circle.
Okay, we get it. Batman kills Red Hood. But this leads to his second life as the Clown Prince of Crime, the Joker. The Joker kills Batman's sidekick Robin. But this leads to his second life as Red Hood. Batman's failure in saving the original Red Hood led to the creation of the Joker. And Batman's failing in saving his pseudo-son Robin leads to the creation of the second Red Hood.
Because it's a circle.
Yeah, we heard about the circle. Yes, we're familiar with shapes.
I think this movie properly portrays Jason Todd. The movie is a perfect exploration of the Jason Todd character. If you ever need to catch up to date with your Robin lore, if you ever want to familiarize yourself with Jason Todd, this is the movie for you. As a boy, he's shown to be overconfident, beyond cocky, and has his fair share of attitude issues. And then when we see him later as a man, somehow he's even more cocky, but with like a touch more of arrogance. Despite maturing, his immaturity is still evident. He's still far too headstrong. His actions in this reflect a man who's both emotionally and mentally stunted. While he's grown, he still acts like a vengeful child. that Bruce tried to break of that mentality. Despite being a full-grown man at this point, he's still a kid desperately trying to get his parents' attention. But what's even worse is that Jason is a huge threat. He's learned Batman's every move, he's trained right under him. And while he's adapted Batman's physicality, he never adapted his mentality. You know, I think a lot of people will admit that the Jason Todd character has always been filled with a certain teenage angst. And unfortunately, he's never really outgrown that.
This, what's green and purple, but covered in red and yellow. You! When I land on your sorry butt.
20 rounds a second and you were still too slow.
I personally always thought that had Jason stayed under Bruce's training, he would have to some extent come around to his way of thinking. After being proven the value of life, he'd be less violent and Punisher-esque. But unfortunately the Joker would prove to be the monkey wrench, or I guess in this case, crowbar, thrown in. Joker forever stunted Jason's mental development, as well as his literal life for a time being. His interference forever changed Jason.
We're sending your boss a message.
Okay. What's the message? I said sit down!
You wanna die? There's easier ways to kill yourself!
Yeah, like yelling at the guy who's holding the AK-47.
Hey! Protocol says I'm only supposed to be on the ground for 6 minutes!
It's okay, I won't be staying that long.
In a way, Batman, this was the site of your first great failure. Maybe your greatest, but certainly not your last, right?
They're all assassins.
And what are you?
I'm cleaning up Gotham. Okay then, nice night for a run.
Jason is often remembered as being a bratty punk from the streets, known for his always fight and never flight personality, but very often forgotten is just how surprisingly intelligent and crafty he can be. This movie's whole sequence of events is all to Jason's design. He sets his dominoes up and he watches as they fall, exactly into place. Throughout the movie, Jason uses his brand new identity to lure out the two he holds responsible for his passing. Those of course being Batman and the Joker. Taking on his own murderer's old persona in order to pique his interest, taking Black Mask's power and profit in order to manipulate him into releasing the Joker, showing off his skills in front of Batman to make his presence known. Look, all I'm saying is that the guy did a whole lot of thinking before putting this plan into motion. The plot reminds me a lot of Hush. Except, you know, good. Think about it. New masked man in Gotham utilizing the rest of Batman's rogues gallery for a grand scheme and big reveal? Sounds a little bit familiar. Not to mention that Jason Todd was actually a red herring in that story, which revitalized interest in the character, so the two are tied together in some form or another. The movie's Joker is personally one of my favorites. It seems to take some inspiration from the design of the Dark Knight's Joker, which makes sense as it was extremely popular and only about 2 years old at the time. But despite his look, he has a personality all his own. I like that this Joker was just a cold, callous joke teller. He was a comedian who used bullets as a punchline. This interpretation showcases the character's complete unpredictability and unnerving worldview. This version of the Clown Prince of Crime spotlights the character's astonishing inability to take anything seriously.
I'm sorry, could you hold on? I was just in the middle of setting fire to your gang. May I have some water? I'll need some guys. Not these guys, because, well, they're kind of dead. I suppose I'm going to have to teach you a lesson so you can better follow in his footsteps. Nah, I'm just gonna keep beating you with this crowbar. You look good. Been working out? You could probably use a little sun. Then again, who am I to talk?
Go ahead. You think I care if that scum dies?
Don't know. I just wanted your attention.
He's cruel, he's relentless, and even worse, he performs a full stand-up set during. Even as the former Robin is getting his revenge on his would-be killer, the Joker manages to make the whole experience bittersweet by laughing along to the pain that's being inflicted on him. It doesn't even faze him.
How does that feel?
You know, it only hurts when I laugh.
And while he can damage him physically, you can't break the Joker mentally, because his mentality is already shattered to pieces. He even bizarrely enough shows some sense of pride in Jason as he's inflicting his vengeance. As the blood from a crowbar beating is filling up his lungs, he's painfully laughing away at his own terrible one-liners, sneaking jokes in between gasping for breath. This Joker is chaos incarnate, showing no loyalty to anyone he's ever worked with, double-crossing Ra's al Ghul in the flashback to serve his own agenda, and then again later when he sets Black Mask, the man who freed him from Arkham, on fire, proving that there is no negotiating with a madman. This man is on nobody's team, and I gotta hand it to John DiMaggio, because he's just giving it his all here. If he's not my top 5 Jokers, he's at the very least in my top 6, and I stand by that. It's such a perfect blend of sinister, but also fun in its own horrific way. It's like the crimes the character commits are dark and heinous, but otherwise he'd be a real pleasant guy. He's got some jokes. This is not just a good Joker performance, this is a great Joker performance.
2 thumbs up!
Bruce Greenwood gives you everything you could want from an aging Batman / Bruce Wayne. But the problem is I don't really have a whole lot to say about it specifically. It was really good and it was perfectly on point. That's really it. That's less a fault of him and more a statement about the movie. Because Batman isn't really the focal point here. I mean, he's the titular character, but he's not the main character. This is much more a Robin movie than it is a Batman movie.
I think we're good. No. You're anything but good.
What the hell took you so long?
Shut up and fight.
Mr. Bruce, you can't blame yourself.
It was stupid and careless.
Remember how distraught you were. Even I found it hard to...
Stupid and careless! A day doesn't go by when I don't think about subjecting him to every horrendous torture he's dealt out to others, and then end him.
He doesn't bring anything new to the table, but he doesn't really have to. What he does with the character, he does very well. I'd say it's one of the better Batman voice performances I've heard. The guy doesn't quite hit Conroy levels, but who's reaching for the sky here? Ra's al Ghul plays a minor but intricate part in the story. He's played by Jason Isaacs, who's been my favorite roles in numerous movies, and I think he really did the guy justice, as did the movie itself.
I was in the midst of toppling the economy of Europe, but you were on to me. I have returned your son to you as a blight upon your house. He burns the very kingdom you...
You've never shied away from drawing blood.
True, but always with purpose. Always with greater goals. This was simply an unnecessary casualty.
I'm so thankful that he wasn't turned into some cartoon campy villain seeking world domination, like some other iterations make him out to be. Here he's shown to be a civilized man who went to extreme means to try and save the world, in his own unique, highly illegal way. I think this is really important because this is one of the very few projects to properly capture Ra's al Ghul's humanity. Having accidentally played a part in Jason's demise, Ra's is so distraught and guilt-ridden that he actually gives up a life of crime in order to not further harm or damage Batman, the adversary who he respects so much. My one gripe with this is that they really don't get to do a whole lot with the character. The guy's got like 2 to 3 scenes max, and then he disappears into the night. Not unlike a certain caped Crusader we know. But he's there for as long as he's really needed. And he doesn't overstay his welcome, so... Black Mask is also pretty funny throughout.
He did what? What?
Oh, good. He's pissed. Don't be nervous, kid. But if you keep staring at me like that, I'm gonna cut your eyes out.
You wanna tell me why this guy ain't dead?
I remember being surprised the first time watching this because this was one of only 2 times I had ever seen the character outside of a comic book at that point. Now we've actually had several live-action portrayals of the character, so... times they are changing. What I enjoy about this movie is it's not entirely shallow, there is some depth to it. It is the host of a lot of interesting relationships. Jason and Bruce have a sort of familial bond. Despite not being blood-related, Bruce always brought Jason up as his own. And despite the fact that the two are feuding, and from an outside perspective may look like they're actually trying to kill each other, they're mostly holding back. When you pay attention to what's going on, Jason only really fights Bruce in order to facilitate his own plan. There's even a moment where Jason feels nostalgic, when he's getting to fight off foes with his old mentor. getting to fight together as the dynamic duo one more time. He's not trying to kill Batman. Well, I mean, I guess until the climax. Don't see how shooting a bullet at somebody when they have their back turned is cry for help, so... For the most part, Jason fights Bruce, not to harm him, but again to get his attention. At this point in life, Jason feels betrayed. Not because Bruce didn't save him, but because Bruce didn't avenge him.
Avenge me.
Avenge me! No!
Despite all the Joker has done over the years, the countless deaths that he's responsible for, the family that he's taken from Batman, the friends who he's taken out of commission, even the death of his own son, Batman still never killed the Joker. It was against his code. There's no hate between these two masked vigilantes. As a matter of fact, their fights come from a place of love. And, you know, resentment, but you'd be surprised how often those two things go hand in hand.
I gotta say, I missed watching you work.
Even after everything Jason has done, by the end of the movie, Bruce is still unwilling to take down the tribute to him that hangs in the cave, choosing to recognize his good contributions and not sum him up by his, well, worst. The movie also showcases this interesting dynamic between Ra's al Ghul and Batman. Despite being opposite sides, there's a certain amount of civility to them. It's just so formal and nonchalant, even given the darker circumstances. Ra's, feeling partially responsible for Jason's death, feels a big sense of remorse, and even attempts to bring him back to life with the use of the Lazarus Pit. This is a villain trying to make things right and saving a hero. I just like the way that this was put together. It's very Charles Xavier and Magneto of them. They're opponents, but not enemies. The movie's characters exist in a gray void. There is no black and white. The characters are simple to describe, but complicated to express. What I really like about this movie is that, through the different dynamics and the character motivations, more than being painted as heroes or villains, they're shown to be people. In this movie, sometimes the good guys do bad things, and sometimes the bad guys do something good. They're not written to be supreme symbols of right or wrong, good or evil. They're just people. Fucked up, flawed people trying to do what they think is right. Or in some cases, what is right for them. And I personally like when stories give their characters that level of depth. I think my favorite part of the movie is that it asks a question that I don't think it ever really fully answers. Instead, it has the audience decide and come to their own opinion. Did that little dive in the Lazarus Pit warp his mind? Or was Jason always headed down this path? When you think about it, despite Bruce's best efforts, Jason always chose violence. The two were fighting the same fight, but doing it using different means. Their ideologies and methods of justice were already conflicting as it was, leading to a lot of arguments and a bit of a rift between the dynamic duo, which I also think adds more to the main conflict. Because in a lot of ways, Jason is actually trying to break through to Batman, trying to prove to him that his way works. But what separates the two is that it's at a cost that Batman isn't willing to pay. Batman is not willing to become a criminal in order to take care of criminals. Whereas Jason, I mean, let's face it, when he first met him was already halfway there. I also love that not all the big moments here include Batman. This is a Batman movie, but everyone else seems to shine as well. Well, for the most part, but we'll get into that in a second. There's a big showdown on a bridge between Red Hood and the Joker, with Batman nowhere in sight, and it is one of the highlights of the movie for me. However, there are a few elements I don't care for, and am otherwise confused by in this movie. For one, I question how everyone from the Joker to a common criminal knows that the second Robin died, and the first one went on to become Nightwing. This isn't exclusive to the movie. This is a problem I've had when it's brought up in comics as well. Why would anybody know that? Why would anybody who doesn't know the Bat family's secret identities know that the first Robin went on to become Nightwing? Like, who does that make sense to? What, did the guy put out a memo? Did he head down to Bloodhaven with flyers? He name-dropped Batman as a hero reference on his resume? I don't understand. I mean, like, from an outside perspective, why wouldn't they just assume all the Robins were the same person? They all look alike, and they're all around the same age when they're Robin. Their identities are supposedly concealed by those masks. Like, why would anybody know that Nightwing was the first Robin in the first place? This bothers me. How did they figure that out, but they can't figure out who it is under the mask?
You're not...
Oh, Bird Boy, you're so much less fun now. All grown up and in your big boy pants.
The pretty boy in the leotard.
That's Nightwing. He was the Bat's first sidekick. The first Robin.
Still, better off than his replacement, right? Even tougher making with the yucks when you're worm food, huh?
And speaking of Nightwing, if there is any character this movie does dirty, it is absolutely him.
And as much as I hate to belabor a point...
And still, that is often exactly what you do.
I'm chatty. It's part of my charm. Packs quite the punch for a toaster on steroids, huh? You know what I missed most about running with you? The toys. If you're behind this in any way, we will find out.
He does not get the proper appreciation. Despite being pretty well performed by Neil Patrick Harris, he's depicted as being completely ineffective. Even though the guy is already Nightwing, he's still treated like a Robin. Batman's always leaving him behind with no way to follow his tracks. He barely has any place in the story because for the most part he's sidelined. I mean, the guy just gets injured and he's taken out of the movie. He was useless here and I have no idea why.
Need a hand?
No.
Okay, well, how about I just stick around and watch? I wouldn't be offended by a few suggestions!
He has the same weak points as a human being!
Got it. Hey, wait! Right, leave me with them. Could you just once say, let's get in the car? Is that so hard? Is that gonna hold? No. So you want me to... should I? Okay, I'll just take care of this. Bruce, I can still help.
You already have. Thank you.
Like, why even include him at that point? You wrote Barbara off with one passing reference. But you gotta show Nightwing, the first boy wonder, being a second-rate boy wonder? I guess it's to make some sort of cheap parallel to Batman being an irresponsible, heroic partner. You know, Jason got killed on his watch, and now poor Dick Grayson has a sprained ankle. Same shit, right? But I think it's a really misplaced story element. Nightwing deserved a lot better than this. Poor Neil Wing is a useless appendage. He is the pinky toe of this movie. It's said that this movie felt they had to bury Dick Grayson in order to build up Jason Todd.
The Red Hood.
Might be. He bears a resemblance to the original.
Betweer.
Another issue that's not exclusive to this movie, but I need to ask, why was Robin wearing a mask underneath his mask? I mean, I'm not like a fashion mogul or anything, but it's a bold choice. I also kind of feel like that many masks on, you know, it has to somewhat obstruct your view, at least somewhat. Yet he's always doing these ridiculously impressive things. I get it from a design choice, but seeing him take off his helmet to reveal his identity to Bruce, all while he's still wearing another mask underneath, I don't know. It just, in execution, it feels like it defeats the purpose.
Dude, it has to be Jason Todd. Told ya, Jason Todd.
If I'm being honest with you, ultimately, Under the Red Hood didn't live up to my expectations. It far exceeded them. This movie is not just a good Batman movie, it is one of the greatest Batman movies ever made. Live-action films included. I previously said the Batman Beyond Return of the Joker movie was the best Batman movie ever made, and while I still stand by that opinion, I'm gonna say that Under the Red Hood is just as good. It's on that level. I highly recommend this movie for anybody who likes Batman, heroes, darker themes explored by people in spandex, or just good storytelling in general. I highly recommend checking out Batman Under the Red Hood. It is 100% worth the watch.
You've eaten Gotham's wealth, its spirit, but your feast is nearly over. From this moment on, none of you are safe.
And seeing as there's a brand new Batman movie coming out that details the beginning stages of the Dark Knight's time as Gotham's silent protector, I figured what better time than now to check out another Batman movie that did the very same. I'm talking, of course, about Now, going into this review, I've not only never seen this movie before prior to making this, but I've also never read the classic comic book that it's based on. So I guess you could say I'm going into this one blind as a bat.
Exactly.
This movie does a really good job of immediately establishing how crime-ridden Gotham City is. We're not just talking about the more than occasional muggings that Gotham City's famous for. We're immediately shown the corruption of this city's cops. They're completely careless in their actions, which can make some come off as a bit lackadaisical, but it also shows a lot of them being opportunistic. We're immediately shown the GCPD taking liberties with civilians of the city, attacking and otherwise manhandling Gothamites, and disregarding and dismissing truth in the favor of covering their own asses.
It's a comb, Flass.
Hey, I'm only human, Jimmy.
In this Gotham, having a badge is a ticket to do whatever you want. We see Detective Flass use excessive force in circumstances where even force alone would be excessive. We're shown the reckless and carefree shoot first and don't bother even asking questions later mentality that these officers have.
One less mouth to feed at the soup kitchen.
We're catapulted into this crime-ridden world, and we're instantaneously made aware of how deep the corruption goes. When it comes to Commissioner Loeb, it's not just a matter of negligence. It's a matter of endorsing this sort of unethical behavior. And not even just endorsing it, but enforcing it. The men on the most wanted list aren't all that hard to find for the GCPD, because they're sitting right across the dinner table from them. There is a seat at Don Falcone's table reserved for the commissioner. It's very obvious that the system is rigged, and the only people not getting away with crime are the ones who can't afford to. We're not talking about one bad apple spoiling the bunch. If anything, Jim is the proverbial good apple in a spoiled bunch. Except this apple's not getting spoiled, he's fighting back. Okay, yeah, so that wasn't that great, but you trying to make every metaphor meaningful. Jim is the only cop in Gotham on the straight and narrow, because everyone else is about as crooked as the Eiffel Tower. See that? I rebounded from that apple thing right quick, didn't I? We also see how they go about handling other police officers who aren't compliant with their villainy, as they group together and viciously assault Gordon on his way to work. That's their own brother in blue there. He's one of their own. But because he didn't act in their code of misconduct, they treat him as if he were on the other side of the handcuffs. They also set out to execute Batman before ever even trying to take him in. Not because he's a supposed violent criminal or a danger to the city, but because he's doing the job that they should be doing. The difference between Batman and the police of Gotham City is that Batman serves justice while the GCPD serve power. He's enemy number one for one reason and one reason only. And that's because Batman does what's right, while the police do what's right for themselves.
Did I say that? Twice.
We're shown the misery of Gotham City in ways that I don't think have ever properly been done outside of this. This movie really does a great job of emphasizing the misery of Gotham City. It's a city so awful that all throughout the movie, Jim Gordon is having a crisis and blaming himself for bringing a child into a city so devoid of positive qualities. Imagine thinking having your child not exist at all would be better for them than having to live in a certain zip code. Batman Year One does a really great job of establishing just how broken the city is prior to the Dark Knight's arrival and James Gordon's rising in the ranks. And I love it for that, because far too often in Batman movies are we told just how bad things are, rather than actually being shown how bad they are. The latter makes everything feel that much more impactful. I mean, sure, there's been other Batman movies that show us muggings, they show us criminals, they show us crooks, maybe even the occasional thug. But they don't show you just how corrupt the police department in this city is. I like this movie because it emphasizes that. Now we see that you have a whole city full of bad guys, but no good guys to turn to for help. This movie gives Gotham City its own unique character. And that character kind of takes center stage and makes all of the lead supporting characters in it. More than being Batman Year One, this movie is really kind of like a Gotham Year One. BB. Before Batman. I feel like this movie is what the show Gotham initially set out to be. A story about a young Bruce and a young Gordon finding their own ways of justice in a city of scum. Seeing movies and comics depict the origin or early years of Bruce Wayne as Batman is always fun to me. You know, the movie-going and comic-reading public have become far too used to the Batman who had a contingency plan for every member of the Justice League. The guy takes out Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, no problem. Barely breaks a sweat. Meanwhile here, he's having a hard time handling 3 ordinary run-of-the-mill thugs. It's nice to know that the Dark Knight's never been a Gary Stu. He didn't just put on a costume and suddenly have all the skills. We get to see him fuck up, we get to see him fail. We even get to hear him drop an F-bomb under his breath when he's upset at his own mess-up. You can tell that there's a lot of potential there. You see glimpses of the Batman we all know, but he's not quite there yet. And I think because of this, viewers are a little bit more on edge whenever he's in danger. Because you know that this Batman might not have those contingency plans ready. In this movie, he's not Batman just yet. He's the man who's trying to be Batman. In this movie, he's much more man than Batman. Do you remember all those old loose cannon cop cliches movies like to do back in the day? So-and-so is a cop who doesn't play by the rules. Well, in a weird way, because of how backwards the city of Gotham is, Jim Gordon is kind of like that loose cannon cop. Ironically enough, because he does play by the rules, unlike all of those he works with. The guy is an outlaw because he wants to do things by the book. Jim Gordon is a capeless hero in a city of maskless villains. He stands out and that makes him a target. Not from the criminals who walk the streets, but from the criminals he shares a cubicle with. Batman Year One shows us different sides of the characters. It gives us a more vulnerable, almost lost Bruce Wayne who is so desperate to find a path that he asks for guidance from a head bust of his dearly departed dad. Showing us that while Bruce is a good guy, maybe he's not the perfect picture of sanity. He's a broken individual who wants to find something to believe in, even if he has to become it himself. It gives us a James Gordon who, in a moment of weakness and selfishness, cheats on his partner with his partner, which shows us that despite Jim Gordon obviously having a moral compass, even he can stray from the path. I like all of this because it makes these characters seem flawed, and in making them flawed, they seem human.
What is it they say? To err is human. To err is human! So,
I mean, it doesn't always serve the narrative of the plot or further it per se, but I do think it adds a realm of realism to everything. These characters aren't just characters, they're people. Blemishes, warts, bad ears, and all. Not everything in the movie is set up and paid off. Catwoman, somewhat inspired by Batman, takes to the streets. Gordon cheats on Barbara, but then that's kind of glossed over. He fesses up, comes clean, tells her, and then we don't even get to see her reaction.
So,
like his police partner only exists for him to cheat on his wife with, so she doesn't really get a whole lot to do. Well, besides Jim, that is. There are elements to this movie that are just there to be there. Not that I necessarily have a problem with that. These moments may not further the plot, but they do a good job of world building, and telling us more about the characters of this world. Harvey Dent and Batman are shown to be on secret speaking terms, but what is discussed between the two isn't really known. Plus the fact that there's so much going on in the city that it kinda dilutes the viewer's perception of what's gonna come next. I really like the fact that Jim and his partner Sarah actually suspect Bruce as being Batman. And they also have a lot of reason to. I mean, Bruce returns to Gotham and then 2 weeks later, this bat fella tries to come around and take a bite out of crime. They have valid reasons to be suspicious of him. They note that he has the motive to do it due to his parents' murder, and he has the money to do it, also due to his parents' murder. Of course, when Jim goes to question Bruce, he's already mid-alibi and putting on one hell of a show. But to Jim's credit, he's not necessarily buying it. He doesn't rule out that Bruce Wayne could be a shallow, misogynistic, woman-crazy, boastful billionaire, but he doesn't immediately write him off as being that. He even notes that all that he does could just be a persona. I gotta say, Jim Gordon in this movie, infinitely smarter than he is in most other movies. I think there's a lot to compare and contrast, but mostly compare, between Batman Year One and Batman The Long Halloween. They practically have the same cast of characters, what with Batman, Jim Gordon, and Catwoman being in the leads, and also Harvey Dent being thrown somewhere in there. The time period both these movies take place in, showcasing a much younger, inexperienced Bruce behind the cowl, showing Batman establishing himself in Gotham City, and establishing connections and relationships within Gotham City. Having a narrative that proverbially rips pages off the calendar, I think these two movies are very much alike, both in terms of what these movies are, and in terms of how good both these movies are. I love Batman The Long Halloween, and I love Batman Year One. I think both of these movies are some of the greatest depictions of a younger Batman that I've ever seen. And I think they're even greater depictions of the city before it got its protectors. And both movies show why Gotham needed them. You gotta think that Gotham City is bad enough with Batman and Commissioner Gordon, but both these animated movies show you just how much worse off it was without them. If there's anything I need to critique or comment on, it's this. There is only one thing that I can't stand about this movie, and it's that there's not enough of it. Running about only an hour long, this movie makes you long for more. More from this movie, more from this universe, just more overall. I mean, this movie's only called Batman Year 1. We need an immediate Batman Year 2 through 22. Hell, 32, even. Sign me up, I'm there. It almost feels like this entire movie is a prelude to what comes next. But unfortunately, that's all she wrote, which is kind of a bummer. The movie follows Bruce and Gordon both looking for justice. And it's nice to see their separate paths cross and finally align right before the credits roll. A maskless Batman manages to save the life of Jim's newborn son. And Jim Gordon, this cop who believes in a code, in ethics, in doing everything by the book, doesn't turn him in. He literally turns a blind eye to his identity, claiming,
My glasses! I can't see without them!
that is a really powerful moment and a solid foundation to a working partnership and eventual friendship that will last for years to come. How many years?
I don't know!
It depends on if this Batman ever intends on banging Jim Gordon's future daughter.
No, don't like that.
Let's hope not. The end stinger that sets up a potential follow-up Joker story feels almost identical to the ending of Batman Begins. And I'm gonna guess that that's probably where that movie took its inspiration from. Probably from Year One, the comic. There's a lot to love about this movie. I like the relationships, the dynamics, and the come-up of the characters in this movie. But I also like a lot of the little things that are done in the background. Getting to see Bruce and Selina have their first lover spat, long before they're lovers. Or even acquainted. It's nice seeing Harvey not being two-faced, and seeing him have some sort of working relationship with Batman in a trusting capacity. Year One also does an amazing job of establishing the standard criminals of Gotham City. I don't always care for the mob bosses and the crime lords of the criminal underworld. I feel like if I wanted to see that, I would just turn on The Sopranos. But I have to say, when it's done right, it's done right. And here, it's done pretty good. The movie also has an all-star cast, casting future Jim Gordon, Ben McKenzie, as this universe's Batman and Bruce Wayne. And I think he really pulled it off. In the role of Jim Gordon is a guy I constantly see fan casted as him, Bryan Cranston. And I'll admit, I wasn't sold on the fan castings. I think he's a tremendous actor. But I think sometimes people kind of forget if something is in an actor's range and instead go, oh, they look like him. That can't put him in it. That's all you need. A passing resemblance, and you got the part. So I thought that people really wanted to see him because he vaguely looked like Jim Gordon at one point in time. And by that logic, I don't know, he should play a live-action Ned Flanders in an upcoming Simpsons movie. But after hearing him here, yeah, I get it. John Polito, God rest his soul, made for a good bad cop, playing Commissioner Loeb in his absolute infamy. Elijah Dushku will always not only be a great choice, but will always be the perfect choice for playing Catwoman. And then they also had Zigbar as a thug. So overall, there were some pretty talented people attached to the project.
As if.
All in all, I would have to say this is actually one of my favorite Batman movies. I think it makes it in my top 5, but if it doesn't, then it only just came a little bit short of it. Although, like I said, I could have really used a little bit more of it, but that's my own selfishness in wanting to see more of this interpretation. So you can mark this down as an absolute stamp of approval on my part.
He's in his prime, he'll kill you.
It's the only way I'll know.
Here to talk to you about one of the most beloved animated adaptations of a Batman comic, The Dark Knight Returns, Part 1. And this is a movie that I've never seen, based on a comic book that I've never read. I've heard for years just how iconic this movie was, and how it's the perfect adaptation of the graphic novel of the same name. But I didn't care enough to see this movie, or to read that comic for a couple of reasons, which I'll be listing here now. Note that this list may also double as more reasons for you to hate me. For one, I found the whole art style aesthetically displeasing. I don't like that everyone looks so blocky. Like seriously, look at these character models. They look like Roblox characters with muscles. It's like what Syndrome said in The Incredibles. In a world where everybody's jacked, then nobody is. Or at least I'm pretty sure that's what he said. I'm pretty sure that's how the line went. Why did they draw Batman to look like a miniature Incredible Hulk? Like, Batman looks like he could physically square up against Superman. Sans kryptonite-laced armored suit. Hell, you know what? Maybe not even just square up against him. He might be able to take him. Even the Joker, who's typically slender and almost feeble-looking, fills out his suit jacket in this like he was stuffing a football vest underneath it. So yeah, the look, not for me. Secondly, I've actually seen some clips from this movie before in passing, and I wasn't really a fan of anyone on the voice cast. Well, except for Conan O'Brien and Andy Richter, who were perfectly cast. But everyone else, not so much. I'm not speaking in reference to the performances themselves, because I think, from the little bit I've seen, they're fine in terms of the performance, but the voices don't really seem to match the characters. And furthermore, don't seem to really match the character models. These just aren't the voices I'd expect to hear coming out of Batman and the Joker. Or even Jim Gordon. Thirdly, and this might be a controversial opinion, I'm not sure, but I don't like the mutants. Not the type of characters I want to see in a Batman movie. Or comic for that matter. Look, I like mutants. I do, I truly do. There are certain combinations that I just question. Like, there are two things that I like separately, but I don't like them as much when you put them together. For example, I like vampires, I like Spider-Man. I have never been into seeing Spider-Man fight off vampires. Sorry, Morby, I know that you made more $1 billion at the box office, but just not for me. Just get the vampires away from Spider-Man and give them to Blade, because that makes sense. I'm okay with that. This is one of those cases. Because I like mutants, and I like Batman, but I don't want to see Batman and mutants combined. Well, except for this one time. That time was kind of cool, but that's a story for a different day. Here, once again, not so much. And fourthly, Bruce, get that goddamn mustache off of your face. You either have a baby face or stubble. Maybe a beard if you're feeling a little bit depressed. That's acceptable, but that's where all that ends. But a mustache? Never. You are Bruce Wayne, not Thomas Wayne. Also, it may be ironic for me of all people to say this, but I also think given the circumstances, that's what makes it okay for me to say this. But I don't want to see a bald Two-Face either. I know, I should want some fair representation from my community. The League of later Lex Luthors. But I'm sorry, that's just not how I wanted to see Harvey Dent. Not to mention, I always thought that Carrie Kelly looked a little bit goofy to me. What, I'm supposed to believe all of a sudden that Velma from Scooby-Doo is Robin? Yeah, that's a hard sell. Actually, my main gripe really is just that she doesn't have a mask to conceal her identity. She just put on Jubilee's glasses and called it a day. Like, hello, yes, I see you and I know who you are. I can accurately describe you to a GCPD sketch artist. Okay, so maybe I'm kidding for the most part on this last one, but those previous 3 entries were really big things for me, and all valid reasons, in my mind at least, for me to not check this out. Until now. Now, before I continue, I want to go on record to say that I'm very aware of the story's significance. A lot of people credit the comics of the same name for revitalizing and even reimagining the character. I also know that this story, or at least elements from this story, were the inspiration for a lot of what's been done with these characters over the years. It's clear as day. You can make many different parallels between things that happen in The Dark Knight Returns and things that happen in billions of other Batman stories. Whether it be in terms of tone or literal elements that were borrowed from this continuity and made to fit into a different canon. Credit is obviously due here. And while I love what this was the catalyst for, going into this I don't think that I'm gonna be a huge fan of its starting point. but I guess I'll see, as I'm recording this portion of the video before I watch the actual movie. So I guess I'll talk to you soon. Sooner for you than for me, but soon nonetheless.
Please stand by.
So I just watched The Dark Knight Returns Part 1, and man, do I have a lot to say. First and foremost, I know a lot of people don't want to see their heroes get older. Superman shouldn't be a granddaddy. Deadpool shouldn't be collecting Social Security. And Spider-Man, well, Spider-Man can't even graduate college. I, however, really like Old Man Bruce stories. I like the idea that he's getting up there in age and he still refuses to stop fighting the good fight. It makes him less overpowered and much more vulnerable, but it still speaks volumes to his overall inner strength and willpower, and his undying need to seek out justice, knowing that it will never truly be enough, knowing that his window of opportunity to clean up Gotham City is slowly starting to close. Conceptually, I love that. And in execution here, well, I also love that. There are so many things you can do with these type of stories. I would even argue that these are the most interesting type of Batman stories. Because let's face it, anything you put the Dark Knight up against, readers, audience members, die-hard comic book fans, and the casual viewer always expect him to defeat it with ease. For one simple reason. Because he's Batman. But you put a much older, fragile, and frail Batman out there, and now you've given the character some limitations. I would say this movie is very fair in its depiction of an older Batman. He's still the skilled veteran vigilante. You know, the guy could still dance the dance, it's just he's doing it with a bad back and a bad hip. He's still smart, he's still strong, he's just, unfortunately, a little bit stale. He's past his prime and he's gotten crime-fighting rust. This movie does a good job of showing that he's still capable of doing what he used to do, even if he can't do it necessarily at the same speed and with the same accuracy that he used to do these things. And despite whatever his new shortcomings are, there's still that same fight in him that there always was. And more importantly, that same fight from him. This senior citizen is not above kicking some random thug's ass, or trying to take down a mutant leader. I love the way this movie portrays Bruce Wayne. It showcases him as a man who's so haunted by his past that it completely blinds him to his present and his future. A man who has lived through darkness and spent his life desperately trying to create light, sacrificing all that he had, even when it was something that wasn't his to sacrifice. This movie very early on establishes Batman's never back down attitude, standing up for what you believe in even in the face of ration and logic. For better or worse, that is Batman. Like, this man is not gonna back down from a fight, even if he's going into said fight knowing that he's gonna lose. Because Batman is perseverance. Even after going into retirement due to the health issues that come with age, he still can't help himself. He puts the cape and the cowl back on despite his better judgment. Despite knowing that at this point in time, the United States have basically villainized heroes. Vigilantes may still be needed, but they're very clearly unwanted. Gotham City needs Batman, but more importantly, Bruce Wayne needs Batman. Not only is the city at war with new threats without the Caped Crusader, but Bruce is at war with himself without the Dark Knight. Simply put, without the Bat, the man is devoid of reason to exist. At this point, he's not living anymore, he's just surviving. As I've said before on this channel in several videos, despite what one may think, Bruce Wayne is actually the mask. And Batman, believe it or not, is the guy's true identity. When he puts that mask on, he becomes who he truly is. And anything before he dons the cowl is just a persona. So giving up being a superhero to play an aging billionaire playboy made Bruce a hollow husk of a man. He was no longer the person, he was now just stuck being the performance. A shallow shell of what once was but never will be again. A lost soul wandering the earth. But being Batman again woke him up and gave him purpose. Not unlike the previously comatose Joker, who spent a decade as a patient watching paint dry patiently. When Bruce Wayne decided to return to crime fighting, the Joker decided to return to crime. Because being Batman not only gives Batman purpose, it unfortunately gives the Joker purpose as well. It's a really interesting parallel between these two forever foes. Gotham needs Batman, Bruce Wayne needs Batman, and the Joker needs Batman. Another interesting parallel is made between Batman and Two-Face, in terms of both having a dual identity, an extension of oneself that can contribute, but more often contradicts or conflicts, and at times even corrupts the other personality's plans and motivations. Both Batman and Two-Face succumb to the darker sides of their personalities in this movie. But these two separate identities bring these two men down two separate paths. In this, Harvey is given an incredible plastic surgeon who manages to completely reconstruct his face, evening it out and returning him to the handsome Harvey that Gotham once knew and loved. It would seem like Gotham's White Knight is finally cured, except he isn't, because it isn't Harvey's physical scars that make him Two-Face. It's his psychological scars that make him Two-Face. The ones that others are blind to, the ones that people can't see, but the ones that he sees every day. While others look upon him and see a clean bill of health, he sees and feels only his illness, as it's now consumed him entirely. The tragic tale of Two-Face only continues on, with no real resolve in sight, which really isn't all that different from the Ballad of the Bat. No ending in sight. No light at the end of the tunnel, just the darkness that metaphorical mental tunnel holds. Neither Bruce Wayne nor Harvey Dent are able to escape that darker, dominant side of their personalities. I said it before on this channel, and I'll try not to repeat myself too much, Harvey and Bruce are the same currency. They're just different sides of the coin. Carrie Kelly, while being a little bit underdeveloped as a character, is a harmless, mostly welcome addition to the story. I think she makes sense here because Batman was always trying to set up the next generation of crime fighters, so it makes sense that he would take her under his Batwing, when he has significantly less years under the cowl left. Like, someone's gonna have to take the throne. I think it makes sense that he would mentor her, especially when she's taken so much of an initiative. Unlike most of the other canonical Robins, Carrie isn't an orphan, but honestly, she might as well be. Her parents just aren't present. And I mean that both in terms of her life and in terms of the story. We hear them in the background a couple times, but they don't exactly seem like great parental figures or upstanding citizens. We hear them, but they're never talking to or about their daughter. As a matter of fact, she might as well not even exist. And they might as well not even have a place in the story because we never physically see them. They're just voices from another room. And I think this is done intentionally because I think that that's what they are to Carrie as well, not just the viewer. They're apparently just lazy stoners who don't care for their child. Which feels like a very, very, very dated take on the whole pothead experience. Like, excuse me, Frank, I didn't come here to be attacked, but if you're gonna do it, like, at least attack me with something relevant and valid. Carrie's shown to be intelligent and resourceful, but she doesn't really have all that much of a personality outside of what the story needs her to be. Still, she manages to make one hell of an impression on Batman after saving his life. So much of an impression that Batman immediately blurts out his secret identity. You know, again, when you have less time to do these things, sometimes you gotta rush through them. It probably didn't hurt that she just so happened to be wearing a Robin suit. The movie's opening is very exposition heavy. It gets everyone caught up with the background of the character and Gotham City at this present point in time. It immediately lets them in on what the story's gonna be, and it allows it to unravel in a very natural way. The way in which the dialogue unfolds feels genuine. Having the story start with two old friends, two several decade-long colleagues, chatting and reminiscing about old times while comparing their past to the present, that's smart. We're learning so much from this one interaction. Learning about the characters, learning the characters' relationships, learning about the world that they're living in, learning about the circumstances that surround this meeting, and learning about their past failures. This back and forth feels real, and it does what it needs to do, doing a whole lot in just a very limited amount of time. All while making this information dump not feel overwhelming or entirely fictitious. It's a small thing to look past, sure, but I think it's definitely something that should be applauded. The dialogues and monologues that follow this are all still on the same par as well. it never once feels like it's lacking. Except when the mutants start to speak. The mutant speech patterns, the way they speak, I think I could have went without. But then again, I could have went without the mutants in general. I don't know, they just got this weird Cloud Atlas talk, and quite frankly, I'm just not into it. I like the inclusion of characters from outside the Batman Gotham City jurisdiction. Seeing people from Metropolis weigh in or play into the plot makes everything feel like that much bigger of a deal. There's a lot going on in this, which make the events feel much more grand in scale. Though at times it feels like there's so much going on that it makes certain plot points seem a little bit glossed over or just rushed. The plot is always rapidly advancing for better or worse. We go from important moment to important moment. There's not a whole lot of filler here. Actually, there's none whatsoever. This movie doesn't really take its time. It throws you into things, and then things just continue to happen. There's no slow it down and try to figure things out. You just need to stick through this ride. It's a roller coaster from the get-go. Does it get a little too on the nose politically from time to time? Yeah, it's a bit obvious, and a little bit annoying. Like, yes, Frank, I understand you don't like people on the left. But maybe don't make that a giant part of your Batman movie. Or comic book. I'm really not a political person, I don't involve myself in them, so I really don't have a dog in this fight, but I just want to keep the proverbial dog fighting away from my Batman story, personally. That's just my own thing. To be fair, some of the time it seems like it's trying to make a valid point or critique or commentary on something, but it very quickly falls into parody, and its message almost completely gets lost in translation. So overall, strangely enough, I actually kinda love this movie, in spite of all the things I don't like about it. My opinions from the start of the video haven't really changed. I still don't like this art style, I still don't like the voices. At times I feel like this movie is an assault on my eyes and ears, no disrespect intended to anybody involved. But visually and audibly, I'm not the biggest fan of this movie. And movies are a visual and audible medium, but the content of this movie is so great that I can manage to look past all of these things. This movie is phenomenal in spite of itself. The story completely understands and does justice to each of its characters. It has a lot to say. Socially, psychologically, politically, if that's your thing. This isn't just some shallow, thoughtless Batman story. It's a mostly well-crafted story structured around fighting for your beliefs, even when your body is fighting against you, amongst various other things. Simply put, they understood the assignment. Even if they didn't have the best front cover page, they understood the assignment. The movie's actually so good that shortly into watching this, what kept me from watching it originally stopped bothering me almost instantaneously. I really enjoyed this, and I sincerely hope that part 2 is on par with part 1. So if you guys like this video and want to see me get into part 2, let me know in the comment section below by dropping a comment saying, "Return to the Dark Knight Returns." By the way, in case you're wondering, does my comment really do something? Why, yes. Yes, it does. You leave the code words in the comment section, and that lets me know that I have to make a follow-up sooner rather than later. So just remember, as Captain Planet once said, the power is yours. With all that being said, I was your least favorite YouTuber, Infuso, and I thank you for watching. Hope to see you in the next one.
You're the Joker, right? Batman's gonna kick your ass.
He's gonna have to go through you first.
Hey there, it's me, your least favorite YouTuber, Infuso. And I've previously talked about The Dark Knight Returns Part 1. So if you haven't seen that video, I highly suggest checking it out before watching this one. Because otherwise, you're gonna be all kinds of confused. Although, granted, due to the subject matter of this video, had you watched Part 1, you still might be really confused. But regardless, the link is in the description, feel free to watch that first and come back here after. But as for the rest of you, let's just get right into it. So y'all remember when I said I really hope that part 2 is on par with part 1? I really enjoyed this, and I sincerely hope that part 2 is on par with part 1.
See, I did say that. Very clever.
A lot of you guys have touted this as being even better than the first part. But I'm just gonna be real with y'all. I'm sorry, I don't see it. As a matter of fact, I feel like part 2 is significantly worse than part 1. That's not to say that it's necessarily bad, just it's just not as good as part 1. It's a lot more goofy and bizarre, but it's still trying to treat its material as if it was as legit as the first part. But once again, it's really not. There's a lot of strange choices here that kind of make me feel like Frank Miller was starting to lean closer toward All-Star Batman and Robin rather than Batman Year One. Like having Bruce go undercover as an elderly lady, lipstick mind control, whatever the fuck these two things are. The movie feels more like an exercise in testing my suspension of disbelief. And shortly into its runtime, it was already broken. And if I thought the last part was political, well, that's because it was, but man, I had no idea what part 2 had in store for me. From President Ronald Reagan playing into the plot, to having a Nazi for a villain, constant talks of fascism, and the movie's depiction of stupid, bleeding heart liberals. Which aren't my words, they're Frank Miller's. Probably. Again, I'm not a political person. I don't really take overall sides. I take the side that makes sense to me in given situations. I don't believe in absolutes. If you go into anything saying that this is your guy and you will defend them no matter what, then clearly you've made up your mind before anybody's had anything to say. That is just my own perception. But it's very clear that this movie's message is that the left is loony. There's an emphasis put on responsibility and lack thereof. Having those who oppose Batman blame him for the crimes of all his villains, while claiming his villains are merely victims of Batman's own psychosis and narcissism, is completely ludicrous. I think that there could be some interesting commentary there, because that's a thought-provoking thought. Does Batman do more harm than good? Is his influence stopping more crimes than it's potentially starting? Does the media portraying a masked vigilante as a heroic icon play any part in all of these villains taking to the streets in their own homemade Comic-Con gear? These are some great questions that I think have been much better explored in various other Batman projects. But here it comes off as a little bit too satirical. Like the whole thing just comes off as parody. Sure, a claim could reasonably be made that Batman's prominence maybe on some levels enables all of these kooks. But at the end of the day, these villains are responsible for their own actions. Very few, if any, would argue that. Let alone the way the people in this movie try to argue that. Like, yes, the Joker is merely a victim of Batman and nothing more. The movie says he killed 600 people, but none of that is his own fault. Let's release him back into the wild and see what happens. You know, because Batman is the real bad guy. The message gets even further muddled when later on in the runtime, Batman himself says something that seems to imply he subscribes to that same theory.
All the people I've murdered by letting you live.
I never kept count.
I did.
So what was the point that was being made here? Was there even a point? I'm questioning it. Maybe you should have done that too when you were writing this. I mentioned before that Frank Miller clearly didn't like the left, but he's not above shitting on the right either. Like with his depiction of former President Ronald Reagan, where he's shown to be a complete bullshit artist. Or how he makes Superman a complete puppet of the law. A seemingly mindless drone that just follows whatever order he's given, rather than being a figure of hope and justice. It seems like Frank was venting his criticisms of both sides of the political spectrum, and he did so by mocking their most diehard extremists. Unfortunately, at times, it feels like it comes at the price of the story that's being told. And on top of that, the extremists are the only depiction of either side that is ever presented in these movies. And if Frank Miller is so diehard anti-extremism, then why does he have Batman team up with and utilize members of the mutant gang who are the very definition of the word extreme? I mean, I understand Batman's getting up there in age. His bones are quickly turning to dust and his muscles are slowly turning into soup. I get that the guy needs help. Hell, he was never above that before when he was at his peak and in his prime. My dude had a whole-ass Batman family that nowadays feels much more like a Batman extended family. So yeah, by no means would he be above this. But like, you know, I would think that he would vet some of these guys out. Not everyone deserves admission into the fight for the right. There are some who just don't belong. I don't know, maybe it's just me. But I feel like Batman wouldn't want just a bunch of husks who do the right thing because it's what they're told to do. He'd want people who do the right thing for the right reasons. These guys aren't following the old man's orders because they want to see some good in the world. They're doing it because they're mindless followers who think Batman is cool. Really, he just adopted the gang because he beat their boss. So I guess the mutants run under prison rules. I mean, Superman is shown to be in the wrong because he just follows orders, and yet Batman is now associating with a bunch of people who just mindlessly follow orders. Sometimes it's really confusing because I feel like there's things in this movie, and I would guess by extension the comic book that it's based on, though I would not know for sure. There are times where it feels like it's trying to make a point, but it seems like these points are counterproductive of their own narratives. I do like that the mutants jump from leader to leader and just go with whatever the current thing is. They change their motives and appearances to better suit whoever they're working for, which seems like an old man's take on kids these days, and the dangers of being a rebel without a cause. To be frank, no pun intended, I do think that there could be some validity to that. Some. I mean, yes, that also does come off as parody, but I'm accepting of that. That's not too egregious. I'm fine with the way that that was done. Is it on the nose? Yes. Most things in Part 2 are. The movie succeeds in properly portraying Batman's hatred for guns and his appreciation for human life, even the worst of humanity. But unfortunately, it also makes Batman openly state that he needs to kill the Joker in order to stop him. Like this is his solution. And hey, look, I get it. He's done a lot of wrong. Maybe death truly is the only solution to stop this madman. As a wise alien once said, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. So taking one life to save 100 lives, or let's be honest, more likely 1 million lives, does seem moral and just. But I just don't think that that's a conclusion that Batman himself should come to. Even if he's older, even if he's running out of time, I just don't think Batman should openly state, oh yeah, gotta kill the clown. Gotta kill the clown. Should have done it years ago. Gotta kill the clown. I don't think my issue is with Batman trying to kill the Joker necessarily. I mean, I personally would prefer that he did not, because that does seem a little bit out of character. But there are ways to do a story like this and have it be reasonable. In The Killing Joke, I never minded that Batman allegedly killed the Joker at the end of it. As a matter of fact, in that telling of the tale, I welcomed it. But that's because it was almost impulsive. There wasn't a plan in place for Batman to end his life. If Batman does kill the Joker, it should be because in that one moment, Joker did something so terrible that he temporarily snapped. He did all he could think to do at that one instant. It definitely shouldn't be something that he thought over. Like, this shouldn't be premeditated. It should be instinctual. Also thought it was a little bit much to see Batman blatantly spit on Joker's corpse. That just didn't seem within reason for Batman. Even after everything that transpired between these two, it just seems so low class and improper for The Dark Knight. I'm not saying that Batman should hold a candlelight vigil. I'm not expecting him to take to YouTube with his own custom-made Joker tribute, set to Kenny Rogers through the years. But like, just the disrespect there. It's gross. Come on, Bats. You're better than that. Or at least I thought you were. I know Frank Miller isn't. I will say that there are a lot of interesting things happening in the movie. Batman coming back an ancient relic to an ever-evolving world is a very, very interesting concept. His return to the cowl just so happened to coincide with the changing of the guard. Following James Gordon's retirement, a new commissioner with a new policy takes over the position. Commissioner Yendel doesn't seem to have the same fondness for Batman that Gordon once did. Although eventually she does come around to see his way of thinking. And it's a nice touch just watching history repeat itself. Just now for a new generation. In some ways, this feels like a remake of Batman Year One. The Commissioner opposes vigilantism, and then at the end of it is like, well crap, we kinda need this guy, don't we? Yeah, alright. Okay, we'll give him a pass. though I don't think they'll be exchanging notes over coffee anytime soon. It is nice to see the new commissioner appreciate Batman the same way the previous one did. This Joker matches up to the character that I know in terms of motivations and having a bunch of funny one-liners. In terms of depicting the Clown Prince of Crime, this movie triumphs in direction. His obsession with Batman is still very much in effect. It even goes so far as to him speaking to him more as if they were past lovers rather than lifelong enemies. It's not an awful interpretation of the dynamic between these two at all, but outside of that, I hate everything about this character. His design, the performance of the actor, the sound of his voice. I'm just straight up not a fan. For me, this performance belongs in the low tier of Joker performances. There is a spot right next to Jared Leto's Joker from Suicide Squad and the Joker from Batman Dark Tomorrow. In case you're wondering, the seat over from that is actually the Joker from Young Justice. I'm sorry, Data. You've been great in a lot of things. This just wasn't one of them. But I look forward to seeing you in The Master Disguise Part 2. Despite him having an ill-fitting voice and a bland at best design, on a lot of levels, I do feel like this movie accurately provided the Joker experience. Remember in part 1 when I said Carrie Kelly was underdeveloped? Well, that's all the development you're getting for her. Because she never really gets fleshed out. Her backstory never becomes crystal clear. Her reasonings for wanting to be Robin are never made entirely apparent. And character-wise, she's kind of a blank slate. It's sad because I actually want to like this character, but I just don't know enough about her. Considering that Frank Miller was writing, maybe he didn't really know a whole lot about her either. Look, the guy has definitely done some great things with Batman, and also some not so great things with Batman. That's a video for a different day. But let's just say his development and depiction of women in his comics was almost always very lacking. I'm really annoyed by this because I think voice performance-wise, Ariel Winter was my favorite out of anybody on the cast. She just doesn't have a whole lot to do. Instead, the heavy lifting goes to people who don't seem like they're right for the roles that they're in. So the whole thing is just very frustrating. Although, hey, wait a second. I'm just putting something together here. I don't know if it's true or false, but this design, but Carrie Kelly, is she why Dick Grayson has the design that he does in the Lego Batman movie? Because he is the spitting image of her in that. Spitting image is a phrase, Bruce. Unneeded. Unnecessary. I do like the dynamic between Superman and Batman, and their interactions almost saved this movie for me. Almost. To me, this is what Batman v Superman should have been. Because a fight between these two should be about so much more than just two jacked up dudes in pajama going punch for punch. It's a fight of ideologies. It's a fight of two people who live for justice, who want to do the right thing, but have to fight each other to do it. Because their perception of what's right not only differ, but completely conflict. Batman listens to his moral compass, while Superman listens to the authorities. I like that. I like the compare and contrast that can be made between these two. And I love that even when they're fighting, even when Supes has been given very specific orders on what to do with Batman, he still spends his time in that fight trying to get Batman to stand down and to reason with him. I will say, this movie doesn't cast a fantastic light on Superman, but it also doesn't throw him obliviously into the realm of darkness. While he's kicking Bruce Wayne's badass, he still begs and pleads with him to stop fighting, showing compassion and concern even when he's just been struck by a kryptonite arrow. As Batman's laying in the final blows and basically gloating to Clark that he's defeated him, Clark's attention is primarily on Bruce's irregular heartbeat, which I think really highlights the Superman that I know. This line at the end of the movie too.
Were you a friend? I think so. I honestly couldn't say. Sounds about right.
Chef's kiss. I think it's the perfect portrayal of Clark and Bruce's mutual respect and obviously unspoken friendship. Even those closest to Batman still don't really know where they stand with him. That's not by mistake, that's by design. The guy takes being a man of mystery to a completely different level. Can we just talk about how one-armed Ollie still kicks ass? I mean, he's not cracking jokes, and that hurts. Because Ollie's signature sarcastic wit has always been my personal favorite part of the character, as it's the part that I personally have always identified with. But you know, now that he's old and has no hair on the top of his head, I find myself identifying with other parts of the character instead. Truthfully speaking, while there were a lot of great moments and interesting premises in Part 2, it still failed to live up to the greatness of Part 1 for me. I found this movie to be mostly disappointing with a slew of lows, and a couple of highs that feel like they were more in place with the first half of the story. So overall, yeah, I could have left at Part 1 and been a whole lot happier. But I am glad that I finally got to see this in full, and now I understand what everybody's been talking to me about for years. So does The Dark Knight Returns live up to the hype? The answer is very simply, yes and no. The Dark Knight Returns Part 2, even more so than Part 1, is a mixed bag. There's a lot that I liked, and there's a lot that I didn't. Overall, for the most part, when looking back on these two movies and seeing them as one full one, I think it just about evens out for me. There is just as much good as there is bad, and vice versa. So now that I've watched both parts, I gotta say, it's pretty good. Not great, I don't think that I loved it the way a lot of other people seem to love it. I think that there's a lot of flaws in it that a lot of people don't let on to, and it does impact my enjoyment of the final product. I don't like the art designs, I don't like a lot of the voices, I think that the messages get muddled throughout, but putting all those aside, I do genuinely kinda like this.
You don't fool me. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking you could be Robin. Well, you can't.
I've yet to see this movie. Actually, come to think of it, outside of Hush and Death of Superman, I haven't seen any of the movies that are tied into this continuity. Half so because of the animation style, because to me it just kinda looks like anime light, and being that I'm not an avid anime fan, it just never seemed all that appealing to me. And the other half of that, because, well, as a lot of you may know, I hate Daman Wayne. I hate his characterization, I hate his character, I hate the relationship that created his character. I do not like this fictional child. If you need me to further elaborate, I've actually made a whole video on this very topic, so feel free to check it out. But all of that changes today, because for the first time ever, I watched Son of Batman. So let's get into it. What is this movie? The League of Assassins is ambushed by one of its own, as Slade Wilson, better known to many as Deathstroke, takes his revenge for not being included in the will. Slade is angered at the fact that Batman's bastard love child will inherit the League over him. Despite his years of hard work and very impressive resume, the guy just can't compete with nepotism. Knowing that his time is up, he decides so is his master's, and takes the life of Ra's al Ghul, killing him so good that even a Lazarus Pit bath can't bring him back. This leads to Talia taking her son to Gotham City to meet his father, the pointed-eared Night Rat. And when Talia and Bruce reconnect, they reminisce over the time Talia literally, how do I say this without YouTube straight up taking away my potential earnings here? They reminisce over the time Talia raped him. Like, I'm not exaggerating. She straight up says,
"Would you like a drink?"
Last time that didn't go so well.
Oh, you're right. If I remember correctly, I put a little something in your beverage.
Ha! So you admit it, she admits it!
And listen, if anybody wants to come to the comment section and talk to me about power dynamics here, shut up. This is still problematic any way you spin it. I mean, I know that she's a villain, but, like, I feel like there should be limits to this kind of thing. There's bad, and then there's just distasteful evil. And this is certainly that. And may I just ask, and I've always meant to ask this, but are we really sure this is Batman's kid? I mean, he looks like the spitting image of Batman's adopted son. Are we sure that Talia didn't slip any of the fully grown boy wonders or too? She's clearly not above doing something like that. Talia drops the kid off and dips. And Batman accepts this. But, like, hold on. She admittedly dapes the guy. And then she left him with his unwanted love child, and now it's his responsibility? I mean, that's just kind of unacceptable, ain't it? If I was him, I would ask the kid how old he was before immediately Googling the latest one could get an abortion. I'm just saying, it's worth a look. Like, let's think about this, Bruce. Who really even knows that this kid exists? He probably isn't documented. You could just leave him anywhere. And no one's gonna judge you, let alone me. Especially not me. I'm not gonna. I understand. I just wouldn't suggest dropping him off with anyone because more than likely they would look to return him. Now, I'll be real with you. Up until this point in the movie, I hated everything I saw. As a matter of fact, I was already pre-typing up my closing paragraph about why this movie's terrible. Like, I genuinely dislike the vast majority of it, for reasons I will get to after the synopsis. But the interaction between Bruce and Damian is the first thing of quality that this movie offered up that I enjoyed. It's interesting watching these two try to begrudgingly form a bond, because neither is really sure how to play the role that Talia has dealt them. Damian, for all that he's learned from the League, doesn't know how to be a child, let alone the son of Batman. And Batman has no idea how to be a parent, despite technically already kind of having been one. Look, when you take into account that Bruce has raised 2 orphans and acted like a close uncle to a third boy wonder prior to Damian's arrival, I think this narrative starts to fall apart a little bit. But logic be damned, their banter does actually endear me to these two characters and these two performances, which I'm not really a fan of either, actually, so we'll talk about that later. The father and son think that they're worlds apart, and in some ways, they are. But Damian is still very clearly his father's son. The two have a lot in common, and they act a lot alike. Both have to be stoic and in control. The dynamic between this duo is so perfect because their clashes come from the contrasts of the characters, but also from the comparisons there are to be made between them too. They argue because they're both thick-headed, stubborn, and feel that they always know what's best. But they also butt heads because they have completely different philosophies and ways to go about things. I especially like the scenes in which Batman is teaching Damian the importance of compassion. The two silently bond during these teaching moments. And what I kinda like about this pairing is that it's completely different from Batman's relationship with the previous Robins. With Dick, Jason, and Tim, Batman offered them training, taught them how to fight, taught them how to overcome victimhood and become a survivor, and furthermore, become a hero. But for the most part, Damian's already got his training, trained by the same league since birth that trained his father. Batman's not teaching Damian how to fight, he's teaching Damian how to live. His training of Damian is not how to be a hero, but how to first be a human. How to live life outside the costume, and how important it is to have a life outside of that costume. The further away he is from people socially, the more alien he is. If he wants to save people, he must live amongst those people. He must learn the significance of human life. If he wants to heal others, he's got to stop hurting them. I actually surprisingly really like this. Wait, did I just compliment Daman Wayne? Oh jeez, what have I become? Anyway, elsewhere Deathstroke and his League of Unextraordinary Gentlemen kidnap Dr. Langstrom and his family, as the pre-Bat man was previously affiliated and working with the original League. Slade takes over the project and forces Langstrom to do his bidding, as he wants an army of Man-Bat assassins. Because really, isn't that the American dream? Shortly thereafter, he also kidnaps Talia with ease, and I'm gonna pause it right here, because this is one of the things that frustrates me the most about this movie. It feels it has to discredit characters in order to build other characters up. Talia is captured with absolute ease, hardly putting up any fight and being taken by her captors in a matter of moments. This should never happen. Talia, much like her son, has been trained since birth on how to properly defend herself. She was literally born into a League of Assassins. Like what? I get that Slade needed to take her hostage for the plot to progress, but the way they went about it makes her look weak. And ultimately, this turns what is probably the most highly skilled woman in Batman's rogues gallery into a complete damsel in distress. This is a pretty awful development. And it's not the only time something like this happens either, as I would even say Reyes' death in the opening was also very poorly handled. But hell, at least that guy got the chance to fight back. And to a lesser extent, Damian getting past Batman's security system so easily, and doing so without the world's greatest detective being able to spot him prior to finding him in Wayne Enterprises, is just kind of bullshit. Like, I get why all of this is done. You need to prove the abilities of one character by having them get one over on another established, seemingly greater character to truly showcase their abilities. But there are better ways of doing these things. I just think that everything comes too easy to too many characters. Damian tracks down the once thought to be loyal servant of Ra's al Ghul, Ubu, and when the big guy who betrayed his grandfather won't talk, Damian decides instead he'll die. And as he's about to take his life, at last second, who comes in to save the day? But Nightwing. Which, by the way, Nightwing here, looking a lot like his Young Justice counterpart these days. Not complaining, just commenting. Batman's oldest and youngest go head-to-head, with the older brother getting the best of his sort of sibling. And after the ass-whooping he hands out to the kid, he decides to drop some truth bombs too.
I know what you're thinking. You're thinking you could be Robin. Well, you can't.
You're damn right he can't, Nightwing! Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I hate Damian as a character, but his dynamics and interactions with other characters is starting to wear on my hatred. I can't stand this little punk on his own, but given the right character to interact with, it really lessens my hatred. It almost endears me to the character. Damian and Nightwing genuinely act like bickering brothers from the moment that they meet. I enjoy this. I love this relationship. Wait, did I just say 2 good things about Damian Wayne? Oh, God. Oh, man. I don't know who I am anymore. What I enjoy far less is that directly after Damian almost kills a man, and then attempts to kill his older brother, he's punished by becoming Robin. I know the reasoning behind this in the story was that Batman needed to keep Damian close, but this lapse in logic feels really forced and really dumb. It makes Batman look like a fool for allowing him to take up the mantle, when within that same scene, Batman just scolded the boy and told him that he's no better than a criminal. But yeah, alright, let him be Robin, because the story demands it, I guess. That makes sense. Damian proceeds to prove that this was a mistake almost immediately, as he acts completely recklessly, and lands himself and his father into a whole heap of trouble, forcing this new team to take on the likes of League Ninjas and genetically altered Man-Bats. The team takes in Langstrom, no thanks to Damian, who was attempting to kill him, and have him work on developing a cure. The Bat family rescues Langstrom's Man family, but when they rescue the two, Langstrom's daughter delivers a message to Robin from Deathstroke. Deathstroke lures Damian to his hideout by promising to kill his mother should he not get there within a set amount of time, something Damian of course keeps hidden from his father. But when the two do come face to face, Deathstroke winds up killing Talia, who jumps in the way of a bullet meant for her son. Aww, look at that. The Predator did have a heart. Aww. The Man-Bats are taken out with antidotes. Batman arrives just in the nick of time to save Talia using the power of the Lazarus Pit, as Damian and Deathstroke have a very violent, and I mean very violent, final battle. Both are stabbed, blood is shed. Honestly, it's a pretty impressive sequence, and I don't think my words can do it justice. Ultimately, Damian defeats Deathstroke, but refuses to kill him, holding to his father's teachings as opposed to his grandfather's teachings. Talia is saved, and her and Batman embrace, which, given the context, is kinda gross. Seriously, I hate this pairing. It is not great. Thank God we got to see that passionate consensual kiss between a man and his... What a wonderful love story. The place collapses and Talia goes her separate way to reform her father's league, while Damian decides to stay behind and learn under his father's wing. Talia relents, promising to return for her son someday. And that is Son of Batman. The movie is well animated, but like I said in my intro, the style just doesn't appeal to me. That's not to say it's bad, but just to say it's not really my taste. Not only does the style not really suit me, it doesn't seem like it suits the story that it's telling. Compare this to Batman Ninja, where the art style is very clearly, undoubtedly anime-inspired. It works there because the art complements the story that it's telling. It was an anime-inspired Batman story that utilized plenty of concepts and tropes anime fans were more than familiar with. The animation had a purpose. And I would even argue that the artwork in that movie added to the final product and made it that much better. But here, the style really serves no particular purpose. It's just a strange aesthetic choice that was made for this animated movie universe with no rhyme or reason. I do really like some of the visuals though. Not the character models or anything, but just like the basic imagery. Seeing Croc chained up in Arkham trying to snap at Batman while he stands an inch away from his reach, completely unfazed, was great. That is totally something I'd expect to see from The Dark Knight. I love that. But overall, visually, it's not really that appealing for me. And audibly, it's also not really that appealing for me. Here's the thing about this movie. It has a fantastic voice cast. The problem is that they're all fantastically miscast. For the most part, I kinda hate the voice acting in this. These just aren't the voices I'd expect to hear coming from these character models, and more so over these characters. Marina Baccarin, who I've loved in just about everything I've seen her in. Like, I mean, seriously, she's great. From Gotham, to Deadpool, to the original unaired It's Always Sunny pilot, she's always great. Or so I thought. Look, if I'm being honest, she's not bad here at all. But I guess I just expect a little bit more out of her as Talia. She ultimately just doesn't leave a strong impression. Far from the worst performance in the movie, but far from her best performance overall. I think it's serviceable, but a little bit forgettable. And as for Ra's al Ghul, wait, Giancarlo was Rage? Oh, gee. Man, I want to be out here singing your praises, but this is 2 times in the same month that you've let me down in an animated DC movie. You better fucking kill it as Professor X, or otherwise, quite frankly, I'm gonna start questioning my love for you. I don't all the way hate this one, but it does just feel like someone trying to sound vaguely like a Ra's al Ghul type. And half the time, for the short time that he's on screen, I will say that he succeeds. The other half of the time, Jason Mara isn't offensively bad as Batman, but he is offensively boring as Batman. It's just not the voice I want to hear out of The Dark Knight. I mean, in terms of delivery, I think he's mostly fine. I don't think he plays the part poorly, but it's the voice itself that just doesn't gel with me. Just not what I've come to expect from a Batman performance personally. I got more used to it throughout the runtime, but that doesn't mean it was making anybody's top 10 list anytime soon. I really hate Daman Wayne's voice actor. So I guess what I'm saying is that he's spot on. It was good. I don't know. I'm not going to be too hard on this performance because, much like the character, the actor was only a child at the time, and child actors aren't always exactly stellar. I mean, how many good kid actors can you think of? You got Shirley Temple, the kids from Stranger Things, and Macaulay Culkin. That's it. That's all of them. Every other snot-nosed brat put in front of a camera acted like they were in a 3rd grade play for My Fair Lady. Actually, if I'm being honest, it really does depend on the line. The performance does get good, but it isn't always. Especially in the first couple scenes with him, it just didn't work for me. But it did get better over time. There are certain lines here and there that aren't just said, they're felt. But I'm also not going to act like it was entirely consistent throughout. But let me talk about the worst offender here, Thomas Gibson, who's probably most famous for the incredible work he did in Criminal Minds, and who I originally first appreciated in Dharma and Greg. And yes, that is a show I watched when I was growing up, what of it? But here, Thomas Gibson is downright awful as Slade. He never once comes across as authentic. He just sounds like someone who's trying really hard and failing even harder. Out of everyone, I would probably say he's the most out of place. Because if I'm judging this as a Deathstroke performance, it greatly misses the mark. Gibson just can't emulate the casual, careless confidence the Swordman has. I think the best Slade Wilson portrayals make the character effortless in his bid to intimidate his foes. He's a master in all that he does, and because of this, he's audibly calm-sounding at all times. I'm not saying the man doesn't emote, but I'm saying the man doesn't wildly emote like he does in this movie. I mean, here, Slade is practically yelling at the top of his lungs and speaking in his over-the-top voice. The guy is just a ham and cheese sandwich in this one. Somehow, despite not having any physical presence, Gibson manages to chew the animated scenery around him. Was his only frame of reference for a Batman villain the 1960s show? Because if so, I would say that almost makes sense. So is Slade Wilson? No, this is definitely not a good performance. But if I was taking my knowledge and love for the character out of the equation entirely, then this is still a really bad performance. I'm sorry, Tommy. I know you can do better. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. This just isn't it for you. I can't tell if this was the wrong role for the guy, or he just needed to be in front of a camera rather than behind a microphone, but either way, this sucked. And it's not just the characters' voices that I take issue with, it's the acting itself. The dialogue feels mostly unnatural and sometimes stilted. The way lines are delivered feels so mechanical. Like the cast had one take to get things right, and the studio was secretly recording them when they were reading over the lines for the first time. Like, did they even know that they were being recorded and what they were saying was going into the final cut? Or did just nobody care? I will say, I think the exception to this for me is Nightwing and Alfred, which I thought in both instances the characters were almost completely out of place because of how good they were. So would I recommend Son of Batman? Well, yeah. Yeah, surprisingly, I think I would. Despite me not liking the animation style or some of the vocal performances from time to time, I think the dynamics within the movie, as well as the lessons learned from characters, really did a lot to endear me to the overall final product. Ultimately, I would say this movie is kind of a mixed bag. I mean, going into this, I hated it. I absolutely hated it. For the first 15 to 20 minutes, I loathed my experience. But past that, I started finding a lot of redeeming qualities. And by the end of it, I kind of feel like it broke even. I didn't hate this movie nearly as much as I thought I would, but I didn't love it as much as a lot of you guys said I would. There are parts of it I absolutely hate, but there are also parts of it I found myself really, really enjoying. I would not at all mind rewatching it, because I, for the most part, liked it. Didn't hate it, didn't love it, but I liked it. But the real question here is, do I still hate Damian Wayne? The answer? Yes, but with a little asterisk there. I don't like the concept of the character. I don't like the notion that Batman has to have his biological son become a sidekick and then eventually take the mantle from him. I think that there are far better characters to do so, and I will talk more about that in an upcoming video. I don't like the background of how such a character was conceived. I don't like the character. Except when I do. Damian isn't really an interesting character to me, until you juxtapose him with some of the other primary characters in the continuity. The developing dynamics between him and Bruce and him and Nightwing really have simmered down my overall hatred for this guy. And I think maybe, emphasis on maybe, I could eventually come around to not entirely loathing his existence. Maybe. Although, however, I am still very upset that the general public decided to take this boy in and love him for the same reasons that they hated my favorite Robin, Jason Todd. But okay. Alright, I understand. It's fine. That's just my own thing. Yes, I would absolutely recommend Son of Batman. I would warn you that the first 20 minutes are kind of a bat bomb, but past that, it's a bat, something good. Look, I can't always be clever. Actually, I can never be clever, but here we are. So if you haven't already, check out Son of Batman.
Simulus, testing. Simulus. I know you can see me, bats. Hope you brought protection.
It's strange to think that I've been making Batman videos for as many years as I have, and yet after all this time I've rarely ever spoken about the Batman Arkham series. But make no mistake, I do have some words for it. These games are some of the most beloved and successful Batman games that have ever been created. They are at the top of every top 10 Batman games lists. And quite frankly, it's not hard to see why. They took everything that worked for the original animated series and geared it toward a much older audience. They took what people knew and loved and made it that much darker. In a lot of ways, the Arkham games kind of feel like a successor to the animated series. They're held mostly in the same regard, and it's kind of hard to talk about one without eventually getting into the other. And much like that series, this one crossed over into multiple mediums. And that's why we're here today to talk about the one movie in its canon, Batman Assault on Arkham. A movie which I had not seen up until today. I mean, I was always aware of this movie, but I had never watched it. So before watching this, here's what you gotta know. This movie is marketed as being a Batman movie, but in all honesty, it's much more of a Suicide Squad movie. And Batman just so happens to exist within it. I understand the reasoning behind this. It's tactical, because this group of reject renegades weren't anywhere near as popular as they are today, so having Batman in your title is probably more profitable. Believe me, I know. But in spite of the title, this should absolutely be seen as a Suicide Squad movie above everything else. Like I said before, this movie does in fact exist in the Arkham universe canon, but it's not exactly shackled down by its continuity. Meaning if you're coming into this with no knowledge of the Arkham games, this movie isn't going to punish you for it. But if you do go into this with a broader knowledge of the world it's tied into, I feel like you may appreciate it just a little bit more. A bunch of the series' main characters appear in this, some as main characters, some as walk-on cameo appearances. Some don't get any lines, so they're just drawn there. But when you see these characters, it's very clear that these are the Arkham iterations of these characters. There's also a few vague references to the games here and there in passing, so like I said, if you go into this knowing what it's a part of, you'll probably enjoy it a little bit more. But the story is straightforward in explaining itself, without making those watching feel like they need to do homework before sitting down to be entertained. If you're familiar with the Arkham games, it'll probably enrich your experience. But if you're not, well, it's not going to do anything to damper that experience when watching this. The performances are all well acted. No one feels out of place here. Everyone kinda excels at playing their particular parts. But then again, that might be because a lot of them have already previously played these characters. Being that it's set in the Arkham universe, there are several voice actors who return to their roles here. Kevin Conroy, who many feel is the definitive Batman, once again reprises his role. But interestingly enough, the same can't be said for his opposite. With Mark Hamill absent, The voice of the Joker from Arkham Origins, Troy Baker, fills in for him. So this makes for a pretty interesting contrast. Also back from Arkham Origins is the voice of Alfred. Hynden Walsh makes a return to the role of Harley Quinn, a character she previously played in The Batman, and then later on once again in Hush. She'd also voiced the Harley Quinn-inspired Yo-Yo in the Flashpoint Paradox, though this is her first and last time in the role in this particular series. Previously, the character was voiced by the original Harley Quinn, Arlene Sorkin, and then later on by her successor, Tara Strong, who, ironically enough, is her Teen Titans teammate. Jennifer Hale returns to the role of Killer Frost, and as always, she's doing a killer job of it. CCH Pounder is Amanda Waller because, well, let's face it, CCH Pounder is Amanda Waller, reprising her role from the Arkham series as well as the DCAU. There are two people on this planet that I will never not want to see in this role, and she is one of them. Nolan North once again returns as the Penguin, making a brief but relatively memorable cameo. But Deadshot's the one that really gets me scratching my head, because he's played brilliantly by Neil McDough, who does a lot to make an uninteresting, boring, and basic character like Deadshot seem charismatic and cunning. This is probably my overall favorite version of the character. Sorry, Will.
Keep my name out your fucking mouth!
But what's confusing about this casting is that the voice of Deadshot in the games is actually also attached to this movie, as the voice of Commissioner Gordon, who is also not the voice of Commissioner Gordon in the games. That character has been voiced by numerous actors in that series, but he wasn't one of them. And then there's the fact that Deadshot is included in the upcoming Suicide Squad vs. the Justice League game, which is in fact set in the Arkhamverse, but he looks like this now. Then again, King Shark is also in that game, and he looks like this. While the original, in this one, looks like this. Oh, and also he dies. So, yeah, I guess we'll just have to try to figure that all out eventually. The Riddler's original Arkham voice actor is replaced by Criminal Minds star Matthew Gray Gubler, who is kinda perfect in the role. Like, I could easily see this guy playing the part in live action as well, though his delivery of lines feels a little Tale of Two Cities. At times, he sounds spot on and perfect, but from time to time, his words come off as forced and just overall unnatural sounding. But I think ultimately there's more good than bad here in this performance. Now, opposing this is Giancarlo Esposito's time as Black Spider, which is shockingly underwhelming from an actor as talented as he is. I don't think that he's necessarily at fault, because the character does largely seem underwritten, but it is a noticeable underutilization of somebody's talent. This takes place between Arkham Origins Blackgate and Arkham Asylum, so it's right after a Suicide Squad in that universe was formed, some of which who are still in this lineup of the team, and others that were not.
Oh shit!
It's lightly alluded to that this isn't a bunch of the members' first task force rodeo. The team this time around consists of constant candidate Harley Quinn, Deadshot, Killer Frost, Black Spider, Captain Boomerang, KG Beast, and King Shark, all of who are led, of course, by Amanda Waller, though I'm really surprised that Rick Flag didn't make an appearance of any kind. It almost feels wrong having a Suicide Squad movie without him, but I think this team holds up in spite of that. The team is well depicted. The only one who is somewhat underwritten is Black Spider, who had all of one good scene before the movie stopped caring about him altogether. This movie really does right by Deadshot, though, a character I normally don't care all that much for, but when talking about this version of the character, I actually wouldn't mind seeing more of him. He's smart, he's sneaky, he's strategic. This Deadshot thinks ahead and adapts when things don't go according to plan. He's clever and battle-ready, and I think he serves as a believable on-mission leader of these oddities. Captain Boomerang is every bit the slimy, grimy, 2-bit crook you'd hope he'd be. He is the scummiest and sleaziest bad guy that you could possibly imagine. There are a lot of villains in this movie, but with this one, there's no gray line. He's not just a bad guy, he's a bad guy, which is exactly what Captain Boomerang is. King Shark is the obnoxious oaf. He plays the part that you would think somebody like him would play. He's big, and he's dumb. A force to be laughed at, but not trifled with. A punchline with a punch. Killer Frost is the strong Ice Queen with a cold demeanor. Pun intended. She seems to be one of the more rational members of the team, and she holds her own in spars whether physical or verbal. She will assassinate you literally and sarcastically. Not necessarily in that order, but also not necessarily not in that order as well. Black Spider is wildly underdeveloped, but I suppose that he serves the purpose of the plot. KG Beast isn't really around long enough to judge. I mean, he's fine for a character who exists to be made an example out of, but he's really only around for one scene and there's not a lot to talk about here. Though I think killing him off did set a good example for the unpredictability of the movie. KG Beast was probably one of the more well-known villains of the lineup, so to bring him in and then immediately kill him off probably did a lot to set an example that no one was safe. Anyone can die. We're not just keeping the ones you know alive. Characters like Harley Quinn, Joker, Amanda Waller, and Batman are all perfectly portrayed, but I can't really say anything about these characters that I haven't said about them before. The people playing them have always turned out great performances, so there's no shock there. And speaking of Batman, he doesn't really have a very big presence in this movie, and I think the movie is actually made better for that. With less focus being put on the Dark Knight, it lends more room for the many other characters in the movie to shine. It also adds to the overall unpredictability of the movie and the general mystique of Gotham's protector. It makes his presence felt despite it not always being seen. And I like that these characters can exist in a story without Batman flying over them. I especially enjoy the dynamics of this particular team. Watching Killer Frost and King Shark start off fighting, only to eventually end up in an odd couple cold-blooded friendship, with the Shark having a bit of a crush on this glacier of a girl, who is not above placating him to use him as muscle, it made for an entertaining dynamic. It's an interesting relationship that unfortunately only happens in passing micro-actions. As there isn't too much emphasis put on it, watching Harley chase after Deadshot was a refreshing change from watching her instead chase after a violent, psychotic clown. It was nice to see her pine after someone else. Anyone else. And for a moment there, she really had something that was substantially less awful. I mean, granted, the two definitely aren't an ideal match by any means, but literally any pairing is better than the one that she was previously a part of. Seeing some of the competitive conflicts between the team's main men, Black Spider, Boomerang, and Deadshot all seem constantly at odds with each other, and continually ready to prove their alleged superior worth. But it is nice seeing that all these bad guys are joined together by their mutual distrust of Amanda Waller and mutual disliking of Captain Boomerang. I mean, seriously, this guy was doing himself no favors and making no friends on the team, either creeping out or flat out annoying all those he worked with. I think this was an interesting introduction of the Suicide Squad to the Arkhamverse officially. It's pretty tame in terms of what's been done with these characters over the last couple of years, but I think it definitely displays the overall dysfunction between the team's hostile members. It's these characters of forced circumstances back and forth banter that really are the highlight of the movie. More often than not, their general disorder causes these cohorts to clash, and a series of bad choices and infighting typically stands in the gang's way more often than those who oppose them. But I gotta say, I think this is one of my favorite Suicide Squad outings. It is light years ahead of the team's depiction on shows like Smallville, Young Justice, Arrow, and I would rank it much more favorable than the movie that took a fair amount of inspiration from this one, 2016 Suicide Squad.
Well, I'm convinced.
All in all, I think my one major complaint is that there's not more of it. I enjoy this story, but I think it definitely could have been further improved had it been given more runtime and included more character development, while further focusing and evolving the characters' relationships. I think with these inclusions, it could have pushed this Task Force X mission from being a pretty good movie to an outright classic. I also think the fact that this movie is tied into the Arkhamverse might have made the final product feel a little bit underwhelming. The Arkham franchise is one of the most successful, if not the most successful, Batman game series ever created. So having this attached to it probably sets the bar a little bit too high. I mean, this is good. This is really good. But it's not Arkham great. Asked to survive on its own accord, this movie can hang. But it definitely pales in comparison to what its continuity has done both before and after this. Not to mention that the plot of this movie has very little effect on the overall narrative, so this inclusion comes off as fun, but unnecessary. I think they definitely hit all the Task Force X cliches. You could very easily play Suicide Squad bingo here. An unwilling team of criminals are put together and forced to do the bidding of Amanda Waller through the use of bombs implanted in their brains. Teammates fight, friendships are formed, rivalries are established. The gang goes on missions which utilize every team member's unique set of skills. Things go relatively well, until they don't, but then they ultimately do again. Harley does something to screw things up for the rest of her teammates. One of the teammates has a secret objective given to them by Amanda Waller. Amanda Waller kills one of the team's members just to prove a point. And not everyone on the team makes it to the end credits. I'm not trying to insult this movie by calling out these tropes, because as a means of an introduction to a potentially wider audience, it's these establishing notes that you want to be hitting. There's nothing wrong with having a formula, and it's important to note that this was one of Task Force X's first major appearances. Though I feel like a lot of these beats were later recycled by a lot of others attempting to tell their own good Suicide Squad story. And from one especially. As a matter of fact, I feel like this movie has a lot in common with the 2016 Suicide Squad movie. Believe it or not, the two have a lot of similar elements. Similar plot points, similar shots, similar interactions. Let's just list some of them. Batman is a background character to the main plot, Joker having his own minor subplot away from the Suicide Squad, Harley and Deadshot having some sort of a thing, Joker and Harley commandeering a helicopter in the climax of the movie, Deadshot going against Amanda Waller's orders, movie ending with Batman confronting Amanda Waller privately. When I watch this, I'm reminded of that terrible Suicide Squad movie a lot. But I'm not holding it against this. As a matter of fact, I think it's really interesting to compare and contrast. This movie is like watching what that movie was trying to do, except this one actually succeeds and is good. The plot is pretty simple. Amanda Waller brings a bunch of talented and skilled criminals together, forming Task Force X. And she plans on having the loonies infiltrate the asylum, sending this supposed Suicide Squad into Arkham Asylum to retrieve information that the Riddler has. Except in actuality, Waller wants Riddler dead, and gives Killer Frost her real mission, bring the question mark to a period. When she finally attempts to go through with her mission, Riddler instead informs her that, like her, he has a bomb in his brain. But unlike hers, his is deactivated. Should she let him live, he promises to deactivate hers and the rest of the team's. Meanwhile, as the rest of the team is infiltrating the asylum, the Crooked Clowns have an unplanned reunion. Harley and Joker are currently on their off cycle, so the mere sight of him is enough to drive her to the point of attempting to riddle him with bullets. But in an attempt to hinder her ex, she accidentally helps him, eventually leading to his most recent escape. Meanwhile, Batman is out of the picture, desperately trying to track down a dirty bomb the Joker's planted. The squad take Riddler up on his offer, but his plan doesn't work on all of the team. But all of the relatively human characters get to carry on with their merry way. They get to live on without the threat of the wall acting as their ceiling. Batman infiltrates the group of loonies infiltrating the asylum in an effort to take them down, while the Joker decides to do what he does best, make everything about him. Ah yes, the old Arkham Origins trick. He takes control of Arkham and unleashes all of its prisoners. Ah yes, the old Arkham Asylum trick. The squad have to battle Gotham's worst, some subduing them and others being subdued by them. Batman manages to find and dismantle the bomb, while Deadshot and Joker duke it out over this unfortunate love triangle. The helicopter crashes with Joker still inside, eventually revealing...
They never did find the Joker's body, did they?
Like another movie that I know. And just like in that movie, it's clear that despite logic, the Joker has somehow survived. And I think this movie is great on its own. But when trying to stuff this into an already established canon, it's weird to see how much it both works, but also doesn't work at all. Seeing Joker and Harley seemingly at their end, only for it to become another false finish in a long line of false finishes, is well done. But I can't tell if that's by design or coincidence, because on one hand, It's kinda weird trying to fit this in right before the events of Arkham Asylum, seeing as the couple was on the outs beforehand, but seemed perfectly fine in that game. I think in a way this could speak volumes for the inconsistency in toxic relationships. You see the two of them together at their worst, before you see them at what Harley would consider their ideal. Once again, the events of the first game take place after this. Games which show Harley as subservient to the Joker, and completely devoted to his madness. So seeing her have a potential out of that lifestyle, before intentionally disregarding it and embracing her love life of crime, is kinda shocking. I think in post, it's a great example of the control Joker has over her. Seeing her getting so close to breaking this bad habit, but then falling prey to it again. Even when she has an escape, his influence causes her not to take it. I think the Riddler's escape at the end of the movie explains why he's so hands-off throughout the rest of the games. I mean, the guy's still pulling his pranks and sending out his riddles and devising masterful schemes, but he's certainly not a public figure. So I think this movie does a good job of showing why a man who feels he deserves credit for all that he does wouldn't be present to accept it. The guy got away. He's trying to keep it low profile. But once again, when tied into its continuity, there are a few questions that come up. Like, why did the Penguin have his hand casted up when Batman did not in fact break said hand yet? Or why did Scarface have a Joker makeover when that doesn't happen until later in the first game? Did the Joker just dress up? He just kept stealing the ventriloquist dummy and putting his lipstick on it? I don't understand. Bane breaks out of Arkham here, but in the games, I'm pretty sure it's said that he broke out of Blackgate. But then again, this isn't the first continuity issue with Bane in the series. But outside of these factors, I think it fits in well within its world. Or at least it did before this upcoming Suicide Squad game comes out and completely retcons this, as well as several comics attached to it. All in all, I highly recommend checking out this movie. It succeeds in everything it wants to do. When it wants to be funny, it's funny. There are some well-timed solid zingers in there. Its action scenes are adrenaline-filled. There's some decent fights and impressive thought-out sequences of events during battles. And it's just overall a fun, unpredictable journey from opening credits to closing credits. It is absolutely one of the most must-see adventures of the Suicide Squad. And that's without Rick Flag, and that's a point against it, make no mistake. If there was any negative whatsoever I had, other than the absence of Rick Flag, obviously, it's that some of the sound choices weren't made by people who were of sound mind. The music is very indicative of the time it came out in. This was made in 2014, so everything from a fight scene to a fuck scene is just a dubstep nightmare. I think it's the one thing that definitely dates this, but then again, they did do a Matrix shot in a movie that was made in 2014, so really, I guess what I'm trying to say is that overall this movie is timeless. Outside of that, though, I think this movie is very good. And it's just on the cusp of being great. I really enjoyed this movie, and I'm glad I finally got to sit down and watch it. And I hope you do too, because I highly recommend it.
My grandfather taught me everything I need to know about personal combat.
Well, I was trained by Bruce Wayne, and every time they met, he kicked Ra's al Ghul's.
I'm once again checking out another Batman movie that I've yet to see. I've explained why in my Son of Batman video that I didn't watch this movie before. And if you haven't watched that video yet, I highly suggest checking it out before you watch this one. But the gist of it is blah blah blah, anime-looking Batman, I don't like anime, blah blah blah, I hate Daman Wayne, which is also another video that I made, and I suggest checking that out as well. But never mind that shit. Here comes Batman vs. Robin. And let me say right off the bat, no pun intended, man, I've really missed out on not checking this out sooner. This movie's opening is some of the darkest content I've ever seen in a Batman movie. Animation or live action. Like, this gives Batman Returns a run for its money. The bizarre doll maker, a giant ogre of a man, who dresses up in what looks to be stretched out children's clothing, and then hides his face behind a doll mask. Just based on appearance alone, this is deeply, deeply unsettling. And probably the scariest Batman villain I have ever seen in my life. But then add to it that the character is abducting children and replacing their body parts with weapons, turning them into his doll army, and that's just a heaping truckload of nightmare fuel that I did not ask for. It's welcome, but I just want to go on record and say I did not sign up for this. I did not put in my order. This is not something that I would have ever asked for. The character's also voiced by Weird Al Yankovic, who's really putting his heart, soul, and vocal cords into making this already deeply unnerving man that much more unsettling. The character looks nothing like the incarnations I've seen of the character previously. But then again, there was about a good 8 years of Batman comics that I stayed away from, so if anybody wants to correct me in the comments, you're more than welcome to. But as far as I'm concerned, this looks nothing like any incarnation I've ever seen of the character, though that's not a complaint, so much as it is a comment. Because yeah, this is a horrifying upgrade. I don't expect to see this guy in a Batman movie, I expect to see him in the next Twisted Metal game. My one regret about this is that this character very clearly could carry a movie of his own. And seeing him dismantled with ease by having his heart ripped out of his chest was a shocking way to start this movie. Suffice it to say, this ain't your grandpa's Batman. Hell, this ain't even your daddy's Batman either. This is a very shocking and dark interpretation of the character and the world that surrounds him. And because of that fact, instantaneously, I was smitten with this movie. I think the film does a really good job of establishing its leads, showcasing both Batman and Robin's particular abilities. And it does speak to the growth of Damian Wayne, as we actively see him attempt to put his vengeance aside in the name of justice. But he doesn't do so because of his own beliefs, he does so out of respect for his father's teachings. We also early on see that Robin isn't just some bloodlusting barbarian. Like his father before him, he's also quite the detective, managing to pick up clues on a case that his father had either overlooked or just frankly hadn't looked at yet. The one negative I will say is that the movie has a lot of Bruce getting his ass handed to him in order to progress the plot. And I get why this happens in the story, but it does make Batman look like he's lacking in the hero department, or at the very least, getting a little bit ineffective due to age. The banter between Batman and Robin is once again really good and really believable. I buy into this dynamic, and I buy into them being a dynamic duo. Batman is constantly trying to scold his son, but the typical father warnings come off as idle, as Damian, despite his young age, is smart enough to see through his false threats. Their brief moments of bonding are really heartfelt in their simplicity, but effective regardless. You can tell that Bruce really cares for the kid, even if he is a stuck-up, stubborn little brat who knows way too much for his own good. And you can also tell that despite being raised as the heir to a throne, not a child at all, Damian is desperate to live a somewhat normal life outside his costume. He wants a family life. He wants to be seen in public. He's constantly fighting the basic instincts Ra's al Ghul embedded in him in an effort to respect his father's beliefs, even if he himself doesn't fully believe in them. He does this out of love. And you can tell when Bruce doubts his son in any context, it actually hurts Damian. But Damian also doesn't know how to express these emotions in a healthy manner, so instead he just takes out his angst and anger on the nearest party. Bruce believes the kid doesn't have a heart due to his rough exterior. That couldn't be any further from the truth. Damian's jealousy of Nightwing should be a big indication of his love for his father. Because despite taking over his old mantle and replacing him as Robin, he didn't replace him in his father's heart. I really love the sparring scene between past and present Robins, but man, this one shot is a thing of brilliance. Dick Grayson is literally holding Damian Wayne up to his old Robin costume, the same way that Damian's father holds him up to the standards of that same Robin. And this whole time, Dick Grayson is reflected in the glass up against his former image. This is such a blink and you'll miss it moment, but it's absolutely beautiful and breathtaking. There's so much that's being expressed here in just a few frames. I love this shot. What's happening physically is reflecting what the characters are going through mentally. And in just a matter of moments, their dynamic is played out for the whole audience to see. And I gotta tell you, I'm starting to get really tired of these movies changing the preconceived notions I had about later Batman lore. I always hated Damian Wayne, and now, because of Son of Batman, and even more so because of this movie, I'm starting to learn to tolerate him, and maybe even understand him. And it's not because he's a good character. Like, I stand by my hatred of his overall presence, but the character itself is a breeding ground for interesting concepts and dynamics in the world around him. So yeah, I have to live with that. But now, the Court of Owls gimmick that I've always hated from its inception is starting to wear on me too. They're the movie's main antagonists. And I gotta say, I think this movie depicts them far better than any of the comics that I've read with them in it. Now granted, I'm willing to admit that because I'm not a fan of them, I haven't read a whole lot of comics with the Court in them. I kind of tried to deviate away from their appearances. But nonetheless, with everything that I've read or seen, this is my favorite version of that secret society. There's so much going on with them in this movie that I had to pause and rewind several times just so I could collect my thoughts on the matter. First and foremost, the most interesting has to be Talon. And that is not by coincidence, that is by design. There's so much to compare and contrast with this character and other characters within the continuity. Now, Talon has existed in the comics before, but it's more of a mantle than it is a man, at least to my knowledge. There have been several Talons over the years, and this one is just kind of a combination of most of them. So this version of the character was created in a way that you could juxtapose him with the other characters in the story. Like Damian, he was trained since birth how to acquire his unique set of skills. He was trained by family on the wrong side of the general moral compass. He was brought into a league at a very young age and told to follow orders no matter what the cost. He was groomed to be in a top spot and lead an army of underlings. But then on the other side, like Bruce Wayne, he was pursued by a league of crafty individuals and lured into it by the love of the leader. Not at all unlike how Ra's al Ghul tried to induct Batman into his League of Assassins, using his daughter Talia. I think Talon really stands out here. The story tells you just enough about this character. It allows him to keep his mystique, but it also allows viewers to get a sense of who he is, why he does what he does. Despite the mysterious aura surrounding this masked man with a distorted voice, he is still very much a human being underneath that mask. We see his humanity break through his conditioning in intervals, at times questioning and second-guessing the decisions the council's made for him. He even fights against their orders and stands up for what he believes in. Despite being a trained warrior, the man is not a mindless mercenary. He's no drone even if they'd like for him to be. I would not mind seeing more of this specific Talon. Quite frankly, I think this is an overall upgrade to the character that I'm familiar with. While Bruce and Damian are having their monthly father and son spats, disagreeing on almost every aspect of crime fighting, the court, or more specifically Talon, takes an interest in the sidekick, seeing him as the ideal protege, trying to get him to reach out and embrace the parts of himself that he's been trying to bury. I like that these two bond to some degree, and I can only imagine that Talon sees a lot of himself in the boy that he's mentoring. And then the movie makes it explicitly clear in this scene, but I actually wrote that line prior to watching this part of the movie. Talon is much more patient with the kid than the rest of the court would ever be, eventually turning on his higher-ups when he's asked to kill Damian, completely turning against his code in favor of compassion. But that compassion only goes so far, apparently, as he then decides that he and his army of test-tube Talons will take on the Batman themselves after they learn of his secret identity, thus using Damian as bait for the Bat. But when the two come to blows, Talon gets his woodsy owl-looking ass kicked by the father and son duo, who take his meddling in their relationship more than just a little bit personal. It's clear that because of the bond the two have created, and because of the similarities they share, and likewise lives that they lived, Talon projects onto the boy, and believes he too would be better off without his father. Ultimately, Talon is defeated and dies at his own hand. And the father and son share a much-needed hug. Though Damian is still determined to find his own way and branches out to a monastery in the mountains to seek his own path. What an impactful ending to an already impactful movie. There's a few things I want to point out outside of my synopsis that I was very much in favor of. The Court of Owls drew Batman, and he envisions Batman as a mass murderer, leaving behind bodies of those he loves in his wake. But then when that Batman unmasks, it's not Bruce. It's an adult Damian Wayne, his own son. I really like that they included Damian's Batman suit from the comics. Again, it's a nice touch. And at first, I actually mistakenly believed that this was a reference to Bruce's Elseworlds father, Thomas Wayne. One more thing I liked, getting Kevin Conroy, the definitive Batman, to play Bruce's father in a flashback. There's not a lot to talk about here, but that was a good call. I like what you're doing there. This movie also gives us this amazing moment, which I have no words for, I just want you to see.
Now I'm only gonna say this once, you sons of bitches. Get the hell out of my cave.
But despite me piling on praise here, I do have some criticisms, critiques, and inquiries. So, let's get into those. Damian was born being taught to hold up honor, yet he openly gives his father his word and mentions his honor, but immediately discredits himself by doing the opposite and not holding up to either his father or grandfather's traditions. But to be fair, maybe this was the movie actually making subtle hints at the fact that neither one of their ways are his own. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's actually brilliant. I still have more, hold on. Young Bruce also taking out his vengeance on an innocent owl because he believed his family was killed by the Court of Owls? I don't know, that felt a little bit off and unsettling. And not the same way that the doll maker felt unsettling, that just felt wrong for the character. Don't tell me you wouldn't kill a murderous, rampaging, psychotic lunatic who has killed more people than he's let live, but then you gleefully shoot down a harmless, doe-eyed creature. I get it, Bruce is young and he's taking down what he feels the creature represents. This is symbolic of him going after the secret society that took his parents from him. I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. Also, later, Alfred's just out here slaying dudes in cold blood. I mean, sure, they're undead or whatever, but I still think that counts as living, considering they're alive. And also, Alfred doesn't know that. Alfred just comes in like, I'm gonna shoot first and let God ask all the questions. The Samantha heel turn was pretty obvious from the start for me. A new woman in Bruce's life when the Court of Owls show up? Yeah, obviously she's part of that team. But what was significantly more surprising was Talon turning on the Court. And more so over, his love interest, also Samantha, kissing and then killing her in cold blood. So again, I don't know, I'm going to break even on this particular part. We're going to look past it. There's too much win here for it to be a loss. Overall, I give this movie my highest recommendation. I'm really glad I watched it myself, because this is now one of my favorite Batman movies of all time. Again, this also goes down as yet another Batman movie that Batman isn't exactly the focal point, but he's had more of a role here than he's had in the previous Batman films in which I've made that same statement, so it's fine. Batman doesn't need to be the main character in a Batman movie, but he does have to be one of the main characters in a Batman movie, at least as far as I'm concerned. This movie is great, and I cannot recommend checking it out enough.
It's Batman!
Hey, look, it's Batman!
Oh, did you see that?
It's not every day that I get to take a look at a Batman property I'm completely unfamiliar with. But today is one of those days. I actually hadn't even heard of this series until about 2 years ago, when at the time I was looking for some B-roll in an upcoming Batman video I was making. Go figure. And that's when I stumbled upon Batman Unlimited. The Batman movies that exist only to promote a toy line of Batman toys. See, I'd like to laugh at that a little bit more, but I'm still recovering from the heartbreak of having one of my all-time favorite TV shows canceled because apparently it didn't sell enough toys. Anyway, with all that being said, this is my first time checking out Batman Unlimited, Animal Instincts. Now, first and foremost, let's all acknowledge that this is a Batman movie for a much younger Batman audience. We're talking baby's first Batman here. So if you're going into this looking for Batman to beat criminals to a bloody pulp, while those closest to him deliver heartfelt, meaningful speeches about just how important he is, then I think you may have tuned into the wrong Batman movie. Yet, for such a simple movie, they acquired some of the top talents in the realm of voice acting. Roger Craig Smith once again steps into the role of Batman and Bruce Wayne. He previously voiced the character in Arkham Origins to perfection, making himself sound like a younger version of Kevin Conroy's version of the character. But here, he's not asked to do an impression, so it does sound slightly different, and noticeably distinct. The guy who voiced Alfred in the Batman show comes back to voice him here once again. Richard Epcar, the talent behind Mortal Kombat's Raiden and Kingdom Hearts' Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, lends his voice to the role of Commissioner Gordon. John DiMaggio, the voice of Bender, Jake the Dog, Marcus Phoenix, he does one hell of a job as Killer Croc. And then they got the voice of Static Shock and the Green Lantern, Phil Lamar himself, attached to the project as well. Silverback is being played by my man Holtz from Angel, who many of you may recognize as not Harvey Bullock from The Dark Knight. Batman Beyond himself, Will Friedle, steps into the role of Nightwing. Yuri Lowenthal, who a lot of people may know as Spider-Man, plays Red Robin. And the Penguin is voiced by Master Shake from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. That is one hell of a lineup. And yet, not all of them are as great as you may think. This movie is every bit as campy as you'd expect it to be. The dialogue is simple and goofy, with puns taking priority.
Why? You should know by now that nobody likes a cheetah.
Oh, come over here and we can hiss and make up.
Characters give unasked, unearned explanations to move the plot forward in a clear and concise manner. The animation is also nondescript and fairly basic looking, but not bad, just feels bland, like there's no uniqueness to its identity. I mean, they look enough like the characters, they're just not incredibly detailed. And the details they do go about adding to the characters' outfits and attires, well, I'm not really a fan of. Like a yellow tint around the Batman logo? Why? Who is that for? And yeah, I know I shouldn't care, but I care immensely. I don't know how to feel about this Batman suit. I don't hate it, but I definitely don't love it. It kind of looks like Bruce Wayne running around in the Batman Beyond prototype. Or alternatively, like he raided his cousin's closet and made some alterations to the Batwoman suit. I feel a little bit similar about the Nightwing outfit. There's a part of me that really likes it, but then there's a part of me questioning the part of me that really likes it. It's not bad, but I think it could have used a few more concept alterations before it landed on a final design. I will, however, say, without any hesitation, that I hate the Penguin's design. Like, when did this little guy get so jacked? I should never, at any point in life, think that the vertically challenged man with a limp would be able to go toe-to-toe with the world's most violent protector. But honestly, like, I'm kind of afraid for Batman's safety. Like, I'm pretty sure not Danny DeVito could take him. I'm also definitely not feeling the brother eye monocle that he's working with either. Just not a big fan of that development, not for me personally. I think one of my biggest gripes with this is that it doesn't do a good job of explaining its universe or establishing its characters. The characters themselves, they aren't really characterized. We don't ever learn anything about any of the heroes or villains. They're just something to look at. You would think with how simple and basic the plot is, it would lead to the cast becoming the focal point. Maybe the plot's secondary and the runtime will be pushed forward by these contrasting, conflicting, larger-than-life personalities, but no. These over-the-top gods and monsters often come across as plain, with next to no indication as to what their personalities are supposed to be. It doesn't help that the lines are delivered so carelessly and passionless that it seems like next to nobody on the crew was putting in any effort. Which is weird because, again, you have a very talented group of people working for you, so why aren't they working with their actual talents? Everything about the finalized product feels like they're just reading through it the first time. Lines are delivered as if they have no meaning, and Batman specifically is noticeably monotone. I mean, granted, Batman is always a bit monotone, but it's noticeable. It is so noteworthy that I literally made a note of it here. Like I said before, I know I'm not the target audience, but if this was being made for any audience, maybe it would have been worthy of a little bit more effort. Additions of fun fan favorites like Green Arrow and The Flash do little to add anything of note to the movie, because as with all the rest of the characters, they're depicted poorly. Barry Allen is probably the closest to having an actual personality, so to speak. Except his personality is that he's mildly annoying. But even in saying that, it's still incredibly underdeveloped and just overly dull. Which is a word I'd use when describing a lot of this movie. Dull. I will say, I think the action, which often takes center stage, is usually pretty fair. There are sequences here and there that I vaguely find fun or aesthetically pleasing. There was also a moment or two in passing when watching this that the fight scenes actually got some reaction out of me. So I would probably consider this the highlight of the movie, but, you know, that's about it. And I'm admittedly really pushing to find a highlight. This movie is definitely gadget heavy. You definitely get the feeling that Batman has a solution for every situation that he could find himself in on hand already. There's so many times in this where a new danger would present itself, but then it would immediately be discarded because Bruce already brought the right toys to this proverbial playground. This Batman adapts to any given situation, and he does so without prep time. Plot points seem to happen at the convenience of the overall plot, things are largely underdeveloped or unexplained. Sometimes solutions are found a scene after finding and discussing whatever the problem is. There's a whole subplot with Man-Bat and Dr. Langstrom's inability to control the beast that he becomes. But then Red Robin's all like, "Hey, please don't be Man-Bat anymore, Doc. You remember when you weren't Man-Bat? Remember those days?" And then this guy's suddenly in control again, even though he's a giant Batman. And up until this point, there was no sense of control. Just one dude in a mask being like, hey, chill, bro. And he's like, oh, no, you're right. You're right. Good shit. But it's okay, because by the end, he's no longer a giant bat because of his sacrifice made in the middle of a tractor beam, which nullified the effects of the serum that turned him into a giant bat. Of course. So in all my talking in this video, I realize I've actually told you very little about the actual movie. But unfortunately, there isn't a whole lot to talk about here. This movie is slow-paced, uneventful, and worst of all, unengaging. I can't imagine a child being entertained by this, because I'm a grown-ass man, and I was having a hard time keeping focused. The movie's all about the villains in Batman's rogues gallery who have personas, banding together to start an old bad guy convention of some sort, in which they are aided by evil dinosaurs. Now that sounds like I'm making a joke, but that is basically what actually happens. Take what I just said, and stretch it out for 1 hour and 17 minutes, and that is what this movie is. Well, actually, Penguin starts a league with all of his animal adversaries to go on a spree of robberies that didn't see them take anything from the places that they robbed, but instead saw them leave things at the place of the robberies. And this is, of course, to use those coordinates to create a force field umbrella over their hideout while they draw a meteor to Gotham City. And I think someone said something about the asteroid having gold in it, because yeah, that makes sense.
Huge asteroids may have brought gold and other precious metals to infant Earth, new research suggests.
But that's mostly it. It's been really challenging to sit here and make this video and try to go into detail about something that is so blatant and basic in everything that it does. Unless I sat here and gave you a direct play-by-play of what happens in the movie, I can't really go into any more detail. That's really all it has. I will say there are a couple of nice touches here and there, though. Like, for example, when Batman reprograms the evil AI dog, he renames it Ace. And that's kind of adorable. I like that. I also think the final shot of the heroes standing on the roof saying their goodbyes, watching them after a journey go their separate ways and continue on their good guy paths, is a nice touch. It's a nice way of ending the movie. But overall, I enjoyed this significantly less than I thought I would. And I would absolutely not recommend Batman Unlimited Animal Instinct. It's not horrendous or unwatchable, but it's just a whole lot of nothing. I hate to say it, but for me, this movie just felt like a total waste of time. But I hope for you that this video hasn't been.
Dummies! Dupes! Amateurs! I am shooting a viral video here! Enough!
The sequel to the Batman movie you may have never seen, Batman Unlimited, Monster Mayhem. Now, I didn't really enjoy the previous entry, and I understand that it was obviously made for a much younger demographic, but I don't think that that's really a deciding factor when it comes to quality. Because there have been a lot of products made for a younger audience that a lot of older fans still really enjoy. I mean, if that wasn't the case, then bronies wouldn't exist. And Lord, do I really wish bronies didn't exist. Sorry, Alan. It is what it is.
What? Say something now. Twilight on top, bitch. Twilight on top.
But all in all, I'm more than ready to admit that this is much, much, much more entertaining than the last movie. And while it isn't something that I would actively go out of my way to watch otherwise, I still really enjoyed the ride this time around. This is a lot more fun than the first in its lineup. Honestly, it's not even worth attempting to compare the two. This is head and toes better, and I'm going to tell you why. As previously stated, the movie is a much more overall entertaining product than the last entry. It feels like there's a little bit more story this time around. The plot is pretty coherent and pretty consistent, and otherwise there's just a lot of fun to be had all throughout. Of course, just like in the first film, comedic campiness takes center stage, but this time around the jokes feel like they pack more of a punch. And I found myself actually audibly laughing at some of the jokes this movie makes.
I'm just Pizza Man! Fire! You don't like pizza?
The camera adds 10 pounds.
Yes? How many cameras are on you? 10?
You gotta be kidding me.
It's really relieving to watch a funny Batman movie that's, well, actually funny. The jokes are both greater in terms of quantity and quality. There's a lot more of them, and they're a lot more funny than in its predecessor. Even the puns and gags that are a little bit lame aren't groan-worthy or sigh-inducing. They're still chuckle-worthy. So this is really an improvement. And what I love is that this movie is so unapologetically goofy that I can't help but laugh at it, and more importantly, laugh with it. The characters from the previous entry in the series return to this one, adding a few new faces along the way. Now, I've spoke previously about the voice cast in my last video, but as for the new additions, they're also mostly pretty great. Joining his Arkham Origins opposite is Troy Baker, reprising his role of the Joker. And I feel very similarly about him here, as I feel about Roger Craig Smith as Batman in this. In Arkham Origins, they were cast to deliver a direct impersonation of other interpretations of the characters. But here, because they're not being asked to do that, these roles feel like they are their own. While there are still definitely lingering elements of the past performances, it does feel and sound slightly different from their last time in the roles. Khary Payton, who will always be the definitive voice of the character for me, returns to the role of Cyborg. He's a very accomplished voice actor, but you may know him from his time in Teen Titans and Teen Titans Go. I also enjoy Cedric Yarbo's performance as Silas Stone. He may not have a lot to do, but his voice is very fitting for the character. And for a guy who's so versed in comedy, it's nice to hear him take on a more down-to-earth and serious role, even if that role isn't a comedic Batman movie. Fred Tatasciore once again brings to life the undead Solomon Grundy, just as he's done before in the Arkhamverse, the Injustice series, and LEGO games. And the guy really does some fantastic work. Noel Fisher, who I'm a pretty big fan of from his time on Shameless, and of course, most importantly, his time in Max Keeble's Big Move. Underrated classic. Here, he gives a pretty forgettable performance as game developer Gogo Shoto. It's not his fault or anything, it's just, this isn't exactly a breakout role. There wasn't a lot asked of him, so there's not a lot for him to deliver. And if there was one particular character that stood out as a highlight in this movie, it would undoubtedly be Solomon Grundy, who is just consistently delivering comedy gold. And at times, pizzas. The depiction of the character is still completely true to the source. The only difference is now he's being played for laughs. And my man is getting them because he is hilarious.
Grundy, good actor.
When it comes to style, I've made it clear I didn't exactly love the art style of the first one. And that's mostly the same here. I don't find any of these newer models to be horrendously bad or anything, but they're just bland, blatant, and basic. The characters are so simple looking that they almost look like what would happen if the artist from Family Guy made a Batman cartoon. Like this Joker, look at this Joker. There's nothing really wrong with it, right? But there's not a whole lot of anything going on here. Because that is in fact the way the Joker looks, but it's such a standard by-the-numbers take on the character. It's not doing anything different, it's not trying anything new, it's just doing what has already been done, but significantly less impressive. All I can say is what a spectacularly unspectacular design of the Joker. You like that? That's what we call a callback. And this is also pretty much the case with almost everybody, except for an exception or two. Both Solomon Grundy and Silver Banshee look like they've been ripped out of other continuities. They look like the models from the Justice League show, or even the Batman-Superman movies. And considering that they're the first two characters we see in this movie, it really threw me off for a minute or two there. This movie gaslit me into thinking I was somehow watching a movie outside of its continuity. As soon as it started playing, I was just thinking, did I somehow accidentally turn on Justice League Unlimited? There was also a scene a bit later in the runtime where Joker dons a hat, and I was getting some serious Batman the Animated Series vibes. We were late into the game here, so I knew what I was watching, but yeah, that looked familiar. One thing that really bugs me about this series, though, is that every single character looks like they were both born and raised inside a gym. Like, why are all these guys so jacked? This isn't a complaint in regards to the heroes, but a Scarecrow? Jonathan Crane? The frail psychotic psychiatrist? The man who hid behind a mask to induce fear in others because he lived his life in fear of others? I don't know, it just doesn't seem right. But then again, it doesn't feel nearly as wrong as Buff Penguin from the last movie. The plot is pretty simple, as this is a movie that's aimed at Robin-aged fans, and not Batman-jaded ones. And I definitely fall into the later category. The Joker, Scarecrow, Silver Banshee, Solomon Grundy, and Clayface form what has to be the most random assortment of antagonists to ever team together. However, you can't dispute the results. because the team actually takes down and takes over Gotham City. After the Joker unleashes a laughing computer virus, no, you did not mishear me, Joker unleashes a laughing computer virus that cuts off power to the city. What are even the words coming out of my mouth? The virus not only affects a lot of the team's gadgets, but also affects the robotic bike/Bat-Hound Ace and new team ally Cyborg. Joker promises the city temporary access to their televisions should they rat out the Bat, thus potentially turning the whole city against the heroes that are sworn to protect it. The League of Heroes Who Fight for Justice, they should really come up with a name for that league. Managed to save the video game creator who helped the bad guys hack the city after they kidnapped him, because that was a plot point that happened. And while this genius can't shut down his virus, he instead creates a virus for the virus. Of course!
I deleted the virus!
The good guys round up the bad guys, Batman defeats the Joker in the virtual world, only to have him face him one more time in the real world, where he becomes a Mecha Joker, and then is promptly defeated once again, because that is kind of how these things go. The fight scenes are pretty basic but effective and entertaining. There's not any crazy choreographed battles, but there are some interesting sequences of events. I really like this nod and cameo of both the original Robin and Nightwing costumes. It's a really nice touch, and yet something so small was able to put a smile on my face. Wait, nobody clip that and take it out of context. But in all seriousness, this moment was very welcome fan service. I like that this Clayface is the horribly underused, underrated, and underutilized Basil Karlo, who is by far my favorite Clayface. And I also like that they play up the character's acting roots. Ultimately, this rendition of the character really feels like the prelude to what the Harley Quinn show would wind up doing with the character. And once again, this is another performance that's true to the source material, but just flipping the script and now playing it for laughs. I love that. I love when a continuity can take a character that you know and love, and not change anything about them, but just shine a different light on them. Maybe highlight some of the traits that come along with being them that are usually not focused on. I think that's brilliant. It's easy to do, but it's not often done. This movie doesn't make a whole lot of allusion to the first film, but I do think for the sake of continuity, it was a nice touch having Tim Drake fight off and then try to plead with a corrupted cyborg. In the last movie, he basically talked Man-Bat out of his natural instinct. And this time around, he's attempting to debug a former Teen Titan using a heart-to-heart. And also, I know I mentioned it in my last video, but I still really love what they did with Ace. It's a different take on the character, and it's also kinda cute. I mean, personally, I prefer the Batman Beyond treatment, but this is nice too. I don't know if it ranks as my second favorite depiction of the Ace character, because I think Crypto the Superdog had the most adorable version of the character I've ever seen, but it's definitely riding up into the number 3 spot, for sure. For sure. Joker taking over the city and crowning himself Emperor Joker, and then taking to the virtual world to alter Batman, is very reminiscent of the Emperor Joker story. It's a nice reference, and I like that they altered previously created content to better fit in with the movie's narrative. Of course, there are some things about this that do get under my skin, though. Like when we see Clayface can not only transform into different people, but different animals and shapes as well. The guy literally becomes a dinosaur, and then 30 seconds later sits in the car silently when Solomon Grundy tells Joker that there's no room for him in their escape vehicle. Like, you can literally transform into an ant. There is no reason Joker had to plan for an Uber. That's just being selfish. Another thing that bothers me, Nightwing breaks mirrors only to have it trigger fear gas. And then to solve his problem, he breaks more mirrors. Like, why would you expect any other outcome? How have you not learned your lesson yet? I mean, of course, because this is Batman Unlimited, it ends up working out for him. But yeah, that was a dumb plan. Seeing Joker ride around in an ice cream truck makes sense, but I can't help but think of another psychotic, murderous lunatic clown driving an ice cream truck. I've definitely seen this before. And Red Robin feeding Clayface fast-acting cement does seem like it would kill him. Like that's a murder, Robin. Like that's against the code. I'm pretty sure even if a man is made out of clay, he is still a man nonetheless. Bruce, you gotta have a talk with this kid. He's just out here doing things that I don't even know. I don't even know where to begin. But hey, this movie isn't for me. It's for my kids, which I don't have. So it is what it is. And honestly, it's not bad. Now, I know I already said that this installment was better than the previous one, but I want to emphasize that I'm not just judging this on a curve. I'm not tolerating this movie. I'm not saying that this is a good movie in comparison to the last one. I actually enjoyed this movie. Whereas with the last one, I did not whatsoever. I did not at all. But surprisingly, yes, I am quite fond of Batman Unlimited Monster Mayhem. If you're into Batman projects that take themselves less seriously, I highly recommend checking this one out.
Can't say I expected to see that today. Can't say I expected to see any of this today.
Come on, guys. This is Gotham.
I've recently talked about the Batman movie you've never seen, and the Batman sequel you've never seen. So why not complete it with the Batman threequel you've never seen? But I'm not going to call this video that, because no one really knows what the threequel is. So this is the Batman trilogy you've never seen. So if you've actually never seen part 1 and 2, check the comment section below before watching this. I highly suggest checking them out before. But with all that being said, let's get into Batman Unlimited, Mechs vs. Mutants. Right off the bat, pun intended, it's more than a little different from the 2 movies that came before it. We start off and immediately we're shown Robin. And not Red Robin, and not Nightwing former Robin, but Robin. Meaning that this Robin is, of course, my least favorite boy wonder, Damian Wayne. Alright, that's it. Turn it off. I've seen enough. This is an immediate downgrade from the movie that came before it. Why is this kid here? Why is this kid everywhere? I just can't escape him. In all seriousness, it's kind of weird how he shows up and we're not even introduced to him. The movie's just like, he's here, deal with it, you figure it out. No hello, no metaphoric handshake. They're just throwing us in there with strangers now. He's never had a part in the predecessors. He's never even been mentioned or name-dropped. He was never seen or spoken of, and now he's the primary focus of the film. In actuality, I surprisingly don't mind this Damian Wayne. I find this performance to be pretty grounded. They kept elements of the source material in the character's passing dialogue, but they've kind of made him feel more like a person and less like a former prodigy. He's a work in progress. But this version of the character is wise enough to know that. He knows he's not where he needs to be. He's willing to change. He wants to get better. He's not standoffish, and the battles that he has in the Batcave aren't with his father, they're within himself. Who are you and what did you do with the actual Damian Wayne? You are way too self-aware and normal to be him. I actually kinda like this iteration of the character, but I'm also willing to admit it's probably not the perfect representation of that character. He's missing the character's angst and attitude and a lot of his flair. He still in a lot of ways feels like Damian Wayne, but it feels like a much more mature and way dialed back Damian Wayne. His sudden appearance, though, is still a little bit jarring. And that's far from the only subject like that. Heroes we know and kinda like from the last installments make their return, including Flash, Green Arrow, and Nightwing. I find them charming in their own right. And I like that this movie somehow managed to take 3 sarcastic characters, stick them side by side, but still make each one feel distinct. When the movie actually is keeping us up to date on its canon, it's providing callbacks and continuing story branches of characters I would have otherwise thought served no more purpose. Like having Dr. Langstrom, the former Man-Bat, serve as the head of Wayne Enterprises Research and Development is a cute little cameo, and it shows that Bruce does truly do all he can for these people. He doesn't want to beat them up, he wants to better their lives. That's a true depiction of the character's compassion, and I, for one, am here for it. But much more importantly, Nightwing finally got a new suit and a haircut, which is something elderly people used to tell me I needed all the time. Except, I'm a rebel, so I went bald and cut off all the sleeves to my t-shirts. Take that, society! We also follow up with the movie's main menace, who is the same as the first films. I'm talking, of course, about the Penguin. Since being sent to the Arctic, he's teamed up with Mr. Freeze. Because ice. But this Mr. Freeze is a little bit different from the one that you might be used to. I mean, I guess not aesthetically if you watch Batman Beyond, because he's just basically rocking his suit from that, as well as some mean Squirrel Squad shades. What a man who is more of a winter than he is a summer is doing with sunglasses on? I don't know. That's Batman Beyond me. Not the point. This Mr. Freeze is a lot more blatantly villainous than the one that you might be used to. And also, a lot more stupid. than the one that you're probably used to. I mean, he's still a genius, but socially, this guy is just not picking up what Penguin is putting down. Freeze and Penguin seem to have a very strange relationship. Penguin clearly doesn't like his living situation with his igloo roommate. He's openly annoyed by his mere existence, but doesn't seem to have a way out of this living situation. He can't return to civilization, and Mr. Freeze is just telling him he's better off without it. Freeze subtly but adamantly denies his request for freedom until it's beneficial to him. So what's that about? Did Mr. Freeze just want a friend? Because that's kind of the polar bear opposite of who Mr. Freeze is as a character. They never get into his origin story, but they just allude to his sadness. So I don't think I'm really personally into this version of Mr. Freeze. But I will tell you this. The Penguin's penguin, Buzz, downright adorable. Absolute show stealer. Never before has a character done so little and had it meant so much. Honestly, it almost completely makes up for the inclusion of Damian. It doesn't, but it almost does. Buzz is a star, okay? He had the cutest and funniest moments in the whole movie. Especially this one sent me.
I'm naming him head of security.
Nice to meet you, boss.
Like the previous two entries, there's baddies and baddies galore, including some old friends, some new friends, and even a Bane.
Wayne, I presume. Yes, and you must be General Sam Lane.
You've done your research.
After breaking into Arkham, as opposed to breaking out of Arkham, the cold couple walk through the halls of the asylum where they pass a plethora of cameos. It's there we see some of Batman's rogues gallery, including Cheetah from the first movie, Joker from the second movie, and new names such as Two-Face, Hush, and the Mad Hatter. But all of those characters are passed up in favor of the Terrible Two, assembling a team of baddies that include the likes of Killer Croc from the first movie, Clayface from the second movie, Bane, and Chemo, who I shit you not is an actual villain. And this is the first villain in any Batman movie that I've never seen and never even heard of before. I knew nothing about this character. I didn't even know of its existence before watching this. And I am thoroughly impressed, shocked, confused, and maybe even a little bit embarrassed that I've learned of a villain I've never known before from watching Batman Unlimited.
Stay humble.
This inner circle instantly has infighting as Croc and Bane are at odds. Because Bane thinks Croc sold him out to the GCPD. First off, Croc, if true, snitches lose scales. Remember that. And secondly, when did this happen? You two didn't even interact in the last movies. Bane, you weren't even in the last movie. Did this happen sometime in between them? Are these movies expanding their lore and building a full-blown Batman Unlimited universe? Well, yes. And no. But also yes. As it turns out, to my surprise, there is in fact a Batman Unlimited web series that was tied into this trilogy.
Don't feign ignorance, you gadfly!
Mr. Freeze and Penguin recruit the villains so that Bane, Chemo, and Clayface can essentially be experimented on to donate prospects of their genetic makeup to Killer Croc, so that he could turn into Godzilla. Wow, what a sentence. Firstly, I commend you, movie, for thinking outside the box and trying to do something new. But also, you're doing too much. You already got a roided up professional wrestler, a mud puddle man, a killer snowman, a sneeze incarnate, and a guy with a limp, and you couldn't figure out something to do with them? You really just need to bring kaiju into this? I want to note right now that when I was scripting this, instead of Killer Snowman, what I wrote was a pissed off Frosty, which kinda just sounds like I accidentally invented a racial slur against white people, so do with that what you will. Things go from bad to worse when Penguin tricks the Iceman, turning on him and giving Freeze's formula to Clayface, Bane, and Chemo. Except Croc was a test subject who the formula was specifically altered for, so there's some unintended side effects for the others, such as Clayface having the ability to shoot fire, and Chemo having the ability to shoot water and ice. This whole team is unstable. And I mean that in a multitude of ways, as Bane and Croc decide to spend their time as giants having a clash of the Titans. Looking to settle their bad blood, by shedding each other's. But then Batman and Green Arrow fight off their growing enemies in mech suits, and wait, hold on. Hold up. This is just Pacific Rim. This is just Batman Pacific Rim. I mean, I'm not complaining about it. I just wasn't anticipating it. I wish somebody would have told me. If somebody said, hey V, Batman Pacific Rim, I would have been there, but I wanted to be prepped. Just throw this premise on somebody without alerting them. Was this Batman Ninja? I wasn't ready for that shit. As always, these fights are highly entertaining and stand out as a highlight of the runtime. Mr. Freeze, pissed about getting the cold shoulder, returns to help the heroes, as Mr. Freeze usually does. Freeze deeply regrets his involvement in his plan, as he usually does, and exclaims that he was simply manipulated by the Penguin, which he usually isn't. That's a weird creative choice, because Mr. Freeze post Mr. Freezing, I feel would have been both too intelligent and far too jaded for any of this. The guy didn't trust anybody, and I find it really hard to believe that the Penguin of all people would be the exception to that. This movie does make some surprising references. Like when Bane makes mention of breaking Batman's back. Oh, like really? Batman Unlimited, is that really the place for this? And I could be wrong, and I probably am. But Batman's mech suit also reminded me a little bit of the one that Jim Gordon used in the comics when he was Batman. Time-wise, it all adds up. Gordon became Batman just a year prior to this movie's release. So, yeah, it could be, but it could also just be me and looking too deep into something that's really not all that deep. Because after all, if this was a reference, it would have the classic Bugs Bunny ears that are on the Batbot in the comics. This movie isn't perfect, though. It does have some unintentionally awkward or just off moments from time to time. And sometimes time after time.
But what is... Oh, I see. Brilliant. He's right, it could work.
A few moments later.
Can we trust him? No. Maybe.
But overall, yeah, I really like this movie. I like the characters, I like their interactions, and I like the story they were all a part of. It was cute, and I really enjoyed the ending. Penguin gets a new roommate, as does Buzz. But it turns out better for the Penguin than it does for the Penguin. Nightwing still can't stand Flash for some reason. I don't know, that plot point always felt a little bit off for his character for me. Even in this continuity, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And Clayface even lives to set up for a sequel that will never come. If I had to give one word to describe this movie, I think it would be...
enjoyable.
I highly recommend checking it out yourself if you haven't already.
If Batman doesn't return soon...
I know. We all need to take off the mask sometimes. To remind ourselves that we're people underneath.
Dick Grayson.
Another day, another Batman video I've never seen. And that's why today, we're here to talk about the next in this lineup, Batman Bad Blood. Now, for the most part, I've pretty much enjoyed all of this animated universe's Batman offerings. They just seem to get better and better with each new installment. And I'm really curious to see if this movie can follow up on that. And let me answer my own question immediately. Yeah, it does. This movie definitely follows up on the last one. Not only in terms of quality, but even in terms of story threads. When Batman goes toe-to-toe with the Heretic, he's immediately reminded of his drug-induced nightmare of a twisted Damian Wayne from the future. And for good reason. Because the Heretic is in fact Damian Wayne. Kind of. He's basically an enhanced, age-advanced clone of Damian, who sort of embodies Batman's greatest fear, as well as Damian's own self-doubt. This dark Damian Wayne physically manifests what Damian buried deep inside, and what can only be described as a worst-case scenario for Batman. This version of the character was pretty much prophesized with the last two movies, and it's because of things like that within these movies that make me feel like this line of Batman films completed a narrative. Each completed their own narrative while still serving to create a greater narrative. This movie trilogy works so great because it seems like they had a working blueprint from the start. They had a vision and direction in mind before they put these together. And each movie seems like it's all been building up to this. Individually, these movies complete their own stories. But when watched side by side, they almost feel more like chapters in the same story. Unfortunately, the character is taken out of the equation pretty unceremoniously, which kind of diminishes the character as a whole, but on the other hand, it was a pretty shocking twist that ultimately adds to the careless and remorseless nature of Talia al Ghul, showing her as the ultimate unpredictable bad, lacking all compassion, empathy, and, well, humanity. It's a move that does help raise the stakes, and it keeps the viewer guessing. And it also proves to Damian just how expendable he is in his mother's eyes. For the first time ever, he understands how his mother sees him. And it's not as a son. It's as a henchman. Someone disposable. The love that he has for her is unrequited. Because all he is a League of Assassins project. One that she probably at this stage in life looks at as a failure. So there are some positives to come out of this. But it does feel like a little bit of a waste when the character only gets one meeting with Batman, a separate meeting with his younger self, and then he's slain. There was so much more that you could have done with this character. His arrival in this universe should drum up the same amount of discussion that was had when Damian arrived. When Damian entered everyone's lives, it changed dynamics. A new character had to factor into things. But here, Heretic isn't necessarily treated like a full-fledged character. Instead, he's more of a meaningless plot point, because there's so many different creative things that could have been done, and now they're all just missed opportunities. Maybe seeing an adult Damian turn to the dark side would make Batman reconsider and question their partnership, wonder what kind of influence he has on his son's life, and if this version of the character is really just predestined. Maybe he'd worry that the premonitions he once had were physically manifesting, and that Damian's betrayal was inevitable. Or hell, maybe you go the other route. Maybe Damian meets his older self and he too shares his father's fears. Maybe he doubts and questions himself until ultimately realizing that while the two are very much alike, they're not entirely the same. He'd come to realize that their differences make all the difference. Maybe you have old Damian trying to reach out and mentor young Damian. Maybe young Damian could defeat his older self. And their fight could be symbolic of the inner struggles that this character goes through. Who he is now facing who he used to be. I'm sorry, but there are just a lot of interesting routes this could have taken, and it just didn't. And that's a little disappointing. But to be fair, that is the first time that I'm disappointed by this series, so, they're doing good so far. And even with this potential negative, there is positive to come from it, so it's not an all-around L. It's like half an L. It's like a lowercase L. The movie really begins with a bang, but more accurately, a battle. It takes no time in delivering fast-paced action and fight scenes. And it also doesn't take its time in bringing in brand new characters to the mythos. Mid-battle, we're thrust into the plot, with Gotham City trying to survive in the wake of Batman's sudden absence. And I gotta say, watching a Batman project sans Batman just makes me feel like I'm watching a CW show. Except, better. Although, truthfully, I've always been fond of these types of stories to some degree. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Batman, but with the bat away, the family comes out to play. With Bruce gone, it gives so much more time and chance for other major characters to step it up. And here's no exception. We get to see a lot more of the characters fans know and love. I mean, what I really appreciate is that Nightwing plays a much bigger part here than he has previously in any of the other Batman films. With more importance comes more screen time, and with more screen time comes a more accurate portrayal of the character. And yeah, this is a pretty good performance. And due to this movie, I think it actually might be one of my new favorite Nightwing performances. I think Dick Grayson in this movie is really interesting, because he comes off as confident and cocky to a fault, yet serious and mature. It's like the guy knows that there's a time and place. He's still very much himself, but he's also fairly capable of donning the cape and cowl as well, even if I don't think that he should. But that's not a conversation for here, that's a conversation for an upcoming video. Bad Blood introduces the audience to two new members of the Bat family, that being Batwoman and Batwing. We don't get to know them intimately immediately. I mean, in Batwoman's case, she's brought in at the very start with very little explanation. The movie just goes,
"Look, it's me, I'm here, deal with it, let's move on."
As the plot develops, it's revealed that Batman kept a file on her, one that confirmed her identity as his cousin, Kate Kane. The file also reveals that Batman was unsure if he was going to take her in as a sidekick, or take her down. In the case of Batwing, the movie kinda serves as his own origin story. This plotline doesn't take up too much screen time, but it's afforded just enough time to establish both the character and his motivations. Which is nice, because I always thought that Batwing was one of the most underrated characters in the Bat family. He's got some of the coolest looking gear in all of Gotham City, and it has advanced functions that would actually be useful. The only downside to the character is that he shares his superhero name with the name of Batman's jet.
Hey, Batwing. Need a ride in the Batwing?
Very funny.
I like both these characters, and I think that they were done justice here, but also done an injustice here. Both the characters were accurate portrayals, and they were performed very well, but I also feel like I could have used a little bit more time with each of them. It would have been nice to have them just a little bit more developed, and see them interact with the team a little bit more than they did. Regardless, I still enjoy it for what it was. Could have used more of these characters. Even if I think they're both hypocrites. Batwoman's constantly talking about not following Bruce's rules and not doing things the Bat family way and that she does her own thing. It's like, dude, that's totally cool. You want to live by your own moral code? You do you. That makes sense to me. But don't strap on the Bat emblem and then put on your little pointy ears and then act like you're not just copying off of what they're doing. If you want to be a part of the team, you gotta be a team player. Like, I get that she's saying that she wants to do her own thing, but I don't know, don't you think it's a little bit too late to do that? There's no copyright on crime fighting, but there probably should be. You know, Bruce, maybe it's time to consult the lawyers. And Batwing is every bit as bad, because Batwing is out here pissed off at the Bat family, blaming them for what's happening to his father. He still creates a mech suit that resembles that of a bat? I don't know, it just seems contradictory. But other than that little rant, I like these characters very much. And they're not the only ones. Mad Hatter gets to show off his skills while also showcasing his strangeness. They even bring Renee Montoya into the fold for a little bit. She doesn't do a lot, but it's nice to see her. We even get to see that Alfred still ain't afraid to throw down. I will never tire of seeing this butler go around to fisticuffs, or just straight up acting like he's Arn Anderson and pulling the Glock out whenever he can. But what I really, really like about this movie is that it truly does feel like a team effort. There's a real emphasis put on this team assembling and how they work together in Batman's absence. I enjoy it, I just wish we saw more of it. I'm glad that we're establishing an extended Bat family, but I'd appreciate it even more if these characters were actually used in other DCAMU films. This was a one and done for them. And speaking of the Bat family, that brings me to one of the few things I'm not a fan of in this continuity. And it's that in this version of events, it seems like there's only ever been two Robins. The current Batman, Nightwing Dick Grayson, and Damian Wayne. That means no Jason Todd, no Tim Drake. They never existed. It feels like an off choice given that this is in fact an extended universe, and an appearance from them could have added to these stories and brought more star power and name recognition to them. These are beloved characters. Their presence would probably be appreciated. But no, I guess not. No Reds, I guess. I don't know, I feel like they definitely could have figured out something for them to do. It's a bizarre choice to just willingly skip over two of the most famous sidekicks in all of Batman lore. To this movie's credit, it does juggle around a whole lot and manages to do it in a fluid manner. You have to remember that this movie is acting as a retelling of two separate comic book series, with two separate stories. It's introducing a brand new villain, two new heroes, bringing back the original bad from the first two films, Talia, making Nightwing a believable Batman in his absence, establishing a new team with new dynamics, following up and completing arcs that started in the last two movies, while also attempting to make and tell its own story. And that's a whole lot to do in an hour and 12 minutes. And to its credit, it manages to pull it off with style. The one thing that's pretty interesting to me about this set of films, though, is that despite the movies being labeled as Batman movies, Batman is mostly secondary in them. He's like the Doug in The Hangover of this series. He's promoted and marketed as being there, but he's not really a main character. If anything, I would say that these movies are more Damian Wayne movies than anything else. And surprisingly, I really, really enjoyed them. I think this is a good lesson to always give new things a chance, because these wound up being some of my all-time favorite Batman films ever made. Movies about my least favorite Batman character, mind you. The fight scenes are unsurprisingly pretty awesome. They're well thought out, entertaining sequences. And if you look away even for a moment, you're probably gonna miss something. I wouldn't say that this movie was as great as the ones that came before it, but it's pretty damn good in its own right. And it still feels like a solid sequel to the last installment. I'm somewhere in between like and love with this one. So I would definitely recommend checking it out for yourself if you haven't already. I'm sure most of you at least heard about it before, because it's not just one of the most legendary Batman comics of all time, but one of the most legendary comics of all time. Over the years, there have been literal millions and millions of Batman Joker stories told, and yet still this one stands out. This is the one that most point to as being the Batman Joker story. It is widely seen as the essential Batman Joker comic. And it's pretty easy to see why. The deep dive analysis into both Joker and Batman as characters and people, the light that shined on their overall dynamic, the well-drawn illustrations, the brilliant dialogue, I mean, I can go on and on. But instead, I think I'd rather hear from someone who's kind of an expert on the subject. Someone who has an entire channel dedicated to this type of thing.
I just wish I knew someone who liked comics. That gives me an idea.
Oh, hey, Owen from Owen Likes Comics here. So V asked me to help out with this video and talk a little bit about the history of the Killing Joke comic book. So if you don't mind me hijacking this video for a few minutes, I want to just quickly go over how this story came to be, some of the themes and ideas at the heart of it, and then the significance and the legacy of the Killing Joke graphic novel in the history of comics in the 30-odd years since its release. So, in order to best understand the Killing Joke, it's first important to understand the story's creators, Alan Moore and Brian Bolland. You see, Moore in particular is one of the most notable and celebrated writers in the history of comics, penning countless classics from Watchmen, V for Vendetta, and Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow. The Killing Joke, though, published as a one-shot graphic novel in 1988, came towards the end of his time with DC Comics. As such, while Moore was the writer of this book, the initial pitch for The Killing Joke came from artist Bolland, who recalled how, by the time Alan had finished Watchmen, he had fallen out with DC to a certain extent. In the end, he only continued to do Killing Joke as a favour to me. Bolland sought to tell a Batman and Joker story that would draw inspiration from the 1928 silent film The Man Who Laughs, and despite his frustrations, Moore teamed up with his longtime collaborator to dive into the origin of the Clown Prince of Crime, and create a fascinating deconstruction of these two characters that raises the question, how far can someone go after one bad day? The Killing Joke is the closest thing us comic book fans have to a definitive Joker origin story, with the comic's flashback sequences depicting him as a down-on-his-luck comedian forced into working for the mob in order to support his pregnant wife, only to fall into a vat of chemicals after a confrontation with Batman. These events, which all take place over the span of a single day, push the former comedian into insanity, emerging from the chemicals as the Clown Prince of Crime. Throughout the Killing Joke story, Moore grounds these fantastical characters in realism, delving into the twisted psychology that not only defines the Joker, but his relationship with Batman as well. Interestingly, the flashback sequences paint the Joker as a somewhat sympathetic figure, a good person who is forced into a series of bad situations that ultimately break him and turn him into a monster. It doesn't necessarily ask us to empathise with the Joker now, but instead pose the question of, can this happen to anyone? Could even Batman and Commissioner Gordon, the two pillars of justice in Gotham City, also be broken after just one bad day? This serves as the book's manifesto, as in the present day, the Joker torments and tortures Gordon's daughter Barbara, attempting to break him, whilst encouraging the Dark Knight to break his one rule. Following The Killing Joke's release in March 1988, the comic went on to become one of the most famous and iconic of all time, often being regarded as one of the greatest Batman and Joker stories ever told, and alongside other works published during this period, such as Moore's previous work Watchmen and Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns, helped to usher in a whole new era of comics, one far more darker and deconstructive in its approach to storytelling. With that in mind, the legacy of The Killing Joke has been massively felt in the 33 years after its release, not only in a darker shift in the medium overall, but in reaffirming the Joker as the cold, sadistic arch-enemy of the Caped Crusader. However, its legacy has also been felt on the big screen too, with virtually all of the different live-action versions of the Joker borrowing in some form from the Killing Joke. Namely, Tim Burton's 1989 Batman film uses Moore and Boland's origin story as a template for how their villain is transformed into the Joker. Likewise, while Christopher Nolan chose to not give his Joker an origin story in The Dark Knight, he does treat the villain as an unreliable narrator who throughout the movie gives multiple different origin stories, taking cues from a famous line from the graphic novel, "If I'm going to have a past, I'd prefer it to be multiple choice." Even Todd Phillips and Joaquin Phoenix's recent Joker film takes much of its premise from The Killing Joke, remixing Moore's take on the character's origin with popular Martin Scorsese films from the time of the book's release, such as Taxi Driver and The King of Comedy. It's hardly an understatement for me to say that The Killing Joke is really a big deal in the world of comic books, and it's hardly surprising that DC sought to bring this story to life in the world of animation. The company has released many great animated adaptations of beloved DC stories, from All-Star Superman to The Dark Knight Returns, and given the popularity of voice actors Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill, the prospect of bringing The Killing Joke to life in this medium was an exciting prospect for almost every single Batman fan. But I'm going to let V explain the movie for you all, so before I go, I just want to say thanks V for letting me come on this video and talk about the history of the Killing Joke comic. And hey, if you enjoyed listening to me talk about the history of different comic book stories, why not head over to my channel, Owen Likes Comics, check some videos out and maybe leave a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. Best of luck V talking about the animated movie. I certainly do not envy you, sir. Best of luck. Take care.
Thanks, Owen, and I highly suggest if there's any Batman nerds out there or just comic book fans in general, you head on over to Owen's channel and check out some of his content. Link in the description below.
So now, taking into account all that Owen said, you can imagine that when it was finally announced that there would in fact be a Killing Joke movie, well, Bat fans were hyped. Not only that, but it was also announced that Kevin Conroy would once again be putting on the animated cowl to play Batman. And Mark Hamill would once again don 2D face paint to play the Joker. So in layman's terms, this would be what most considered the definitive Batman Joker story, with what many people felt were the definitive Batman and Joker. This was going to be a hit. I mean, how could they go wrong? Where could they fail? Well, let me tell you. The Killing Joke comic, for as famous as it is, isn't exactly a long read. It's all of 62 pages, and mind you, that's 62 pages of drawings and dialogue bubbles, so really, not really all that long. As you can imagine, this doesn't necessarily translate into an hour-long movie, so naturally the film had to add some filler. And by filler, I mean a completely unnecessary first act that has no merit on the story and doesn't really tie into the rest of the movie, like, at all. Good! Yeah, Yeah! The first half of this movie kind of acts as if it's an unrelated Batgirl project. And then by the end of it, it feels like two different movies that were just kind of mashed together in post-production. I mean, Act 1 is mostly well acted, and as someone who's been a fan of the usually underutilized Batgirl, it was kind of nice to see a half Batgirl-led project. Almost. Almost. Except, this movie doesn't paint Batgirl in the most favorable light. As a matter of fact, the movie showcases her as a schoolgirl with a crush on her pseudo-teacher, and her affection for him almost turns into an obsession. When she can't get with her mentor, she suddenly falls for a narcissistic criminal, knowing damn well that he's a sociopath, not just by his actions alone, but because she was straight up told that.
He's a nasty combination of narcissist and sociopath. He'll have you smiling right up to the moment he cuts your throat.
And she still foolishly almost gets involved with this guy. Yeah, that's the Batgirl I know. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's good. You guys are doing good. Then later when Batman turns her down, she lashes out emotionally and attacks some rando on the street who's arguing with his girlfriend. Again, how is any of this good for the Batgirl character? You took one of the most logical, ethical, and intelligent characters in all of Batman lore, and you turned her into an angry, angsty, jealous teenager.
But why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
Look, I know I've made this joke before on this channel, but never more than now have I truly meant this when I said this. Hashtag not my Batgirl. I'm sorry. It's just not. And while we're on the subject of Batgirl and her infatuation with Batman, let me once again explain my utter disdain for pairing Batman with Batgirl. Look, now I'm not going to be the creative police here, alright? I'm not going to tell you how anybody should be doing anything, alright? I believe that when you put pen to paper, or I guess more accurately in today's day and age, when you put hand to keyboard, that is your right. You can create whatever it is you want. You know, there's no right or wrong way to do it. However, when you do that, you gotta accept that people are gonna have some opinions on it, and some of them you ain't gonna like. So that's all this is. I'm just giving you my opinion, and I don't like it. I'm not one to judge when it comes to age differences in relationships. I get that sometimes there's age gaps and things work out. I mean, actually, I would kind of be a hypocrite if I was, because I've been attracted to older women almost all my life, so, you know, I'm not about to shit-talk someone else for doing the same thing, but in reverse. But there's just something especially gross and wrong feeling about these two being together. I'm sure some of it has to do with the fact that I don't think that anybody who actively calls themselves a man should be with somebody who actively refers to themselves as a girl. You know, Batman, Batwoman, that seems... Oh, no, I guess that wouldn't work. They're cousins now. My point is, it's weird. He's like 40 and she's like 20. It's weird. Come on. He's literally got twice her life experience. And that's not even the bad part, okay? In terms of the weirdness factor between these two getting together, that's like at the very bottom of the list. Like I could almost look past that, all right? But more importantly, their dynamic feels all wrong for a variety of other stranger reasons. There's the whole age thing, yes. But like there's also the dynamic between the two. He's mentoring her, so in a way it almost feels like he's inadvertently indoctrinating her into, like, I don't know, I just don't want to think about Batman being a groomer, man. Like, this is just... 2021 is a bad enough year already. It just started. This is not how I wanted to start things off. I don't want to think about Batman being Batman. It just feels off because Bruce not only has a strong moral compass, he also has incredible discipline. I mean, yeah, sure, he'll bang a villain or two, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. My point is, Bruce would know better than this. Like, even if you wanted to write Batgirl as having a crush on him, having him reciprocate, it doesn't seem within reason or within his character to do so. Bruce would know better than that. He would know where to draw the line with someone younger and more impressionable than him that he's taken under his cape. He wouldn't take her under his utility belt, too. It wouldn't happen. Let's go ahead and take the age and that dynamic out of the equation. Let's just forget about that, right? She's also his best friend's daughter. Dude, come on! What are you... Dude! I mean, he works with Jim Gordon on a seemingly daily basis. Alright, they've worked together on cases, they got the bat signal in the sky, there's a friendship, a bond, a working relationship between the two. To just start banging his daughter behind his back, that just seems grimy. No, Bruce, no! What are you doing? And then if that's not weird enough, she's basically his son's ex-girlfriend. Like, come on, man. You can tell me Dick Grayson isn't his son, he's his ward. What the fuck does that mean? He took him in and treated him like a son. Like, even if they don't have blood relation, he treated him as a son. So that is his impromptu son's ex-girlfriend. Bruce, no! You're better than this! This is weird. Why are you doing this, Bruce? Why are you doing this to me? I don't get it. I don't know, like I said, it feels highly out of character for Bats. In no pairing between the two have I ever felt like there was that kind of chemistry there. In any incarnation of this intended pairing. It gets no gold stars, it gets nothing but black demerits all across the board. I am not about this. And do you know what end all this crazy love-struck Batgirl serves? It's a misguided attempt at trying to strengthen the bond between Bruce and Barbara before the movie, like the comic book, puts her in a wheelchair. That's it. That's all. That's the whole purpose of the first 40 minutes of this movie, which gives us an unnecessary Batgirl loves Batman plot, is just to try to make the audience feel worse about Barbara becoming paralyzed. That's the whole goal. That's all it does. The whole first half of the movie tells a Barbara story. It pairs her with Bruce just to try to make it more impactful when she ends up getting shot. And these writers somehow didn't notice that they're not strengthening the bond between these two characters, or adding more depth to the story, they're actively taking away from it all. Having Batman and Batgirl have a one-night stand, and then having Bruce give her the cold shoulder and going stoic on her, it doesn't add a new layer to the story. It's taking away from the actual in-canon connection they have. You see, to me, I always thought that Bruce saw Barbara as a surrogate daughter, just as he saw Dick, Jason, and Tim as surrogate sons. I mean, they were like family, you know, just minus the blood relation and awkward reunions. The platonic relationship between the two made the actual events of the comics tragic enough. This new addition to the runtime really works as a subtraction from the overall importance of the story. Oh man, Batman must feel extra bad because, you know, he used to bone Barbara. Dude, that's... oh, fuck, that's even deeper. It's really dumber. I'll give you that. It's really dumber. This is like if they made a Death in the Family movie, and then they're like, oh, man, you know what? I don't know if Jason and Bruce seem close enough. Let's have him fuck him. Yeah. Bruce fucks Jason, and that's why he's so sad when he dies. So from that sense, do you realize how this wasn't needed? How this doesn't help the story out? It just kind of convolutes things and makes a mess and makes Batman really fucking weird. Is anyone else am I alone? Is anybody else getting that? No? Yes? I don't fucking know. I feel like I'm losing my goddamn mind watching this movie. The animation also looks largely inconsistent. I mean, the opening act looked pretty good. Batman and Batgirl's designs are well drawn, but then I see the Joker and yeesh. What a spectacularly unspectacular design. It's weird because there's certain shots in the movie that look like they were ripped directly from the comic book. And then there's whatever the hell this is. I'm tired. I'm tired. It's weird. It's like they shelled out money for certain animation teams for certain scenes, but then they dialed it back on others. What's especially confusing to me is why would you cheap out on this movie of all movies? We're talking about a project that everyone and their murdered parents would have loved to see. This movie was one of the most anticipated Batman projects of all time, and that's talking with live-action movies included. And in turn, they gifted us with some of the most bottom-of-the-barrel animation. You'd think Warner Brothers would go all out on this one. I mean, if there was ever a Batman project to heavily invest in, this was the one. And you didn't. There's also a couple things that I feel work better in publication than they do in animation. I think some of the dialogue works better when it's read out in your head than having to hear it out loud, like Batman calling someone a stinking little stain, or some of the Joker's more long-winded speeches. Again, like, in writing, I get it, but in execution, I don't know, it just doesn't work. There's also a certain ambiguity to the ending of the original comic. Batman finally joins the Joker in a laugh, and the panel which seems to depict the two laughing together ends with only one set of chuckles. The implication is definitely there, that the Joker finally got his way. He finally broke the bat, potentially costing him his own life. But here, I don't know how well that comes across. One set of laughter seems to end far too abruptly, and there's no visual or audible signs of a struggle. And you know what? I could have gone my whole life without hearing Kevin Conroy laugh. That is fucking frightening. Kevin, if you're listening, man, I have no issues with your performance. You're great as always. Please, sir, I don't want any problems. But speaking of performance issues, outside of me in the bedroom, there's something else that's always bothered me about this movie. And before I get into it, let me reiterate, I fucking love Mark Hamill. He's been the voice of the Joker for decades now. And he is the gold standard that every Joker voice that has come since him has tried and failed to live up to. He is the be-all, end-all of Joker performances. But here he just seems, I don't know, lackadaisical?
Lackadaisical?
His performance just isn't what it could have been. And it confuses the fuck out of me, because this is clearly a role he cares very much about. He's always put his best foot forward, the top effort, when portraying the Joker. When he initially gave up the role and seemed ready to move on from the character, he publicly stated that he'd only come back if both he and Kevin Conroy were cast as Batman and the Joker in a Killing Joke project. Yet here he is, cast as the Joker, alongside Kevin Conroy in a Killing Joke project, and he's just not on his A-game. His inflection seems off, and he's not emoting the way he has in previous Joker performances. I will say that he seems on point in the pre-Joker flashbacks, but for a lot of the actual Joker scenes, he just doesn't seem to do justice for the man who's done so much injustice. Now, that's not to say that it doesn't hit the mark some of the time, because it definitely does. But overall, I just feel like it's a lot more miss than hit. I guess this would be a fine enough performance for anybody else, but for Mark, come on man, what were you doing? Were you sleepwalking in the studio? And that musical number? No thank you. I'll take Look Who's Laughing Now from Arkham Knight any day of the week, which was also done by Mark Hamill. See, that's what I don't get. The guy still got it, clearly. Why doesn't it feel like he's using it here? I don't know, maybe it's just me. Feel free to yell at me in the comment section, that's what it's there for. Outside of that, the movie feels really bleak and bland to me. One thing I always appreciated about Alan Moore comics is that they felt like they were filled to the brim with details. The surroundings of every panel and a character's personal space could potentially tell you a lot about this fictional person. What are those books in the background? What's on this character's desk? What is that on this person's computer screen? It's small details, sure, and I get it if most of these details are lost on some, but the world the Killing Joke movie sets up seems to be void of any detail at all. Everything is so simplistic that it almost feels like a battering to the face of its original source material. The movie feels like the first draft of a movie. Let me explain. When I'm writing my own movie scripts, a lot of the time I put simple actions and dialogue. Then I'll go back after the fact and I'll set up the scene describing the surroundings, what goes here, what goes there, what's in the background. This would be like if I forgot to do the latter and the final script was just brief actions and words. The movie, unlike the comic book, lacks character. And that's really frustrating for me as somebody who really genuinely loves the book. We were all looking forward to this adaptation, but this just ain't it. One small thing that stands out for me is the movie's brief inclusions or allusions to other Batman works. The Killing Joke initially worked so well because it wasn't necessarily tied down into any specific Batman continuity. It was its own standalone comic, and sure, yeah, elements have been adapted into the main Batman canon, such as Joker having a multiple choice past and Barbara being confined to a wheelchair, but overall it was just supposed to exist on its own, so you didn't have to think too hard about where this fit in where, and is this tied to what, and what has happened before and after this. So the callbacks that they have in the movie kinda lead to more questions than answers. A picture shown of Harley Quinn begs the question of, well, where's she now? Why is she not by the Joker's side? Couldn't she have factored into this movie? I don't know. A picture of Jason's corpse makes you wonder, why isn't Bruce a little bit more frustrated and willing to take out the Joker? And if Jason lived and died already, where's Dick? Where's Tim? Is Damian alive in this continuity? Of course, this is just me being a little nitpicky. I've gotten the major points across, but this is still something that had me scratching my head. But to the movie's credit, I gotta say, I did appreciate these small little nods to previous Joker stories. That was kinda cool. The movie really doesn't seem to work on its own. What was added doesn't really add a whole lot to the story, and it mostly does more to take away from the plot. And what does work in the movie is what worked in the comic book. Meaning that work was already done. I want to be one of those fans who go out of their way to say, well, the book is a lot better than the movie. The movie's not anywhere near as good as the book. But yeah, the book is a lot better than the movie, and the movie is nowhere near as good as the book. I said it, I don't care. I said it. There's no filler, there's no Batgirl's got a crush story that completely diminishes her character. Every page, every panel, every detail exists only to push the narrative forward, and to properly tell its story. The graphic novel definitely packs more of a punch than the animation. All the new additions from the movie kinda just waters down the plot.
That's what a dose of reality will do to you. It's why I never touch the stuff.
If you're looking for the superior version of events, if you're looking for the definitive version of the story, you're gonna want to pick up the comic book. Even if you don't read comic books, I still advise you to pick this one up. Overall, The Killing Joke is one bad movie. And you know what they say about one bad movie. It's enough to drive the sanest man to lunacy. In all seriousness, I went to the theaters when this came out. It was playing in select theaters. I went out to the theaters and got in for free to see this. And I still wanted my money back. The Killing Joke is by far the most disappointing Batman project of all time.
Batman? I used to think I'd dress like a bat to instill fear, but recently I've come to realize I just crave attention.
Recently, I spoke about Batman's first outing on the big screen, of course referring to Batman 66's Batman the Movie. Well, today, I'm here to talk about one of the other movies in that continuity's lineup. And yes, there is more than one. The late-in-life animated movie Return of the Caped Crusader. A movie that not only saw the return of the Caped Crusader Adam West, but grown boy wonder Burt Ward and OG Catwoman Julie Newmar. Seeing as a fair portion of the original Batman 66 actors had sadly passed away, they were replaced by pretty authentic sound-alikes, and actors that I myself have nothing but love for. With Lynn Marie Stewart, or if you're an Always Sunny fan, Charlie's mother taking over the role of Aunt Harriet. Wally Wingert stepping in for Frank Gorshin as the Riddler, Thomas Lennon bringing his hilariously goofy energy to the role of Chief O'Hara, Jim Ward, or as I know him, Chet You Betcha, filling in for Commissioner Gordon, and Steven Weber becoming this movie's Alfred. That's just to name a few. And all of them are very well cast, with no one really feeling out of place. Each one is almost a dead ringer for the person they're portraying. Also helping matters is that almost all of the characters are drawn to bear a resemblance to the actors who originally portrayed them, with some exceptions. Commissioner Gordon here is looking a lot more like his comic book counterpart, as opposed to Neil Hamilton, who played him in the series. He's even looking a little bit similar to Alan Napier, who previously played Alfred on the series, with the actual Alfred in this movie looking a bit less like his small screen adaptation. I can only imagine that this is due to licensing issues with the actors' estates. Maybe they didn't have permission to use their likeness, but it is noticeable when you're familiar with the series. Regardless, I still hold this movie in the same regards that I hold the show and movie that spawned this. It's very true to the spirit of its predecessor. Not a lot of brains behind what the audience is seeing, but an excess of heart. The movie is an absolute love letter to the original series. There's so much love and care that clearly went into this movie. There's so many references and throwaway lines and cameos to the wider continuity. The intro shows the dynamic duo taking on a gaggle of goons from the series' original run, showing off the forgettable and unforgettable villains of 66's Batman's Rogues Gallery. And don't quote me, but I also believe that Miranda Monroe, in addition to being an obvious in-world replacement of Marilyn, is named what she's named due to the song that Bruce sings, which is titled Miranda. At one point, the Caped Crusader gets knocked in the head, and in his delusional state, briefly sees 3 Catwomen, each one resembling one of the 3 women who played the feline femme fatale, which I think is one of my favorite Batman gags in anything Batman related ever. The love doesn't stop at the 60s show either. They also show a fair amount of appreciation for other Batman continuities as well. The opening credits show a vast variant of classic Batman comic book covers. Evil Batman literally takes lines from other beloved Batman from other beloved Batman canons, quoting both Batman 1989 and The Dark Knight Returns.
You wanna get nuts? Come on! Let's get nuts. It's an operating table.
Not the face, Batman!
I'm the surgeon.
The Batcave is shown to have a lineup of famous Batsuits not worn within the show. Catwoman even makes a cheeky reference to The Dark Knight Rises.
We run away to Europe together, sip tea in a cafe, and live happily ever after.
Wholly unsatisfying ending.
The Riddler even uses an exact riddle that the character used in Gotham. I would assume that that also came from a comic, but I can't confirm that, so don't take my word for that. Then there's also Batman taking on the mannerisms of other Batman, including, but not limited to, him suddenly disappearing, to which his colleagues note how unlike him that is. These references aren't all that subtle, but then again, subtlety wasn't really the name of the game in the original series. That kinda wasn't Adam West Batman style. I love the nods and references this movie offers up. The show is always a comedic take on the campiness of the characters, but it also, in addition to the regular zany offerings the 66 series brought, this movie likes to take it a step further. It feels like that much more of a cartoon, because this time around, it is an actual cartoon. It almost makes me wonder how no one thought of doing this before.
They did.
Greetings, Bat fans. This is Batman. And Robin, the Boy Wonder.
And me too, Batmite.
Is that a poop rat? Is that a poop rat?
The movie sees Batman's antagonistic arch-enemies reunite once more, just as they did in the first movie. Though ironically, in the original movie, while Catwoman was the only character of the bunch to be recast, this time around, Catwoman is the only returning actor to the role. Their united union of unfortunate events for those they come across are up to their nefarious schemes, that seem to get immediately thwarted by the dynamic duo. Or are they? Catwoman drugs Batman with a little catnip, of course, which progressively makes him become more evil with time. Unfortunately for her, after she's fulfilled her usage, the rest of the team cuts her out of their wicked plans and launches her into space. The golden-hearted, not-so-dark knight goes from making snide comments at those closest to him to firing all those in his employ. From Alfred to Robin, and then to take matters even further, he goes on to fire the commissioner and the chief of police, as well as everybody else in Gotham City, as Batman has now used a replica ray so that his rogue selves can rule the city. This causes a very unlikely alliance between Robin and Catwoman, who then have to break out and recruit all of the criminals Batman's put behind bars. And what ensues has to be the highlight of the movie. A big battle scene that throws in reference after reference. The penitentiary's past collides with the protagonist here in the present. Though the manpower doesn't seem to be enough, because just as he did solo before, this army of Batmen easily defeats the enemies that he's previously put behind bars. Ultimately, it's not the villains who save the day, nor Catwoman or Robin, but in fact Alfred, offering up an antidote. Not kidding. This manages to heal Batman and bring him back to his old ways. Upon his return, he realizes that the whole scheme has been just that. A complete ruse set up by Penguin, Riddler, and Joker so that they can go on a shopping spree sans payment. Batman, Robin, and Catwoman once again team up, and of course put a stop to them. Once again, pretty much with ease. After the battle is finally over and the good guys have won, Catwoman unsurprisingly betrays her new team because she's Catwoman. And double-crossing is kind of her thing. But her plans are foiled by the attitude of the altitude. Not looking to go back to prison, she jumps to what would otherwise be considered her death, but considering this series, it's really just her latest escape. The credits roll, and we get to see some of our favorite characters from the show bust a move. Because once again, this is Batman 66. I really like this movie, and if you like the seasons of the show or the movie that it spun off, I think you will too. This is some harmless, goofy fun with the characters. And I personally think in terms of funny Batman movies, this should be at the top of that list. Maybe not the tip top, but like somewhere in the top 5. It's a celebration of the original series that bleeds into other versions of the character as well. I'm really glad we got the remaining cast back together for this one. And I'm glad that we got them back together once more after this for Batman vs. Two-Face.
Who are you, Two-Face? We're done with your ghoulish games.
Then you shouldn't have come here.
I've recently talked about the follow-up to the 1966 Batman show, Batman. So what better way to follow that up than by talking about the follow-up to the follow-up? I'm talking, of course, about Batman vs. Two-Face, a movie that should be pretty significant to the Batman 66 lore, as this would mark the first appearance of the secondary titular character in the continuity. Unless you're a comic book fan, because in which case this completely different take on the character would be his first appearance, but, you know, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. The 1966 show was so campy that it managed to feel more like a cartoon than the actual cartoons that would later be adapted. And because this was just good old, clean, goofy fun, it was decided by the higher-ups that the character of Two-Face shouldn't make the cut. So, he was cut. Never once entering into this Batman's Rogues Gallery. Though there was apparently a script written for the character in mind, and they even had aspirations of having Clint Eastwood of all people play the role. But that would never come to pass. Once again, unless you're a comic book fan, in which case it was the exact story that was adapted for the comic. And it was also Clint Eastwood's likeness that was used for the character. Again, I'm getting ahead of myself because that comes later. Today, we're going to take a look at Two-Face's first outing in this timeline of events. Like the movie that came before it, I find this incredibly true to its source. Not only do they have the 3 returning cast members from the previous movie, but there's also even a cameo from Lee Merriweather, who was Julie Newmar's temporary replacement in the first ever Batman movie. Here, Catwoman tricks her character into swapping places with her, and nobody is none the wiser. I love this cute, clever little shout out. To whoever came up with this bit, my cowl is off to you, sir. Other old school characters who made cameos in the first animated feature also return here in a little bit more prominent of roles. Batman and Robin encounter King Tut, and after a battle, we even get to see his trial. Afterward, they go toe-to-toe with the Bookworm and his assistant. This movie, like the movie that came before it, also ends with another big battle of brutes and baddies taking on the Bat. It's pretty much ripped straight out of the end of the last movie, but it's still welcome. There's of course references riddled throughout the runtime, including Batman dropping the line he used in his first ever comic book appearance.
And here I thought only criminals were a superstitious lot.
And even recreating the classic Batman smack memed around the world. In addition to returning cast, they also have returning tropes and gags, including Robin being sickened by Batman's fascination with Catwoman. It's like every time they're about to kiss, he looks like he's about to hurl. I never understood this, because I think it makes Robin look more like a scorned lover than it does a ward. I think the intention was always that Robin was allegedly young, so Batman's, well, let's call him mature feelings for women is icky. But like, Robin, you're too old looking to be acting this young. Although here, they also clarify that it's not just Batman's relationship with women that Robin's intimidated by, because he also has similarly negative feelings about Harvey Dent.
Okay, I got 2 theories.
1, Aunt Harriet was actually onto something, or 2, Robin's just an insecure little jerk who's jealous of everyone his mentor shares time with. I like this series, but a lot of the time I have a hard time liking Robin in the series. Let me go on record saying that this is probably my least favorite Robin, so when thinking of Jason Todd, I'm just looking at this Robin saying,
the wrong kid died.
The movie also keeps the simple and sometimes stupid logic of the original, like having a machine that can physically suck the evil out of someone's soul. 'Cause, you know, of course. Why bother complicating things with reality? I know it sounded condescending when I just said that, but I actually genuinely mean it. This continuity should never be connected to the real world in any way, shape, or form. In terms of what's new, this movie has a lot to offer. They surprisingly simplified and downplayed the darkness of Two-Face to better align him with the canon, and I actually think it works wonders. William Shatner is a pretty inspired choice for the character, as I think he could have been an actual contender for the role back in the day. Like Adam West, he was a star made due to his major role on a hit TV show, and he was a big name during the time of the original series run. William Shatner would have been a great addition back then, and he's a pretty good one now. And let's make it clear, this character doesn't just have Shatner's voice, he also has Shatner's face. Well, half of it. Now, this movie does a very interesting thing with its opening. It sets up the Two-Face character by introducing Harvey Dent, and immediately going into his villainous origin story. Then it allows the opening credit sequence to showcase the character's nefarious schemes, and this opening kind of solidifies him as villain and molds him into the franchise lore. This is a really good way of making your credits must-see while also still progressively telling your story and showing the passage of time. Though shockingly, the sequence ends with Harvey's face being fixed, which is definitely a strange choice for a movie called Batman vs. Two-Face. So, yeah, I guess that's it, roll credits. As you could probably imagine, that's not the last time we see the other half of that character. Throughout the movie, we're shown Two-Face lurking in the shadows, despite Harvey publicly thriving since his return to norm. And the movie sets this up in such a way that it clearly wants you to believe that Harvey is no longer Two-Face, and this is instead Two-Face Part 2, or a second face. But like, who else could this be? Is this Harvey Apollo? I don't think so. But I kinda love that the movie attempts mystery in the dumbest way imaginable. Like, there's shadow over the other side of Two-Face, even when he's not in the shadows. There is nothing to cast that shadow. That is simply half an unlocked character. If this happened anywhere else, I would say that this was terrible, just god-awful, and probably unintentional. But given the information that this is a sequel to a series sans subtlety, this feels very on brand. And when we finally get the big reveal of who Two-Face actually is, it's once again Harvey. It's always been Harvey. It never stopped being Harvey. Even if Harvey is going along with his own plans reluctantly, it's still Harvey. Because despite the facial reconstruction and fixing the scars on the outside, the real issue is the ones that are on the inside. And can I just ask, how is it possible that Batman 66 understood the purpose of a character, but the juggernaut that is the Dark Knight somehow managed to get it wrong? I don't know. I'm just saying, that's just something interesting to point out. In all seriousness, I think they really made this character work in this continuity. And they did so by toning him down and reeling him back a little, but they still managed to capture the spirit of the source. This is a character I always thought would feel a little bit out of sorts in this universe. They made it work. He fits in perfectly here. He's a great addition to this universe. I'm upset that this is the only outing we'll get with this character. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this is the picture-perfect Two-Face. This isn't the new pedestal. They did do things different, and they did add things to the character. Like now, Harvey's dark side not only has the capability of taking him over mentally, but also taking over him physically as well. I don't think I'd like this change anywhere else, but here it's not bad. It fits the tone. It's obviously different, but different isn't always bad. I should also note that Two-Face proves to be Batman's most successful foe yet, managing to not only trick and trap the Caped Crusaders, but also managing to find out their secret identities, which, to my knowledge, I believe no villain in the original series ever managed to do, despite it being very, very obvious. And I will say that William Shatner, despite his worst effort, is actually at the very least pretty passable in the role. Actually, I might even say that he's kinda good. His hammy over-the-top acting and bizarre dramatic pauses that he takes are kind of perfect for the series. And I think that they work really well when they're acted against Adam West's own bizarre dramatic pauses and over-the-top hammy acting. It's an incredible blend, and it works so well that you wonder how they haven't worked together before this. I don't know that William Shatner really cared about this role.
I'm Two-Face. Look at this, look at that.
I don't really know that William Shatner cares about most things, but...
What did you have to fundamentally understand about the Harvey Dent character to play this role?
Well, it's a cartoon.
I will say that this is some of my favorite work that he's done in years. Two-Face isn't even the only new addition to this universe. This movie also sets up several other future villains. Joining him is none other than the one-day Harley Quinn, Dr. Harleen Quinzel, whose future is even flirted with when she flirts with the Joker. And while that is a nice touch and I do enjoy it, it's really odd thinking of this Joker attempting to manipulate or seduce someone. Like how would that story play out here? Also new to the story is Dr. Hugo Strange. And he kind of plays an integral role in Two-Face's origin, being the contributing force behind Harvey's makeover due to his evil suction machine malfunctioning. And what a sentence that was. He later actually joins the dueling dual identities of Harvey Dent in his plan to turn Gotham City, more balanced, I guess. It's interesting to see this character in this environment, but he doesn't get any kind of characterization. He's just a bad guy doctor we see once or twice. And it doesn't seem like a whole lot of changes were made to his character to better fit him into what's going on here. So, his inclusion is a little bit, pardon the pun, strange. Ultimately, would I recommend this movie? Yes, without a shadow of a doubt. If you're a fan of the original series, you'll love this, as it doesn't only serve as a callback, but a step forward as well. It's a love letter to the past that's creating a future right here in the present. It's a fantastic movie, and even if you didn't watch the 60s show, I think you could still enjoy this. But to be able to really truly appreciate it for all that it is, you're gonna want to watch the original series. I give this my highest recommendation because this is almost all positive, no negative, except for maybe one or two factors. I'm really shocked and kind of sad that Batgirl never made so much as an appearance in this movie, or in the one that came before it. The audience got such little time with her that it would be really nice to extend that just a little bit more. You know, who knows what the character would be up to now? What's she doing? The lack of an inclusion is a little bit odd, especially when considering how much love there was for the show and some of its lesser remembered characters. You know, you would think that there would be a spot for the second sidekick, but apparently not so. And even more unfortunate is that prior to the movie's release, Adam West sadly passed away, never getting the opportunity to see his last effort as the Caped Crusader. The man left behind a legacy. Even as the actor and the brand were in the late stages of life, it still seemed like there was still more to do. Still more stories to tell, more memories to make. But I guess that's a sign of a good storyteller. You always leave them wanting more. This was a very beautiful way to say goodbye to a man who embodied a legend. Adam West, thank you for all of your contributions, the memories that you've left us fans with, and of course, all the dancing one can ask for in one lifetime. So in lieu of my usual closer, I'd like to leave you all with this.
Do you know what I am?
My punishment for dropping out of med school.
I remember when I first heard that this movie was coming out, I was hyped. Harley Quinn has always been one of my all-time favorite Batman characters, and it was nice to finally see her front and center in a movie. Mind you, this was back in 2017, so this was long before the oversaturation of Harley Quinn in every DCEU film that is planned in the foreseeable future. And to hear that this was a new addition to the Bruce, Tim, and Paul Dini universe? Yeah, sign me up. Take my money. Do you need my social? I worked for a Best Buy at the time, and I was stoked to be able to buy this right after my shift so I could go home and give it a watch. So I rushed home, watched it, and instant buyer's remorse. I will give this movie this. It's not nearly as bad as I remembered it being the first time around watching it. Hell, I even put this on, and me and my friends actually had a laugh or two watching this. But this movie is just strangely inconsistent and tonally all over the place. I think it also somehow suffers from the DCEU's format, that being a complete lack of an actual format, and things just happen because reference, or because, well, just because. But it's not nearly as bad. I'm sorry, I don't care what you say, I will never like Batman v Superman, it was a betrayal. To give credit to Batman and Harley Quinn, this movie isn't all over the place. If that makes any sense, maybe it doesn't. I just came off watching this for the 6th time so I could review it, so my brain is mush. There actually is a story here, but at times it feels a little bit abstract. You kinda gotta squint your eyes and stand on your head to really see and get a feel for what's going on here. This movie plays out like someone watched the original Batman the Animated Series and then thought, I mean, yeah, it's good, but can we make it more fan service-y? Have you ever heard of Rule 34? So with that being said, let's get right into it, because I'm already upset. The movie starts off with introducing us to the main villains, Poison Ivy and the Floronic Man.
Hey, trying to work here.
It's Dink Man. See, this is the power of THC.
This is why they originally wanted to outlaw marijuana. This is why it's illegal.
This is Reefer Madness on another level.
A pairing that makes a whole lot of sense. It's good to see these two tree huggers on the same page again. Although I think we all remembered what happened the last time Ivy and Woodrue worked together in a DC film.
Sadly, I'm not good at rejection. I'm afraid you'll have to die.
It's in the opening scene that they steal some information on a flash drive. Cue the opening credits. And that's highly underwhelming. I really hope that's not indicative of what the rest of the movie has to offer. At least the opening credits are cool. Though I still don't know why they chose to draw Dick Grayson looking like this. I mean, everyone else just kind of looks similar to their actual cartoon counterpart, but who made this design choice and why did you do that? But whatever, it's a minor thing. I'm gonna overlook it because if I nitpick, then we're gonna be here all day. We're gonna be here several days. We come back to the scene of the crime where Batman gives some basic plot exposition, and it's also where we see the origins of Swamp Thing. And that's when Poison Ivy and Jason Woodrue's evil plans are finally revealed. They're looking to turn everyone into plants. I know! I'm just as shocked as you are! I mean, I hate to be that guy, but isn't this always Poison Ivy's plan? Wasn't her first episode in the animated series this exact plan? I'm just saying, that's her whole premise, you know? You'd think that she'd move on and create a giant man-eating Venus flytrap that could engulf all of Gotham City or something. I mean, I don't know, it's not good, but, you know, at least she's trying something different. I know the expression is, if you fail at first, then try again. But, you know, maybe try a different plan. Don't just do the same thing. You keep doing the same thing, you're not going to get a different outcome. It didn't work the first time, second, third, fourth. The 5th time, probably still not going to work.
Insanity is doing the exact same thing over and over again, expecting shit to change. That is crazy.
Holland was transformed into
Swamp Thing. That's it!
That's what attacked me.
Whoa, hey, easy there, bigot. All green hairy nature enthusiasts don't look alike.
I ain't no racist. I mean, some of my best friends are plant people.
Due to Ivy being the main threat, it's decided that Nightwing should track down her only known associate, that chick from the Big Bang Theory.
Hey, thanks again for helping us out with that League of Assassins thing in Nanda Parbat. Oof, that Lady Shiva.
It's moments like this that I really like about the film, when it's doing some additional world building. Just think, this whole animated universe started back in the 90s, and all these years later, it's still expanding its lore.
Take the Donnenfeld Expressway to Bloodhaven.
Black Condor, Elongated Man, Triumph, Bloodwind.
I think passing comments like this that let us know that not only has time passed, but new threats have turned up, is actually somewhat interesting. Lady Shiva, while somewhat prominent in Batman comics, to my knowledge, was never acknowledged before this throwaway line. But now, canonically, she's out there. Somewhere. Doing something. Or I know it's just a small detail, but all the small details here add up. And it really gives me more of an appreciation for the overall continuity. I feel like I said that exact line in another video, but hey, I do that from time to time, so why stop now? Meanwhile, Nightwing manages to find the girl in question at a diner called Super Babes, where waitresses dress up as your favorite superheroines or supervillainesses. Is that the proper way of saying that? By the way, did I mention before that this gets kind of fan servicey? Oh wait, maybe I was a little bit too premature with that one. Let's just wait a minute. Did I tell you before that this gets fan servicey? See, that felt good. That felt like the right time.
Anything else for you today, boys?
No.
Okay, pause. Now I gotta bring this up. I have to harp on this here. With all due respect to Melissa Ranch, or Ranch, whatever the hell her name is, she is an awful Harley Quinn. I'm sorry. I'm sure she's good in other things, but here, not so much.
It's just the voice. It's not the right, tone.
Not quite my tempo.
Sounds more like a witch, with the cackle. Yeah, she does sound like a witch.
I am not a fan of Bernadette as Harley Quinn. Personally, I much prefer Penny as Harley Quinn.
Wow! I always wondered what the Bat Cave looked like. So this must be where you the bats.
Seriously though, she's pretty great. There is nothing about Melissa's performance that feels real or genuine. And look, I know that we're talking about a cartoon about a man in gray tights with black bat ears, but Kevin Conroy gives a very legitimate performance. He speaks with complete conviction, and his delivery always sounds authentic. Except that one time they asked him to laugh in The Killing Joke. I think the world was better off without that scene. I still can't sleep at night. Whereas Melissa here kinda comes off as someone desperately trying to sound like Harley Quinn. And let me just say, you're laying it on a little bit too thick with the accent there. Just dial it back a bit, relax. I just get the feeling that she did the same thing I do from time to time, where I just want to get what I'm saying out of the way, so I can get to my next line. But meanwhile, I'm completely butchering my way through the script, because I'm not being patient, and I'm not giving each and every line the attention it deserves. And here's what throws me off even more. They brought back the original voice actors for Batman and Nightwing, but not for Harley. Look, I get that Arlene Sorkin kinda retired her time as the character after Arkham Asylum. I get that. I'm understanding. But Tara Strong has basically been seen as the go-to voice after her for years now. And she does such a good job that there's plenty of people who don't even realize that Harley is now being played by Batgirl. I'm under the impression that she was actually added to the cast because The Big Bang Theory was also on the air at the time. But her performance just doesn't seem worth the potential name recognition they'd get for this movie. Maybe it's just me. It is a possibility, but for me, for the most part, I couldn't stand her as the character. Contributing degenerates? Go ahead, do your thing in the comment section, let me know how wrong I am. That's what you're here for. I don't know who put you here and told you that was your purpose, but that's what you're here for. Nightwing follows Harley back to her apartment, where she exclaims that she's reformed, and doesn't tangle with either side of the costume crowd. The former Robin insists that he needs her help, and more importantly, Ivy might need her help. Harley insists that she's done with that part of her life, but the boy Blunder pushes the issue and claims she's clearly foaming at the mouth for the chance to get back that part of her life. I mean, otherwise, why else would she subject herself to working at a place called Super Babes? After threatening to report her for not following up with her parole officer, a fight ensues. And Harley kinda kicks Nightwing's ass. And they trust this guy with Bloodhaven? She even secretly doses him with Joker venom. When he awakes, he finds himself tied to her bed. And wow! Harley's really out here giving Cardi B a run for her money, huh? I just want to say now, if the roles were reversed here, and this was a male supervillain tying down a female superhero to a bedpost, regardless if there was or there wasn't a sexual context in said situation, there would be outrage. Do you remember when a few years before this movie came out, a variant comic cover was released for The Killing Joke? It was this picture. This one right here. This, for a little bit, caused a whole bunch of controversy, with people labeling the artist sexist and misogynistic for creating it. This scene, however, was never questioned. Where was Harley Quinn's cancellation, Twitter? Look, I'm not saying either side is right here. I'm just looking for some damn consistency. And speaking of consistency right quick, I also want to point out that there are some people who claim that these new additions to the DC animated universe aren't actually canon, which would surprisingly make total sense, and also make no sense at all, considering that this story kind of completely contradicts what we know about Harley Quinn's character. In Batman Beyond: Return of the Joker, we're showed a flashback, which shows that she's very much still with the Joker up until the end. Of her career, that is, because she doesn't actually die here. She shows up later in the film as the Olsen twins' elderly grandmother. Barbara Gordon even makes reference to Harley in the movie, stating,
"We never found her body, but I doubt she'd be starting trouble now."
And that Harley pretty much disappeared after that day, with nobody knowing what happened to her. This movie writes her off as having disappeared, being found, teaming up with Batman, and by the end of it, ending up with her own TV show. I'm sorry for the spoilers, but that's what happens. Which is a far cry from "we never saw Harley again." So those two stories kind of don't go together. Unless I'm supposed to believe that this happened before that flashback in Batman Beyond, meaning Harley and Joker broke up, she went straight for a little bit, but ultimately wound back up with him again. Which I guess isn't impossible, but it does seem a little bit improbable. So I guess with that information you could say, maybe this is an Elseworlds tale. But then why does it have the same animation style of the animated series? A good chunk of the same cast, and it even goes out of its way to reference the original shows all throughout its runtime as if it's connected to it.
It's Nightwing.
Wing.
Eh?
It's Nightwing.
Guess I was thinking of that goofy mullet you used to have.
Plus it has Bruce Timm attached to it, and I think legally, automatically, that means it's tied to the animated universe. While Nightwing is tied up, Harley decides to start monologuing. But not over some ultimate evil plan, but instead about how she's been forced to take up waitressing and essentially cosplaying as herself because nobody's really willing to hire a former technical terrorist. Imagine that. I mean, I didn't see her resume personally, but I'd hope that she'd know enough to not have the Joker on as a reference. That's all I'm saying. Harley decides to undress. And seriously, am I watching an animated DC movie, or did I just log into the wrong Tube website? I said before that there was fan service in this movie, and there is, like a lot of it, like a whole lot of it.
Here I am, helping you guys out, pro boner, I might add.
But amongst all the animated curves and cracks is also what reads like the fetish section of Pornhub. I mean, look at this.
And anyway, maybe I should help out. Sounds like Ivy could be in some serious trouble. Don't bother yelling for help. Nobody in the whole building but us.
Oh God, no! Stop! Stop!
You stop it! You're gonna make me pee! How about there? It's ticklish. Something!
Oh, holy.
It's not so bad.
Oh, man.
Down on my knees, would you make me beg you pretty please?
Fetish shit! What the effing fuck am I watching? I don't remember all that from back in the... Was that in the original series? I don't think so. I must have drowned that right out.
Ah, see? There you go. Consent. He consented to it.
Anyway, so Harley consensually raped Robin. And that is a sentence I never thought I would have to say. Although that does seem to be a common trope with Nightwing for one reason or another. You know, minus the consent part. And I just want to know, mind you, I'm not mad. I'm not angry. No one's going to be punished. I just want to know. Which one of you fanfic.net writing strange shipping bat bots is responsible for Harley X Old Robin? Look, I'm not saying that this is blasphemy, because I don't think it is. But it's just so out of left field. Did they even share screen time together all that often in the original animated series? I mean, it's not like I think this is terrible or anything. It's just I don't know what to make of this. You know what? It may be bad. It might actually be really bad. It might be awful. But quite frankly, at this point in the runtime, I'm just numb to it.
Oh yay, a leaf. Kinda like all of these.
No, not like those.
See, it is colored indifferently from the rest of the background.
Elsewhere, Ivy's locking lips with some poor schlub to keep him under her control, much to the dismay of the moronic man, and also everybody watching at home. I don't need to see that. The doctor's helping them create the Krabby Patty super secret formula. I think now is a good time to mention Poison Ivy is also given a new voice actress, and she's alright, for the most part. I mean, she's not bad. She's alright. That's all I gotta say. I mean, it's a little jarring hearing a completely different voice coming out of a character that spoke with a significantly different voice previously.
Subtropica Brasilius. As rare as winter roses, Batman.
Our plans are for the improvement of every organism on Earth. The very definition of humane.
But, it's not bad. It's different.
It was pretty good. It was alright. It wasn't great. But it was fine.
Batman walks in on whatever that was. And if you know what it is, please don't tell me. I'm happier living in ignorant bliss. And see that right there? That look of shame that Nightwing has on his face right here? That's the same exact look I had after realizing I just spent my hard-earned work dollars on Batman and Harley Quinn.
Wait, she's coming with us?
Well, yeah, Dick. I think you kinda already made sure she's coming with at least one of you. If you did your job right. The Bat family gains a new temporary partner, as Harley tags along for the ride.
Maybe I'll call you sometime, okay? Like when I'm out of batteries or something.
Meanwhile, Poison Ivy and this talking dime bag are in the midst of replicating the formula that created Swamp Thing, so that they can create a greener Earth. Batman gives us more exposition on Ivy's master plan. He basically explains that if Ivy is successful, the best case scenario is that everyone is mutated into a plant person. Worst case scenario, the accidental extinction of all life on Earth.
The fuck? Why? Oh, yo, Harley Quinn cut ass!
Harley tracks down one of Ivy's top henchmen, which leads to a chase. And no, wait, pause, stop. Hold up. Are we really gonna act like people just hop from building to building with ease in this world? I mean, Batman? Sure. Robin? Fine. Batgirl? Okay. But Harley Quinn? You're pushing it. You really... She didn't even have a cape. You know what? I'll give you this. I'll give you that. But some random no-name thug? No. I'm sorry. There is suspension of disbelief, and then there is bullshit, and if my nostrils aren't mistaken, this is bullshit. Not to mention that they literally get nothing out of this, because that's not actually Ivy's henchman, is some dude who Harley went to prom with. Look, I get it, and I'd be lying if I said it didn't get a smirk out of me, but in the overall plot of this movie, it's meaningless. And that's okay to do once, but there are a bunch of things in this movie that are done, just cuz. Harley eventually leads the dynamic duo to a henchman hideout, where we see many of the mindless goons Batman has previously encountered.
Logan and Jake Paul. I love you, bro. Love you too, bro. Yo, why is he talking to Afro Man over here?
Harley gets some information on her gal pal, but not before giving us a musical number, which I'll be honest, is actually one of my favorite parts of the movie. It's not a bad performance at all. Look, even Batman's into it. And Nightwing is... okay. Maybe he's actually a little too into it. A little bit less. Dial it back.
Don't call me past 11 p.m. It won't happen again. It happened once, it happened twice, it happened 3 times, maybe 4 times, maybe 5 times, maybe 6 times, maybe even happened 7 times, but it won't happen. You will call me at 10:59, but don't call me past 11 because that's my new rule now.
Despite Harley clearly tearing the house down and giving Blondie a run for her money, the audience of henchmen aren't looking for an encore. They're looking for revenge. And since this is Batman we're talking about, you can imagine how well that goes. There's also a bunch of references to Adam West Batman in this, and these references are all relatively close to each other. I can appreciate the old shout-outs and tip of the hat to the previous generations, or iterations of the character. But it's just a little strange seeing the animated series Batman acting like the 1960s version of that character. They are worlds apart. They might have the same birth certificate, but they're two different people. Mind you, this isn't exactly a complaint, it's just hard to watch this and not make a mental note of that. I would think that this is some kind of tribute to the late great Catman, but I remember this movie coming out roughly around the same time that the OGB passed away. After they fight their way back to the Batmobile, we get a call from Booster Gold, who is treated with the exact level of respect you'd hope he'd be treated with.
Sorry, Booster. Going under some high-tension wires.
That sounds like paper.
Over and out.
And side note, that's actually Bruce Timm himself playing the voice of everybody's least favorite superhero. The terrible trio meet face to face with Mother Nature and Father... Nature. I guess I didn't really think that went through. There's a fight, there's some fire, and that's the full scene. Can I get my money now? The professor helping Ivy is killed off, and Harley really shows her humanity by compassionately comforting this dying stranger. Years later on the DC Apps Harley Quinn series, I'm sorry to keep bringing it up, it is really good, seriously. In that series, Harley exclaims that she's a bad guy, but not a bad person. And that's not something original to that show. That's pretty much always been the character's duality. Yes, she's a villain, and yes, sometimes she does awful things, but in the end, there's many more awful things she would never be able to bring herself to do. And despite what a first impression might give you of her character, she can be really empathic. Again, this is another scene I really like from the movie. Elsewhere, feeling somewhat remorseful is Poison Ivy, who's reassured by Dankman over here that they did what needed to be done. Like Harley, Poison Ivy isn't exactly all evil. She has good intentions, but her actions aren't always admirable. Still, she does all that she does in an attempt to preserve life. But I'm not really going to get into the depth of Pamela Isley, especially not when talking about Batman and Harley Quinn, so really, let's just move on with it. Just then, this big sentient weed nug pulls out a yam and tells Ivy to bite into it. And now they're both high as hell. Holy crap, guys, you did it. You really did. You really made Poison Ivy and the Floronic Man get high on their own supply. I was kidding when I referred to him as Dankman. But you did it. Now this is a real thing. You turned Jason Woodrue into Captain Kush. Did Kevin Smith come in and do touch-ups to the final script?
Oh shit, they tripping.
Yo, you didn't tell me this was an edible.
Dude, I don't think that was weed we just smoked.
Become one with the green. You gotta give me some of them yams. That was a very tasty Thanksgiving dinner right there.
Elsewhere, Batman makes the decision to continue on his mission without Harley, which doesn't really fly by her. And of course, in the end, Harley gets her way. I'm sure you could have imagined that, though, given the Nightwing before. She's persistent.
Oh, please, Mr. Kinda Scary, but actually really nice Batman.
Isn't that you too?
I don't know how to take that.
Can I just take the time to mention right now, after rewatching this for the upteenth time? Dick's kind of a dick, isn't he? I mean, he's always got this smarmy look on his face, and he's always nonchalantly smirking. What a smug little bastard. And that shrug. I swear, if I see his pompous prick shrug one more time, I'm gonna cut the shoulders off that boy. The good guys and bad guys show up in Swamp Thing's Ground Zero, where Harley, as Batman suspected, betrays the two men named after winged creatures in favor of helping her BFF. She first tries to reason with her partner in crime, but after seeing that that's a meaningless effort, Harley destroys Ivy's tree, setting Batman and not Robin free.
Yeah, those bars.
We get another fight scene. And yeah, look, I know I'm not exactly calling play-by-play here for you guys, so let me go get somebody to do just that.
What the
Ivy's plant monsters take out numerous nameless officers aiding the Caped Crusader. Batman and Nightwing get beat by the Floronic Man, and Harley and Ivy reenact one of my favorite scenes from Step Brothers. Eventually, Harley manages to reason with Ivy by manipulatively crying. And it works. It's not like there was a real tearjerker moment here either. She just flat out said she's gonna use this against Ivy. She takes her mask off and cries. And Ivy's like, oh shit, fuck the trees. That's it. That's it. Pretty girl crying saves the day. Well, I guess maybe the afternoon, because there's still more to this day. And Jason Woodrew's still pissed. But bad news for him, because here's the Swamp Thing cameo we've been building up this whole movie for.
Yes, Swamp Thing. Though your cause is just, your actions have upset the balance. But it is not my place to judge.
Wait, what?
See, now, again, I get it. And it would be funny if you didn't already do the whole, LOL, this was a pointless joke several times already. And this was the best way you could think to include Swamp Thing? Disgraceful. Now, here's what I, a creative genius, would have done if I was in charge of making this movie. Here's my edit of the Swamp Thing cameo.
you doing in my swamp?
Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. I ain't the shepherd doing the shit. Swamp Thing is like an onion. He's got layers.
See that? Infinitely better. Seriously, DC, give me the book. I clearly know what I'm doing. I mean, I don't mean to brag, but does 44,000 subscribers mean anything to you? Probably not.
I return now to the Parliament of Trees.
Now the trees have a parliament too? Where is the Senate of the trees then? He's like, the trees got bureaucracy now.
Against all tradition, the bad guy actually wins here. Until Harley decides to burn him because he's made out of weed. Leaves. I'm sorry. It's a long day. This is a strange movie. And that's how the movie ends. Like a goddamn Looney Tunes short. Beautiful. That was Batman and Harley Quinn. And it is, really a mixed bag. This is a strange fever dream of an animated Batman movie. And like I said at the beginning of this video, it's all over the place. And the references are head-scratching, to say the least. Like, there's one part of the movie where Harley decides to reference the Seduction of the Innocent book. A book which is a very real book that claimed that Batman and Robin was trying to indoctrinate kids into a gay lifestyle. There's a shitload of Adam West Batman shoutouts, and I don't really know why. A big issue I do take with the movie is that there never really feels like there's any real threat. Ivy's master plan has been overdone to death by now, and it doesn't matter if you add Jason Woodrue and Swamp Thing's Chemical X. It's still just a tired rehash of a story that's already pretty much been perfected. The villains seem necessary only to start the plot up, to give Batman and Harley a reason to team together. But after that story starts, they just seem almost irrelevant to everything else going on. Everything in this movie, the villains, the plot, Batman, everything, seems to take a backseat to Harley Quinn. And I feel like a more fleshed out concept would have worked a bit better, rather than just piecing something together to put a spotlight on a character. This movie does give you occasionally really entertaining moments, especially when it isn't taking itself too seriously and the runtime is spent cracking jokes. Like I said, this movie did genuinely get me and my friends to crack up while watching it. Here's a little highlight reel of the scenes that I'm talking about.
Gonna lose that hand, Puddin'.
Hey chick, this crazy broad broke my frickin' arm!
Lady Shiva. Wouldn't say no to a slice of that pie, know what I mean? So,
did you get what you needed?
Well, yeah. Evie's whereabouts, of course. That's what you meant.
Like you never made out with a supervillain.
When this whole thing is over, you're gonna put in a good word for me with the parole board.
No.
Don't you need
I don't make deals with psychopaths.
sociopath? Jeez, why does everybody always get that wrong?
I'm sorry, Batman. That's classified. My hands are tied.
Strange that you would put it just that way.
What Mistress Ilsa does for me is considered therapy. In some countries.
These are genuinely funny scenes, and the movie also does provide occasional heartwarming moments. But amongst these good things is a sea of puzzling choices that would even have the Riddler stumped. I can't really say that I'm a fan of this movie, but I guess I also don't hate it entirely. I will say this though, there's plenty of times I'm creeped out by it. Don't know what's going on. Don't want to find out. So really just overall, it's a real roller coaster of emotion for me.
The Bat!
Holy shit!
Here to talk about what I believe is without a doubt one of the most underrated Batman movies of all time. I think this one flew under the radar for most, no bat pun intended, and those who did see it were just kinda meh about the whole ordeal. But trust me, this is it. Batman Gotham by Gaslight is an adaptation of the book of the very same name, but I'm using that term very loosely here, as the story is very loosely adapted from that comic book. As a matter of fact, when all is said and done, these two stories have much more to contrast than they do to compare. They're much more different than they are alike. Basically, all the movie and the book have in common outside of a title, are the time period it takes place in, and the character's design. But otherwise, they're two entirely different experiences. I do intend on covering the comic book here on the channel, so if that's something you might be interested, let me know in the comment section by leaving a comment saying, Gotham by Gaslighting. Like I said, they're not all going to be intelligent or particularly well thought out, but these weird code words, they help me out a lot. You guys help guide me down the right path on this channel. Think of yourselves as the gaslight to my lantern.
Move this man!
Let me be real with you, I usually save this for the end, but I love this movie. Firstly, I'm a sucker for Elseworld stories, especially when those stories have a good story to tell, or interesting ways of reinventing characters. And this movie is chock full of that. I think they have some really interesting uses and reimaginings for certain Batman characters. Having the original 3 Robins team together as a street gang of orphans, showcasing Poison Ivy as a burlesque dancer with the leaf gimmick, having Catwoman as a nightclub performer and a sort of advocate of women, and Hugo Strange is... No, well, Hugo Strange just kind of stays the same, but he's wearing a hat now, so there is that. And having Leslie Tompkins serve the role as a nun as opposed to a doctor seems fitting for this time period, as I'd imagine there weren't too many female doctors. They're all great. Sure, most of these characters don't play major roles, but they do find a place in the story, and their presence is never too distracting. It'd be far too easy to make them all unnecessary cameos. But most of them serve some sort of purpose, even if it's not that much of one. I like how, in order to properly fit in with the times, a whole bunch of characters are intentionally worsened. Like, this is the sleaziest interpretation of Harvey Dent ever put to film.
Bruce, I'm in love. Well, that's great news, Harvey. I'm sure your wife will be glad to hear it.
They make mention of him acting like 2 different people, but if that's the case, then both of them suck. And Harvey Bullock... Well, no, Harvey Bullock pretty much stays the same. Except now we have the added benefit of seeing him with a handlebar mustache and mutton chops. Seeing these variations of these characters does a whole lot to allow us to better understand this version of Gotham City. And it also emphasizes that despite the change of scenery, this still is in fact Gotham City. The characters feel like the characters we've grown up watching and reading, just time error appropriate. Except for 1 or 2 characters who have gone through some immense changes, but I think they're warranted in their own unique way. We'll get to that later. It walks the line of being completely different, but all too similar. Now, it's not all great. This movie does have its faults. I will admit the animation does look like it's a little bit cheap. Some corners have definitely been cut, and they found a way to work around a budget. But I still think that they did a serviceable job, and it's alright. It's not the best, but it's not like it's awful. It's just okay. But I think this movie makes up for whatever blemishes it has. The money may not have gone into making this look like a great Batman movie, but at least it went into securing the right people to make this a great Batman movie. You have a top-notch voice cast. You got Dexter's sister as Selina Kyle, and she is perfect. Now, I wrote down to purr on perfect, but at last minute I realized that I was neither a cat nor a woman. It didn't feel right in any context. Giles from Buffy is playing Alfred, which is just as great as it sounds. Spider-Man is Harvey Dent. The dude from Gilmore Girls plays Commissioner Gordon. At least I think he's from Gilmore Girls. I've never seen the show, but I saw commercials, so I'm going to assume that that's him. I might be wrong. We'll check in post. They even brought in Gray DeLisi and Tara Strong to voice other characters. Not to mention that Bruce Greenwood is back as Batman. Let me tell you, you cannot go wrong with having Bruce voice Bruce. It's too great. Dude always does his part and does it well. I didn't include him in my initial top 5 Batman. If I got the chance to redo it all again, I definitely would. That was a huge mistake on my part. It's hard to single out one good performance with this cast of people, because everybody is so on point for this. I think if I had to just pick one or two, it'd probably be Batman and Catwoman. I was genuinely surprised to learn that Jennifer Carpenter was the woman behind Catwoman. It's not the kind of performance I would expect out of her based on some of her previous work, but man, she really nails the role, and I would not mind seeing her return to the character in some form or another. Honestly, I'm a little bit bummed with how little Alfred gets to do when he's given the perfect voice actor. I'm hoping we get to see Anthony Stewart Head get another chance to perform as Alfred. And I'm hoping he gets another chance, not because he messed up the first chance, but because this movie messed up by not giving him more attention. This whole movie has a really interesting concept. Having Batman take on the infamous Jack the Ripper. It's not something I would have ever thought of, but then again, neither is Pirate Batman or Joker Batman. Vampire Batman maybe, but that's an easy one. He's a bad person, they're bad people, it just makes too much sense. Jack the Ripper mostly targets women of a certain work environment. Let's call them sex workers. He specifically goes after sex workers because societally it's quietly accepted. And when I say quietly, I mean shouting at a full volume.
Women are being gutted in the streets like wild game, and the Gotham police stand twiddling their thumbs.
No ladies have been killed, Miss Kyle. Some gin-soaked women of the street have met their fate, as is common to their kind.
These women are seen as lesser than, and because of that, there isn't that big of an investigation or a call to end the Ripper. It would even seem that there are some who support his heinous action on the police squad. The movie makes it seem like there's only 3 interested parties in helping these ladies out. Them being none other than our dear Dark Knight, Catwoman minus the cat, and of course, good old Commissioner Gordon. Man, that guy is great and everything. What a good man. Now, normally, Selina Kyle is a character who I think for the most part is out for herself, and always looking out for her own best interest, despite also having a surprisingly soft spot for Batman. But I think placing her in this time period and this environment, with these specific circumstances, where women are being looked down upon like second-class citizens, would have a profoundly different effect on the character. Growing up in a certain environment is going to have an effect on your personality and your mentality. When you get down to it, we are who we're allowed to be. So I think she comes off as true to her nature, but given the fact that women at this time are thought so little of, I think her need to look out for herself would become a need to look out for those in her situation. Am I reaching a little bit here? Maybe. But that's my headcanon, and it makes sense to me. So, bite me. The movie does a very good job at creating and building up the mystery of Jack the Ripper. There are several red herrings, with the most prominent being Harvey Dent, who I think played the perfect scapegoat for this plot. Everybody knows that Harvey Dent is Two-Face, a man who even prior to his scarring was of 2 minds. Harvey suffers from dual identities, and there's several references made throughout of Harvey acting different in different situations. On top of that, Harvey's also seen with a top hat, much similar to Jack the Ripper, on a couple of occasions. The plot twist that Jack the Ripper is none other than Jim Gordon himself was an absolute shock to me and my buddy Reyes the first time we watched this movie. And I kinda love it for that. It's not very often that movies surprise me. As someone who constantly ruins movies for his closest friends and family by correctly guessing the ending or plot twist while we're watching the movie, by the way, you can imagine I usually go to the movie theater alone, this is one ending I did not guess. I came nowhere near close to connecting these dots. And I think a big part of the reason is because I felt at ease with these characters. I knew Jim Gordon. It couldn't have been Jim. The fact that it could have been Jim never even crossed my mind. Jim wouldn't do this. That's not his nature. But he did. And I love it for that. The movie was clearly leading us to think that Jack the Ripper was Harvey Dent. There was a scene or two where I thought it might have been too obvious, but hey, maybe this movie is less about the mystery and more about the story in full. I was really banking on Jack the Ripper being Harvey's separate identity. But instead, this movie took a risk, and I think it kind of paid off. Now, some of you may say that this is complete destruction of everything we know about Jim Gordon. An honest man who is trying to do good in a corrupt system. The heart of the GCPD. Always doing what's right, even if it's not right for him. How could they write him out to be some sort of woman-hating lunatic? Well, first and foremost, let us remember that this is in fact an Elseworld story. Meaning that these characters aren't the characters we're used to. They're completely different reimaginings of these characters. And secondly, I'd like to point out that this appears to be some sort of amalgamation of both Jim Gordon Sr. and Jim Gordon Jr. Jim Gordon Sr. in name and status, and Jim Gordon Jr. in being a bloodlusting psychopath. The plot twist is one of those twists that make me appreciate the rest of the movie more. I like that it managed to hide this reveal in plain sight. When rewatching certain scenes, it's clear as day. Jim is haunted by nightmares of the Ripper taking the life of his wife. And as a first-time viewer and someone who's familiar with these characters, I would think that this is just due to the love of his family and fear of what could happen, mixed with the excess time that he spent working on the case. But following the twist, rewatching this, you realize it's actually his fear of his own murderous wrath meeting his wife, and having her meet a terrible fate. Or in that same exact scene when Jim is in private with his wife, talking about how he must rid the streets of evil and stop Gotham from, in his own words, going to hell. You would think that he's talking about stopping the Ripper, but in actuality he's talking about cleansing Gotham of the ladies of the night. He feels he's just in his actions by eradicating women of ill repute. I like a lot of the subtle little references they make in passing here. There's not a whole lot of attention put on them, but they're said and done with intention. Like, if you don't know, it's not going to take anything away from the story for you, but if you know, you know.
What are you, scared of the dark, little Tim?
Nah, it's just after what happened to Johnny Gobbs,
That ain't real, Timmy.
What, are you scared of heights?
After what happened to Johnny Gobbs.
Hey, look, man, Johnny Gobbs got ripped and took a walk off a roof, all right? No big loss.
I heard the Bat got him.
The Bat? Oh, man.
Who will face Cyrus Gold? Big Bill Dust territory, interfering with my amiable cock Robbins.
There's plenty more than just Easter eggs here, though. A lot is conveyed about these characters in this world through simple actions. Alfred outwitting a street gang and holding his own well could be an indication of the character's known past with the CIA, or whatever would be the time-appropriate equivalent here. In the movie, they refer to Gotham's Ferris wheel as the Fox Wheel. Now, the Ferris wheel is named that way because the dude who made it was named something Ferris, which means in this case, the unseen Lucius Fox is the creator of such. Selina Kyle never dons the catsuit in this, but many mentions of cats are made in reference to her, including eventually her giving her backstory of originally being a lion tamer at the zoo.
Listen carefully, kitten. I'm many things, but I'm nobody's pet.
Hugo Strange deduces Batman's secret identity, much like he does in the comics and video games. Although there are some things that I openly wonder if they are actual references or maybe I'm just looking into them too much. Like, this one always bothered me. Are we supposed to take the old drunkard as this world's Harley Quinn? Because her name is Marlene, which is awfully close to Harleen, which is the original name of Harley Quinn. She acts like an absolute nut, much like Harley Quinn, and she's also voiced by Tara Strong, much like Harley Quinn. Also, Jim Gordon damages one side of his wife's face and his brutality sends her into psychosis. So, like, is that just something that happens, or is that this version of events is Two-Face? Thoughts in the comment section, I actually want to hear them. I think the action in this movie is really, really good. Yes, everything is done on a budget, but I think that they made that budget work. The sequence of events makes every fight scene must-see. This movie demands your utmost attention in these moments. So much as blinking means you're missing the movie's next epic moment. Now, there's two major fight scenes between Batman and the Ripper, one of which takes place on a blimp about to explode, crashing into buildings and ruining the city. And the final battle between good and evil includes hand-to-hand combat amidst a Ferris wheel on fire. That is an accurate description of what happens in this movie, and it is every bit as crazy as it sounds. Maybe even more so. Now, as an adaptation, I would say this movie is rather unfaithful. Much like these women, am I right, James? No, seriously, like, it is really unfaithful to the actual comic. Not only is the Ripper not Jim Gordon in that, but the original story didn't even include or mention Catwoman, who is pretty integral to the plot here. She didn't even exist in that telling of the tale. So as an adaptation that faithfully matches its source material, no, this is not great. But on its own merit, I enjoyed this quite a bit. I like its reimagining of these characters. I like that this time period provides a fresh atmosphere for them. And I like that it's something old, but something new at the same time. Not only did it have an interesting environment to tell its story in, it had an interesting story to tell in that environment. It's definitely a more simple telling of the tale than the comic is, but I find that sometimes when you simplify a story, it makes it easier to perfect. Batman Gotham by Gaslight is one of my all-time favorite Batman movies. I would absolutely say this movie is must-see, so if you haven't given it a chance yet, I highly advise you to check it out.
Everyone's been calling me Dairoku Tinmouth, the Demon King!
This way you won't look too suspicious.
Excuse me, what?
Batman Ninja is one of the most batshit crazy movies ever put to Blu-ray, DVD, and digital download. This is by far the strangest incarnation of Batman in all of live-action or animated history. And not for the reasons that you're probably thinking, but also for those reasons as well. And you're probably thinking, oh, V's just exaggerating because this is anime Batman. This is Batman in ancient Japan. But I don't think you're understanding just how Japanese this is. You add in a little bit more fan service and a pair of tentacles, and this is the most Japanese movie to ever Japan. Am I making sense? Probably not, but I guess that's fitting because we're talking about Batman Ninja. Batman Ninja. Even the title is just, I'm losing my mind. Batman Ninja is just, how do I even describe to you Batman Ninja? Where do I begin? Batman v Superman is a more coherent film. This movie makes Batman and Robin look like Citizen Kane. Batman and Harley Quinn is a more competent picture than this. Batman Ninja makes the Killing Joke cartoon look like the Killing Joke comic book. The Beware the Batman series has a better and more fleshed out story than this. To call this movie insane would be offensive to all the inmates at Arkham Asylum. And let me just start off by saying I dropped the ball on this one. I dropped the ball. I was watching Batman Ninja with black friend Alan. Real name, by the way, I've seen his birth certificate. And we considered filming our reaction to this movie to use for this future video, but then I decided against it because the camera's batteries were charging, and I just wanted to watch a movie to pass the time. Besides, I didn't really think that this movie would provide us all that much content. But oh, how wrong I was. How wrong I was. Me and Alan wound up taking a shot of Crystal Head vodka every time something insane happened, and by the end of it, Alan was slurring his words so much that he made little to no sense, and I wasn't sure if it was from the drinking or the pure confusion at what he was watching. Probably a combination of both. I couldn't tell if it was from the booze or from the bats. That's how insane this movie gets. Luckily, I did manage to film a few of my other friends' reactions to the movie, and I will be using them throughout this video.
What the fuck is going on?
So with that being said, as Michael Keaton once said,
Come on, let's get nuts.
We open up to a modern-day Arkham Asylum, with a Catwoman narration that seems more in place in an Arkham Knight DLC.
You think you've heard every Batman story? I promise, you haven't.
All right, you are.
Inside the asylum, Batman and Gorilla Grodd are in the midst of a battle, with Catwoman present when one of Grodd's devices goes off and seems to suck all those who surround it into a vortex.
And this time, curiosity almost killed this cat.
Batman, of course, instead of trying to avoid it, meets it head on. Smart. And I'm gonna pause this right here. I'm sorry, I know it's pretty early on in this review to stop the film for my commentary, but this confused me the first time watching this. Because I didn't know anything about this movie. At all. I didn't watch the trailers, but I seen that they were up on YouTube. I saw the artwork for this. And I guess I was just under the impression from the images and screenshots of the movie that this was another Batman Elseworld story. A one-off alternate version of the character. And in some ways, it kinda is. But also, it's not. You see, this isn't an alternate Batman of ancient Japan story. This is a Batman goes to ancient Japan story. And even after watching this, I think the former would be a little bit more ideal than the latter. But then again, the latter did provide this review, so gotta thank the boys at the WB for that. Batman arrives in ancient Japan, a conclusion which Bats comes to relatively quickly.
From the look of it, this is ancient Japan.
There he is! There's our boy, world's greatest detective! Upon his arrival, he's immediately attacked by a group of samurai, who look to take him out.
Don't want to hurt any of you.
So that was a f***ing lie.
We were sent to find the bat. Who's your master?
Okay, first off, kinky. And secondly, who's their master? Who's their master? Did you look at their masks? Their pale face, giant smile, pointed nose, purple helmet with a small flower design on the side. Masks? The world's greatest detective, folks! People who have never picked up a Batman comic, or watched a Batman movie, or played a Batman video game would be able to figure out who they're working for. But Bats, he needs to question it. Instead of heading into round 2, Batman drops his lucky 8-sided dice, allowing him to make his escape in a cloud of smoke. Batman tries to use the Bat computer built into his suit, only to find that ancient Japan doesn't have any Wi-Fi. He then makes his way over to a palace where he sees who else but Kefka from Final Fantasy. Oh my god! Come on, I can't be the only one who thought that. All in all, I don't hate the design. There definitely have been worse Jokers, and yeah, I'm looking at you!
That's right, Bats. It is I.
Damn you!
With all due respect, that
is bullshit!
Allow me to give you an artistic recreation of how this situation would have ended up if someone actually tried to sneak up on Batman. I mean, seriously, you don't get one over on the Dark Knight, folks.
And Harley Quinn.
Everyone's been calling me Dairoku Tinmao, the Demon King, the most powerful man in Japan. But you can call me Lord Joker.
The style of this movie is really different from what you'd find in your standard Batman movie or game. And I'm not just talking about the setting, though that's also true. I can't think of too many times Batman had to head to ancient Japan, but the artwork and the animation style are really intriguing. And I'm not an art expert, so I don't want to go on with this for too long, but I definitely can appreciate the visuals, as they stand out as one of the most positive traits this movie has to offer. Batman and Joker duke it out because they're Batman and the Joker. That's kind of their thing. That's kind of what they do. With Joker delivering painfully lame punchlines throughout.
Oh, now look what you've done! Poison Ivy would be very disappointed. I have to say I've really enjoyed the sushi here. Mwah! It's even better with some sauce. Don't you know how bad razor-edged fighting fans are for the environment?
You're the one who keeps throwing them.
Because you won't let them hit you! Oh, don't run away. I'm your biggest fan!
And who is this guy? Me? Come on, get better material.
What are you going to do now, Joker?
Oh, I've got options, Bats. I've still got Harley. And an army of samurai who have you surrounded.
Batman once again battles Joker's samurais and takes out as many as he can before taking off.
What was that? That was in Spider-Man. You can do that in Spider-Man. You can capture someone and go.
And see, things like this is what I really love about this movie. Seeing Batman interact with this environment for the first time is definitely more visually stimulating than seeing Batman fight in a dark, polluted city at night, usually in an alley of some kind. Don't get me wrong, I love Gotham, and I love it as the background for Batman, but we as an audience have become so accustomed to that. This is something new for both us as a viewer and Batman as a character. He also has to find new ways to protect himself, new shadows to lurk behind, and new ways to look like a bat. It also puts him at a little disadvantage that he's not used to his surroundings, which adds to the central conflict, because let's face it, it's usually Batman's enemies at a disadvantage when facing him. Because...
I'm the goddamn Batman.
Should we go after him, Lord J?
I've got people.
Don't be afraid. It's just a little cat call.
Yeah, that's something Catwoman would do, right on the money, guys. That's what I think of when I think of Catwoman. Tiny cat hand puppets. That's good. You guys are doing good. Tell your story. I'm just the viewer. Catwoman and Batman walk and talk, with Selina giving exposition, explaining that the portal brought Batman to Japan 2 years later than everyone else at Arkham Asylum, probably because he was the last to get sucked up by the black hole. Catwoman explains that Gorilla Grodd, Joker, Penguin, Poison Ivy, Two-Face, Deathstroke, and Harley Quinn, amongst others, were sucked up by Grodd's time machine. Batman also remembers that Nightwing, Robin, and Red Hood were also with him. But Catwoman hasn't seen any of them. Catwoman then goes on to tell Bruce that the Joker, Penguin, Poison Ivy, Deathstroke, and Two-Face have all become lords, and taken over states, and are looking to unite Japan to become its official ruler. Bruce decides to make himself inconspicuous, and takes on a new disguise.
This missionary look is not bad.
And are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Bruce, you suck! You suck, Bruce! You suck as a detective, and you suck as a master of disguise! You're out here trying to go incognito, and you're carrying around a bat Bible with the bat symbol shaved into your head. Are you... Who is this supposed to fool?
Why do you have a bat symbol on your head?
Strange.
Is that cold?
Why? Why?
This way you won't look too suspicious as a Westerner.
You are immediately the most suspicious person in all of Japan, in all of Japan's history. If people are looking for Batman, why would you, when trying to divert attention from yourself, would you have the bat symbol all over your being? At best, they think that you were associated with the bat. Also, how? How did you grow a beard from one shot into the next? It's never explained. I guess I'm supposed to think that it's fake. Did you take the hair follicles off your head and glue them to your face? I don't understand you, Bruce. I want to, but I don't. Selina and Bruce find the Joker's tampering with history by already having coal. Okay? And oh yeah, Alfred's also here.
Care for some tea, sir? Much appreciated. Alfred.
This is the world's greatest detective.
Which makes sense, I guess, considering we saw footage of him with the Batmobile before. But wait, hold on. If we're going with the narrative that Batman wound up getting to ancient Japan 2 years after everyone else because he got hit with the blast later, how did Alfred make it there before him? My head is beginning to hurt. He was way further away from the time machine's eruption than Batman. We're only 14 minutes into this movie's runtime, and you already messed up your own time travel narrative. Oh, and there's a Batcave. And oh, the Batmobile made it to ancient Japan before How? How did this happen? I want answers, damn it!
I can't believe you didn't tell me, Selina.
I know, but I wanted to see the look of surprise on your face. See the look of surprise on your face. See the look of surprise on your face.
The Joker samurai fire cannons at the cave, blowing it to smithereens. But Batman charges at the Joker's hired hands in the Batmobile. Across a sea of water. Heading straight past them and straight for the Joker's palace. As Batman makes his way through Joker's obstacles, suddenly the Casa di Joker... I'm sorry, I'm not Spanish. Begins to transform. Because Japan.
Harley, activate Arkham Castle.
You know, when I think Batman, I don't necessarily think Batman in ancient Japan. And if I did, for some reason, think Batman in ancient Japan, I wouldn't think Batman fighting Megazord. And if you think this is wild, you ain't seen nothing yet. We're just getting started. As Batman races toward Joker, Voltron grabs the Batmobile and begins to crush it in its hands. But Batman busts out of it by self-destructing the Batmobile and ejecting into the Batwing. Batman continues his boss battle, shooting at the Transformer until Emperor Joker has it crush the Batwing's Batwings. But Batman manages to rid the wing of its wings and ride down on the Batcycle, the Batbike, whatever. You get the point. You know what it is. And I gotta say, I actually really like the way that this depicts the Batmobile. This is an interesting series of events, and seeing all of Batman's vehicles used in one action sequence, well, it's kind of cool. And for all the faults this movie has, its fighting scenes, its battles, and its actions aren't one of them. Or three of them. Well, you understand what I'm trying to say. When Batman finally gets to the Joker, he threatens to kill a mother and child. And I couldn't help here but get flashbacks to Batman Vengeance. I just kept saying out loud, it's Harley Quinn. It's Harley Quinn. It's Harley Quinn.
I'm gonna guess that it's Harley Quinn.
And what do you know? It's Harley Quinn.
Poor Bats! He always falls for the same tricks.
Bane.
What? 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 Who invited Bane? I was so confused by this because Catwoman mentioned every other villain shown in this movie. Bane is the only one who just seems to show up out of nowhere. And when me and Alan watched this, he began to theorize that this actually was an Elseworld version of Bane. But if you look back at this one shot that's on the screen for 3 seconds, there's Bane. Look, all the way in the corner there. Was I supposed to catch on to that? Because I didn't. The first 5 times I watched this movie. And while I think it's interesting that Bane would become a sumo, because A, he's a big strong dude, and B, he's always wore the mask of a luchador, so seeing him switch it over to being a sumo wrestler is a, I suppose, reasonable choice. I got a question. How did this dude go from buff to double stuffed in the course of 2 years? Did you spend your time in ancient Japan just trying the latest cuisines? I don't get it. Look, I'm not one to talk about body image, but that's unreasonable to me. Well, luckily Batman's not in too much trouble because his motorcycle then transforms into a robotic bat suit, and I hate how much I like this. I hate it. I hate it because I like it. I mean, yes, it's improbable, but also it's entertaining, so. They also didn't bother giving him an English voice actor, so he just speaks in Japanese the whole time with no subtitles. It's a good choice, guys. So Batman beats Bane by slamming him into a tree. And killing him, apparently, because that's the last time we ever see him in this movie. After managing to save the woman and fall into Joker's trap, Joker slides down on what looks to be a giant party horn. Joker, Harley, and Emperor Joker Samurai surround an incapacitated Batman.
Are you just going to lie there, or are you going to entertain me some more?
I'm not here for your entertainment. I have no regrets.
Unfortunately for the Smile Crew, a colony of bats swarm the area.
No, if only your friends were around to come by and say hi.
Pardon?
I didn't mean it! I was being sarcastic!
Followed by...
What? Ninja Batman!
Yeah, what she said. What? The ninjas help Batman make it back to their ship, where Batman meets back up with Nightwing and Red Robin, and introduces the Dark Knight to the leader of the Bat Ninja Clan, Aeon. Aeon basically explains that Batman was prophesized, and the Bat Clan view him as a lord. When they finally make their way back to land, they're met by Robin and Monkey Chi.
Monkey Chi?
It's weird, but Robin's made friends with this monkey.
No. I'm drawing a line. I'm putting a line down in the stand. You guys are crossing it right here. You can't just write this off as being weird. This is unacceptable, is what this is. Never before in my life did I think, oh yeah, the next Batman movie that comes out, probably gonna have a monkey sidekick. No, I would have never thought that. Robin made friends with a monkey? There's a bat monkey now? Ace the Bat Hound wasn't enough for you? You had to make a monkey sidekick? Not to mention that this isn't any Robin. We're not talking about Dick Grayson. We're not talking about Tim Drake. We're talking about Damian Wayne, Bruce's son and the most unpleasant human being to ever be conceived in comic book history.
Is this supposed to be Damian?
That's Damian, yeah. And it's funny because he acts nothing like Damian.
Isn't he supposed to be the one that was trained by ninjas? Who?
Yes.
So why is Butters Robin?
Everyone knows it's Butters.
That's me.
This kid is a dick. Why is he befriending animals like he's Princess Goddamn Aurora? Who wrote this? I want names and addresses. I demand them. Well, as it turns out, Robin's monkey has an invitation for Batman from Gorilla Grodd. Bruce takes the gorilla up on his offer, meeting him and his monkey companions in a spa. And you know, with the wrong music, you can easily change the context of the scene.
You might as well enjoy the waters too. Oh, that feels good.
Oh yeah, that's the movie I was actually looking for. Batman questions Grodd on why he invented the time machine, to which he responds, because he could. Solid logic thus far, makes sense to me. Grodd further explains that he was trying to send his competition somewhere far away so that he could take over Gotham for himself. I'm not paraphrasing, that's pretty much what he says verbatim. That was his master plan. Rather than kill his enemies, I'm just gonna send them 1,000 years in the... I know it's longer than 1,000 years. 1,000 years in the past. To Japan. Right, that makes sense. I mean, Batman was shot with a bullet that sent him back in time instead of killing him, so I mean, it makes sense just about as anything else. He also claims that it's Batman's interference seen at the beginning of the movie that's what's responsible for sending everyone to ancient Japan. So Batman...
Thanks for meddling.
The gorilla and the bat form a temporary alliance to get them back home. And of course... why rule over ancient Japan when you have one poverty-stricken, crime-ridden city? It makes perfect sense to me. Actually, come to think of it, what was Gorilla Grodd even doing in Gotham City? He lives in Gorilla City. He's not even really a Batman enemy. He's a Flash villain. What even is any of this? Why did they do this? Why is he bathing with monkeys in ancient Japan looking to take over Gotham? I don't get it. It just doesn't make sense. It does not compute. I don't get it. We're not even halfway through this movie and I'm tearing the last remaining follicles out of my head. The next day, Batman and Gorilla Grodd set sail until they come in contact with Joker's ship, to which the Bat Clan has them surrounded undersea. Harley and the Joker's devout followers begin spraying bullets in the surrounding waters, but oh, it was just a ruse. It's just a prank, bro. No one died, and Batman and Grodd aren't even in a rowboat. They're on a rowboat on top of a ship. It was all a diversion. But wait, if Joker and Harley were above the boat from where they were, wouldn't they be able to see the giant ship holding the rowboat underneath it? Like, I mean, at least vaguely? You know what? Never mind. I'm trying to find logic in Batman Ninja, so clearly I'm the one in the wrong right now. The ships collide with the Bat Family, Catwoman, Gorilla Grodd, and the Ninja Clan hopping on board and finding themselves a target. Catwoman goes after Harley, because, you know, they're both girls. The Bat Family and the Clan go after Joker's Samurai, and Batman and Grodd corner the Joker. And again, scenes like this are really where this movie excels. The action is consistently compelling.
That nigga is dead! D-U-D! You are dead! Dead! You are dead!
Joker and Harley are apprehended.
I never thought you'd need help from a talking monkey to catch me. I'm so embarrassed for you, Batman.
Only for Grodd to turn around and betray Batman by attempting to mind control his ninja clan. And my father always told me never to trust a talking monkey. I mean, of course, that was after a few bottles of Jack Daniels and rewatching Dr. Dolittle for the upteenth time, but I think this validates that blind talking primate prejudice. Unfortunately, things don't go exactly as planned, as the clan are so well trained that they have complete control over their bodies and minds. Grodd goes with Plan B, calling for Two-Face, who is apparently in a ship out in the distance, to start firing its cannons at the Bat Ship. The Bat Ship, that's something I really said, huh?
I can fly!
He can fly!
He can fly! He can talk!
Catwoman confronts Grodd with a collateral. She managed to get her paws on a piece of Grodd's time machine during her fight with Harley, and in exchange for it, she wants to be taken back to the future. And who wouldn't? It's a fantastic series. The Batboat, I called it a Batboat. The Batboat is set ablaze from the cannon strikes, as Joker and Harley somehow manage to sneak away. Batman rushes his followers off the boat to safety, but proclaims he's staying behind and making sure that Joker's not getting away. Kafka manages to seek the high ground, where he and Harley Quinn light an explosive barrel before sending it toward Batman.
Joker, no! What the fuck?
I'm gonna cut things off here for the time being, if only because there's only so much insanity. There's only so much that I could take in one sitting. I've seen this movie too many times, and we still haven't even scratched the surface of where it's gonna go. So I want to give you, the viewer, a bit of an intermission here, because while we've gotten glimpses of just how wild this movie can be, we haven't even scratched the surface. We're nowhere near the level that this movie takes things to. Consider this an intermission for your own mental health. I'm looking out for you. So rest easy, take a breather, and tune back in next Wednesday to see how batshit crazy this Batman adventure gets. Unless you're watching this in the future, in which case, yo, you guys got flying cars yet, or what's up? I want to reassure all of you that the wait is worth it, because if you think you've seen all the weird shit that this movie has to offer, and if you think you've seen enough, then you know how crazy this film is about to be.
Hang on to your hats, folks, because you ain't seen nothing yet.
I expect Batman to be a fucking ninja.
Hey there, I'm Infuso, and welcome back to taking a look at the most bizarre Batman ever put to video. And that's including my non-Batman, Batman-related project from back in the day. This still beats it. One thing I need to comment on is that this movie is only an hour and 25 minutes long. That's hardly even long enough for it to be considered a movie. And yet there's so much to comment on here that in this mere less than an hour and a half long movie that I've been forced to split my review into two. And not only that, I needed to take over a year-long break in between part 1 and part 2. And everyone trying to correct me in the comment section, I can hear you in the back of my mind already. I made that video a long time before it was posted. As a matter of fact, so much time has passed in between me making part 1 to now making part 2 that you may realize that my branding has changed. Yeah, back then I used to call myself the SIJW, and now, you know, just plain old Infuso. People were getting confused. Plus, when you enter a venue and somebody actually recognizes you from YouTube and calls out to you, social injustice warrior, it's gonna alter your perspective and make you rethink a couple of your life choices. But like I said in my first video, you ain't seen nothing yet. This movie is by far the strangest Batman story ever animated. And with that being said, let's pick this back up where we left off. And if you haven't watched part 1 of the video, or it's been a while for you, I suggest you go back and watch that. Because as a matter of fact, it's been so long for me that I had to go and do the same thing.
Now, where was I?
Penguin, whose eyebrows are shaped in the form of the bat symbol, for some reason. Was that even intentional?
I don't know!
Penguin, Poison Ivy, Deathstroke, Two-Face, and now Gorilla Grodd are all shown to have different power converter to Grodd's Quake engine. Until Grodd can gain access to them, they can't go back to the future.
Isn't eating a banana a little cliche?
Says the cat burglar in the cat costume.
I give it to you. You got me there.
Right.
I don't know if I mentioned it before, but the movie really excels in creative visuals. The cinematography of this movie is top-notch. It has a lot of interesting shots that help tell its tale, and I really enjoy this. I feel like the people who made this movie really cared about the story they were telling. They could have very easily used standard angles and just allowed the story to unfold in front of the viewer. You know, some really uncreative and unimaginative shit, like me whenever I tried to direct anything at all. It was just kind of point and shoot, just let stuff happen in front of you. But shots like this seem to have more purpose. Sometimes it's to tell us more about the characters without always spelling it out for us. Well, no time to continue analyzing the movie. I need to get back into ripping it apart.
You are a sad, strange little man.
Bruce wakes up 2 days after the explosion to find his old Bat-Cowl destroyed. Luckily, Aeon had one on hand.
Of course! No! No! No!
We don't do that here.
But he still decides to wear his messed up one anyway because, you know, it's symbolic. Batman begins monologuing in something that sounds like it'd make more sense as a narration or a voiceover. But here, He's just speaking aloud and talking about his present feelings as if they were past tense. As if he were in a moment in time that had long passed. Not one that is currently unraveling. Luckily, a new camera angle shows that Batman isn't in fact talking to himself, which is a good thing because he already has enough people in his rogues gallery that already do that. I'm looking at you, Harvey. Both of you. But still, why is he talking like this? Batman gives his team a pep talk before we switch animation styles. And this will not be the last time that happens in this movie. During this scene, each person figures out their role. Nightwing and Batman will learn the Bat-Clan's signature fighting style and teach them theirs. By combining styles, they'll be unstoppable. Red Robin...
Oh god, now these jokes are gonna start.
Red Robin, the hero, not the restaurant, will be consulting with the ancient Japanese blacksmiths.
The craftsmanship of the ninja blacksmiths is incredible. The precision of their weapons can't be matched even by our 21st century standards.
Are you sure about that?
So basically, Red Robin will get the weapons. That's his job. And Alfred has the most important job out of everybody. He's gonna make some bread.
Well, you know what they say. Wars are won on full stomachs.
I'm part of a team!
Following this, Robin rushes to Batman because Monkey Chi... Oh, Monkey Chi. Oh, wow. Monkey Chi is in this. How did I forget about Monkey Chi? Because I didn't want to remember. Following this, Robin rushes to Batman because Monkey Chi apparently has another message, this time from Red Hood. And where the hell is Monkey Chi getting all these goddamn messages?
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth!
Is this monkey a character or a plot device? Well, never mind that, because we're in for yet another animation change. The visuals are nice, but it feels really out of place here. Red Hood is looking quite different these days. Looking a lot less biker badass and much more like he's wearing Lady Gaga fetish gear. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me that's something you wouldn't expect to see in one of her music videos. Hood stumbles upon a small farm where he asks for a cup of water from a green-haired farmer and his blonde, pigtailed wife. Gee, I wonder who these people are. Hey, Jason, whoa, buddy, relax. You know, some people just say thank you. Red Hood viciously attacks the farmers and demands they show their true faces. And then he puts the boots to them. Medium style. But what? What is this? What is this freeze-frame B-roll in between punches? What is going on in this movie? I feel like I'm having a stroke while on acid. What even is this movie? Batman makes the save for the two familiar farmers and confronts Red Hood. And we're shown all this through the victim's eyes. Sort of. You know what, I'm just gonna look past this because like I said, we have a lot of insanity to fall into here, and we haven't even reached the rabbit hole yet, let alone fallen down it. We're kind of just following the White Rabbit and his trail of pellets. Fade to black, only to return with Batman questioning the green-haired man, who explains that he and his wife can't remember anything about their past. Batman apologizes for Red Hood's behavior, and as they're about to take their leave, the couple become ecstatic over seeing a sprout.
Don't let them fool you, Batman. They're up to their same old tricks. I'm not so sure, Red Hood. He's not the Joker, at least not anymore. They both lost their memories in the explosion. There's no need to bother them.
The world's greatest detective, folks! As Batman and Red Hood exit, the excited couple's celebratory laughter turns into that of lunacy. And oh gee, I wonder if they're really cured. Have I mentioned that Batman sucks? How is it someone who is supposed to be as intelligent and as knowledgeable as you is constantly fooled when even all those around you, your trainees, your closest kin, your wards, they seem to know better? How's that possible? You are an incompetent icon. Rewind back to the original animation and fast forward to 1 month later. And Gorilla Grodd is ready to make his move to destroy his competitors and rebuild the Quake engine. And how is he gonna do that? Well, with a giant transformer, of course. But it's okay because Poison Ivy then responds by using her own giant transformer. And Penguin responds by, you guessed it, using his own giant transformer. And then Two-Face responds with using his own giant transformer. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. Did I mention that this movie takes place in Japan? I know I might have skimmed past it at some point. And now I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, this is what I was referencing before about how insane this movie gets. But just you wait. Just you wait, because this is just a warm-up. And hey, look, I don't want to throw out any claims. I'm not really into cancel culture here, but judging by that Terra storyline in the comments, I'm gonna demand that we see that young-looking woman's ID. Slade, I don't trust it. I don't trust it, man.
Yeah, he's kinda sus, though. Just a little bit sus.
And now that everybody's finally been introduced and we've got to hear them speak a little, after 47 minutes into the movie, I think now would be a good time to bring up the voice talents that are attached to this project. So let me quickly acknowledge the cast. Now, in most Batman projects, a lot of the time you get a plethora of recycled voice actors. And this is absolutely no exception. As here you have Roger Craig Smith, who played Batman in Arkham Origins, reprising his role. Gray DeLisi, who has previously played Catwoman in the Arkham series and also the Injustice games, steps back into the role yet again. She also played Black Canary in The Brave and the Bold, Vicky Vale in the Arkham series, Vulture in the Batman, Harley Quinn and Batgirl in the Lego Batman series, and Barbara Gordon and Magpie in Beware the Batman. So yeah, this isn't new territory for her. Tara Strong also returns as Harley Quinn and debuts as Poison Ivy. Tara's also previously played Harley in the Arkham series and the Injustice series. She also played Batgirl in Batman the Animated Series in its final season, as well as Vicky Vale in The Batman. Fred Tatasciore, by the way, I'm gonna get a lot of these names wrong. I'm not good at the whole talk thing, so I apologize for that. Fred Tatasciore plays Gorilla Grodd after previously playing Bane in the Arkham series, Ra's al Ghul in the Batman Begins video game, Bane in Lego Batman, Solomon Grundy in Arkham City, and Sergeant Rock in Brave and the Bold. Yuri Lowenthal plays both Robin and Red Hood after previously playing Red Hood in Batman Unlimited. Will Friedle, who is probably best known as Terry McGinnis in Batman Beyond, and also played Gearhead in The Batman and Blue Beetle in Batman Brave and the Bold, plays the role of Red Robin. Tom Kenny reprises his role as Penguin from The Batman, Lego Batman, and that Batman Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles team-up. He's also played Deadshot, Plastic Man, and Babyface in the past. There's clearly a fair share of returning talent here, so this movie obviously cared enough to get the voices right. There's also new additions in Eric Bauza, who would play Two-Face, and Tony Hale of Arrested Development fame voices the Joker. And following this, he would go on to play Dr. Psycho in the Harley Quinn series. The voice cast is really, really good. Everybody sounds like their character. Now back to everything else. Back at the Bat Spa, I guess, they have that scene. You know that scene where the good guy gives exposition and explains his plans to the audience. The one where all his accomplices get one line of dialogue chiming in. The one you see in every CW superhero show? Yeah, that's the one. It ends with Batman deciding that he will no longer be Batman. He will be Sengoku Batman. Oh, great. Now some weeb is gonna make fun of me in the comments section for that pronunciation. It was bad enough when I had to read all those names, but now I'm gonna be lectured about anime. So let me just go out of my way to say this now. I will only accept your criticism if you are actually Japanese. And then, even then so, I will still more than probably likely ignore it anyway, so really, you're just wasting all our time. Elsewhere, the villains clash in what looks to be the funniest round of Rock'em Sock'em robots. Hey, I'm not caught up. Can someone tell me what season of Power Rangers this is? I mean, what in the name of Pacific Rim is going on here? Have I mentioned before that this movie is Japanese? In all seriousness, I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy all this. I mean, yeah, it's mindless entertainment, but it's entertaining mindless entertainment. I know a lot of you guys are getting confused because I'm making a lot of sarcastic comments, but that's kind of what I do here. It's a big part of the channel, so I'm going to apologize in advance. But all joking aside, I actually don't hate this movie. I like it. It's different, it's interesting, it's enjoyable. Is it the Batman I know? No, absolutely not. Do I think there's a lot of things that are really strange about the movie? Yes, absolutely. Still like it, though. Aeon and the Bat-Clan go after the opposing armies, leaving Batman and company to take on the Transformers Tokyo. The bots battle it out amongst themselves, until Gorilla Grodd essentially possesses Gotham's bigwig villains into doing his bidding, forcing them to combine their robots to join with his. And if that doesn't make any sense to you, it's okay. Because Grodd's got some throwaway exposition that will explain it all away. It's gonna be fine. Point is, this is Batman in ancient Japan fighting an army of Gundams. Really, just don't think too much about it. Grodd also reveals that he isn't looking to get back home. He set his sights on ruling all of ancient Japan. And finally, a monkey with a mind. This is what I've been saying from the get-go. I said it from the beginning, and nobody wanted to listen to me. Why bother taking over one shitty city when you can control all of Japan? Of course he would want to rule over all of Japan. Who wants that rat-infested, sewer-crocodile-having, giant bat-inhabited shithole that's Gotham? Well, like, in comparison, why would that even make sense? But before Grodd's dream of another Planet of the Apes sequel is about to take place,
I'm going to rule this country and turn it into a kingdom of monkeys and rewrite the history of the world!
What? No.
The Joker and Harley reemerge. Okay. Joker all of a sudden took over the entire plot and becomes the big bad at the end. Where have I seen this before other than in every single Arkham game that has ever been created? And also a shitload of comic books and episodes of TV shows and other animated movies. This is a reoccurring thing. As Joker and Harley kick Cat and Grodd out of his own walking palace, they're of course rescued by the Bat-Kazuzo. The Bat-Kazuko. With Batman rescuing Grodd and leaving Red Hood to save Catwoman. Which is strange because you'd think the man would be more intent on rescuing his on-again, off-again, on-again, off-again girlfriend instead of saving the giant ape that's trying to kill you. But you know, priorities. Look, Bruce, if you wanted to see other people, you just could have said it. I mean, damn, man, I understand that the myth is that cats always land on their feet, but she's not actually a cat. She's a cat woman.
How could you? I'm a woman.
I'm sorry,
I mean, what were you thinking? Would you figure, oh, hey, she's got another 8 lives left, what's one down? That's also not true! The robots combine into one, and something Japan. I don't know. I'm exhausted. I don't know. I just can't anymore. This movie has exhausted me. I'm ready to move on. I'm doing this for all of you. This is not for me anymore. I am not enjoying this. I'm just ready to move on to the next one. And I'm not talking about the next video, I'm talking about the next life. I'm ready to go.
Oh, I'm coming. I'm done here. I fulfilled my purpose. I ain't need to see no more shit down here.
Joker explodes stuff, Grodd saves the monkey before tapping out of the fight, but not before handing down the Pied Piper's fiddle, which he uses to control his army of monkeys. Write it down, put that on a t-shirt, that was actually something that I had said. Grodd's legion of primates launch onto and attack the Joker's mech. And now the Bat-Monkey sidekick has a love interest. And as absurd of a thing that is to say, hang on to your bat masks, cause again, you still ain't seen nothing yet. We're on our way, don't worry. They begin playing a different tune on Squidward's clarinet, commanding the monkeys to form into one giant monkey, and you know what? Stop it! There is no reason that in a review of a Batman movie that I should be able to say monkey as much as I have during this whole video. Bats? Obviously. Cats? Of course. Crocodiles? Okay. But monkey should not come up nearly as much as it has during this Batman movie.
Monkey!
Holy crap, I need to check my blood pressure. I am not in a good place right now.
Enough monkeying around!
The giant joke launches attacks at the plus-size Curious George that stands before it. But oh shit, Dustin checks in makes the man who laughs check out. The Bat family head over to take down their fallen foe, but the Joker rises to the occasion and quite literally roasts his competition. Several monkeys undoubtedly die. I don't care what you say, even if this is that kind of movie, they dead. But to the rescue come bats. No, not Batman, just bats. Just a shitload of bats. The bats, of course, form one giant bat to protect their monkey brethren. The monkey-made monkey and the bat-made bat combine to form a giant Batman. Because of course they do. Oh, I'm sorry, I must have misspoke earlier when I asked what episode of Power Rangers was this from. What I should have asked was, what episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was this? Because clearly, this is just straight up Palmerization. I don't understand how monkeys plus bats equal Batman. But to be fair, I failed math as a kid. But come to think of it, I was pretty good at science, and this shit just doesn't seem right to me. Props to the movie, by the way, for using first appearance Batman. It's a nice little nod. Even if I have no idea who they're nodding their heads at. The giant monkey bat is now somehow able to withstand bursts of flames, and manages to punch the Bat family into Joker's collapsing castle. Now look, there's a lot of action that takes place here. I'm not going to break it down and give you play-by-play, because honestly, I feel like that would cheapen the movie for you and that experience, so I'm not going to do all that. Let me just give you the cliff notes right quick. Batman fights the Joker, Nightwing takes on Penguin, Red Hood goes after Deathstroke, Red Robin clashes with Two-Face, Robin battles Poison Ivy, and of course, Harley and Catwoman have a score to settle. During this, Joker gives some exposition as how he managed to convince Batman he was now sane. But, like, honestly, who cares? It's not needed considering the man has fallen for these types of tricks before. I think the thing that annoys me the most about Batman is that he doesn't seem to fall for these types of tricks with any other villain. Except for Catwoman. Maybe he just has a soft spot for clowns and cats. I don't know, it's just wildly inconsistent. Like I said, a lot of action ensues.
Take your medicine, kitty kitty, and say goodnight.
The monkeys and the bats infiltrate the moving tower and begin to systematically break it down. And on the roof of Optimus Prime, the final battle ensues. And after some pretty impressive looking back and forth, it looks like the Joker has finally done the impossible.
And so it's finally over, Batman.
But then the real impossible happens because that Batman in samurai gear was no Batman at all. He was just bats. There's a bunch of fucking bats. And then Batman soars into the sky and shows his love for Naruto. And oh, that's it. That's the line. The movie said its own title. Roll credits. That's it. I'm done. I'm out of here. My contract says as soon as that happens, I am allowed to leave. That is it. But I'll be nice and I'll go ahead and give you the ending anyway. They reenact that scene from The Dark Knight. Batman saves the day. They return to their time period. And then there's a mid-credits scene where, oh look, that's kind of cute. And also entirely impractical, but alright. And that was Batman Ninja. Even though I think more accurately it should be called Batman Samurai. Or maybe if you wanted to add the ninja element, Batman Samurai Ninja, I don't know. But Batman Ninja just doesn't seem like a fully fleshed out title. That's just my opinion. If you haven't seen Batman Ninja, then go out and see Batman Ninja. Because it needs to be seen to be believed. You know, if you can see it, because, you know, ninja. My words truly can't do it justice. You need to witness and experience this with your own 3 eyes. If I said it before, I'll say it again. Batman Ninja is batshit crazy. And like a minor character from CatDog would say, I love it. Yeah, I don't know how many people on my subscribers list are actually going to remember that, but I do, for some reason, so.
Name. Now. Hush. It's true. He calls himself Hush.
He said it! He said it!
I needed a new persona. My true identity had to be kept hush-hush.
Oh, that's why they call it that.
And I've talked a lot about the DC animated movie universe. And I've also talked a bit about the Hush storyline in comics. And that's why today, I'm here to talk about the Batman Hush adaptation that's linked to that line of films. So with that being said, let's just get right into it. So I want to start off by saying Batman Hush does feel a bit different from the other Batman films it's attached to. Unlike the others, this doesn't seem to add to the overall overarching narrative. Rather than a fluid continuation, this feels like a separate standalone adventure that just so happens to take place in that universe. Which I suppose makes sense because the last 3 movies felt like they started and completed a story. So I guess anything after that would just have to be its own thing. There's nothing wrong with that per se. I guess it was kind of inevitable. But given the fact that this was the way this set of films ended, it makes it stand out from the bunch that much more. I've already spoken on the channel before about my problems with the original Hush story. But in my opinion, the movie suffers from a lot of the same problems as the original story. Because this was originally a comic book series and the series wanted to stretch its story out for as long as possible, the arc took a lot of unnecessary turns along the way, further convoluting the plot and bringing in more established names and faces to play minor and major parts that, for the most part, didn't really serve that much of a purpose. Despite attempting to condense the story, they still kept a lot of the elements that muddled that story up to begin with. While I think the movie did benefit from some cutting down of the original source, there was still more that probably should have ended up on the chopping block as well. And I think this story also suffers a little bit from not being able to play certain events out as they were done in the original comic. Major plot points are sped through, and at times it feels like I'm watching the plot on fast forward. Batman's traumatic injury is just over and done with immediately. It makes you wonder why they would even bother to include that into the story. So as an adaptation, I think it leaves a little bit to be desired. The idea that Riddler, this mastermind, this super genius, was able to determine the true identity of the Caped Crusader due to a skinny dip in a Lazarus pit has really always been a creative goof. Had the Riddler figured out that Batman is Bruce Wayne on his own, that information gain would have felt earned and legitimized the Riddler as a worthy foe, as well as Batman's intellectual peer. But instead they went the ancient magic by chance route, and it doesn't really do anything for the character. It adds nothing to his credibility as a true foe to the Bat, and it doesn't make him feel like a legitimate threat to Batman physically or intellectually. Ultimately, he's just a guy who got lucky due to Deus Ex Machina. When the movie's trying to be a faithful adaptation, it sucks because it's a faithful adaptation. But then when the movie sways away from the original story, they're creating entirely separate issues. They change Hush's identity, which kinda works, to be fair. I always said that Thomas Elliot randomly being introduced into the lore was kind of a dead
giveaway. Dead giveaway.
Charles, thank you very much.
Dead giveaway.
New villain shows up in town around the same time that Bruce's best friend shows up in town. Gee, I wonder who this villain is. So I think turning it around and using the character as a total red herring is actually a pretty clever move. And they cut straight to the chase by revealing that the Riddler is in fact Hush. And I think that's good in some ways because, again, you're cutting straight to the point. Riddler was ultimately the end reveal behind Hush, except he was working with Hush. This movie just cut out the middleman and said, the Riddler is Hush. That's not a bad plot point, until you start thinking about it. You see, the end reveal is that this new villain is really just an old villain with a makeover. What even is the point? I also have a hard time believing that the Riddler would be able to not tell anyone who he is. I'm not doubting his abilities to put together such convoluted schemes. That's spot on. That makes sense for the character. I buy that. But the idea that the man who can't help but leave clues behind, tying his crime sprees back to himself, instead of just being stealthy and walking free, would be able to commit these crimes and not seek credit and attention for it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. He needs to be acknowledged. He needs to be validated for his genius. I can't imagine him not wanting to sign his initials on his latest proverbial piece of art. And if the intent was to have the Riddler be seen as a campy doofus, it's both a pretty bad interpretation of that character, but also a pretty poor choice to feature him as the movie's main villain. What's even worse is that the Riddler's first and only appearance in the series doesn't showcase him as the Riddler, but instead makes him Hush. And because of this end reveal really lacks all sting. We don't even get to know him as a character before he's revealed to be the big bad. So it's almost like there's nothing to this revelation. The shock is that he's not Thomas Elliot like he is in the comics. And the only way you would know that is if you were familiar with that story. I kind of feel like this movie expects its audience to have an understanding or knowledge of the material going in, and that's not exactly the best way to tell a story. If you have to go into a movie knowing what the original comic book was like to understand the movie, then you have failed at making a movie. His reveal adds nothing. It's just kind of like, oh hey, there's that guy that we don't know but we've seen once. I just don't think playing as a pawn in his own overall scheme while he was shrouded in mystery would really be on the table for the Riddler. And in that same vein, this is the Joker's first appearance in this continuity. And it doesn't showcase him as the clown prince of crime, but rather an innocent victim in Hush's scheme. And yeah, I get it. I know that was his place in the original story as well. But first off, that was a mistake. And secondly, maybe you didn't hear me, this is the Joker's only appearance in any of these Batman movies. What a way to portray Batman's greatest foe. In terms of Damian, his cameo was hilarious. But after seeing how well he was utilized and how important and integral he was to the previous movies, it's a bit jarring to see him take such a back seat. I guess it's probably because Damian wasn't around for the original story, so he didn't have a place set in it, but you could have done something to incorporate him in. I mean, we're talking about the character whose back these movies were made off of. Wait a second. Did I just defend Daman Wayne? I don't even know who I am anymore. There's one thing I'm really starting to dislike with these movies, and it's the random time jumps to fast forward through character arcs and relationships. The last movie pretty much drops Batwoman into the plot as a previously established character, even though she was not. And this movie does the same thing with Catwoman. Having Batman met Catwoman and started a relationship with her sometime in between movies. And I understand why this is done, because these are all stories that were previously made before that they're trying to fit into their own universe. So they're trying to get the timeline to catch up to the narrative. But it sort of feels cheap when this happens, especially when it happens as often as it does. I'm not knocking it, I get it, I'm just stating that I'm not a fan of it. They sort of do the same thing with the big reveal of who Hush is as well. But because of these jumps to random points in the timeline, sometimes these movies will set something up, and ultimately it will never really pay off. Batgirl was revealed at the tail end of the last Batman movie, and in here she has absolutely nothing to do. The character literally shows up for one scene before being completely forgotten about by the plot. She was just there to have a tiff with Catwoman over Bruce's nearly dead body, and then just like that, poof, she's gone. She showed up that one time, and then she showed up again, and then she just stopped showing up. And that's it. That is all the time we're afforded with Batgirl. There's never really a reason given for her sudden disappearance anyway. The story just stopped caring about her. And that's if it ever did care in the first place. But then again, some of the villains in this canon get that very same treatment. Here one minute, gone the next. I also find this movie to be a little bit of a weird follow-up to the last couple movies with the story, mostly for reasons I've already expressed, but also because this is yet another Batman story where Bruce gets incapacitated. Look, I like these movies, but at times it feels like these movies don't necessarily like Batman. I joke. But on a serious note, The Dark Knight has never taken so many L's in all of his days. Now don't get me wrong, this movie isn't all bad. There are a lot of elements that I really like about it. Like the previous films, I think the dialogue and interactions are well written. I find all of these characters to be accurate portrayals and fairly entertaining. And even a lot of the new additions to this universe kinda work here. I like how they put the Batman and Catwoman romance together. They complement each other very well, just as you'd expect and hope to see in a relationship between these two. They're a good team both in and out of costume. And it's nice to see this Batman flirt with the idea of a normal life with the woman he loves. But unfortunately, it doesn't pan out that way for our dear Dark Knight. The movie does a great job of showing us why these two characters work together, but they also end up showing why they wouldn't actually work together. There's a lot of love there. These two are so alike, and yet it's their differences that make this an unworkable situation. There's definitely love there, but they have different moral compasses and codes, different goals and motivations. They're the same in so many ways, but what ends up splitting them apart is where they're different. And yet, despite this, when they part ways, you get the feeling that they're not saying goodbye, but instead saying goodbye for now. It's the sad ending that this story was always going to build up to. And speaking of Catwoman, she is undoubtedly the major highlight of this movie. I would say the last three movies were really the Talia trilogy, so it's kind of refreshing to get something different. And Catwoman, like the thief that she is, steals the spotlight. I find this performance to be pretty good. I think the character here comes off as more woman than cat. You get a feel for the persona, but this movie is really focused on showing you the person. I think she's more open, honest, and vulnerable than a lot of the other Catwoman performances. Mainly because the story takes place in a point where she's attempting to make things work with Bruce. She's putting her image aside to let her humanity take center stage. And in response, Bruce is also trying to shed his rough exterior. It's kinda sweet and also tragic watching these two desperately try to meet each other halfway and manage to get torn apart when they realize they couldn't. My biggest issue with this movie is that while there are things done well here, they're the same things that were done well, and I would even argue done better in the previous couple movies. Overall, I like this movie substantially less than I like the ones that came out before it, but I have a really hard time having the same appreciation for this, because I don't like it when it's following the original story, and I don't like it when it's trying to do its own thing. Despite that, I don't think it's terrible. There are definitely a lot of elements that work to this movie that I would say make it worth the watch. And I could very well see other Batman fans enjoying themselves. I'm just not one of them. I would recommend checking this movie out for yourself to make your own opinion, because I don't think the movie's necessarily bad by any means, it's just bad for me.
What do you have that your comrades don't? A cape.
Now, I bought this movie back on day one, But we're now on year 2 of me having this, and I still haven't seen it. Much like Gotham by Gaslight, this movie is another Elseworlds Batman tale. This time taking place in the 1970s, taking very obvious inspiration from kung fu flicks and James Bond movies. A fact that is made very evident before the opening credit sequence even begins.
And you are?
Dragon. Richard Dragon.
Now, just by hearing all of this, I think you can probably already tell that this is a very, very different type of Batman story. But the truth of the matter is, this is barely a Batman story at all. I think my biggest issue with the movie is that it's a Batman movie in name only. Bruce isn't even introduced or brought into this movie until we've already had a few scenes with our main protagonist, who is not Batman, and our main antagonist, who is also not Batman. I don't know why he would be. A whole 10 minutes of runtime is devoted to Richard Dragon and this dude who kinda resembles a cobra, making Bruce feel like a little bit of an afterthought when he finally shows up. And then that fact is cemented by the rest of the movie. Even in the opening credits, he's taking a backseat to the other characters. In a weird way, Batman feels like an unneeded addition in what is allegedly his own movie. I really think that you could just take Batman out of the equation altogether, and it really wouldn't affect all that much. Like, if you replaced Batman in this with any other DC character, or hell, an original made-up character for this movie, it doesn't change anything. By the end of the movie, it really feels like the only reason Batman was added into the mix at all is so they can include him on the cover and in the trailers. Let's face it, if you name something Batman, it's much more likely to sell. Case in point, me buying this movie the day it came out, despite having no immediate intention of watching it. To take it a step further, Bruce is only in the suit for less than a handful of scenes. Like, we're talking about 3, maybe 4 tops. Batman being involved in this plot is such a non-factor. He's a side character who could have easily been replaced by just about anybody. No one else is in a costume in this movie until like one scene at the end, and it's only one other person. So he stands out and feels completely out of place in what is, once again, supposed to be his own movie. He doesn't feel important or specific to the plot. He doesn't feel like he has his own story arc. He doesn't even really get any time to shine during the runtime of the film. This is not a Batman movie. This is a Richard Dragon movie disguised and purposed as a Batman movie. Like, honestly, I could probably do the rest of this review without ever mentioning the Caped Crusader again. That's how inconsequential he is in his own movie. He's not the main character, he's not what the story is about. Hell, he's not even the one who saves the day at the end of the movie. I'm gonna be honest with you, this movie really wasn't catching my attention at first. As someone who's never been too deep into the James Bond series, or Bruce Lee movies, or the 1970s in general, I guess, it just wasn't doing it for me. Then you add on top of that the lack of Batman in what is being promoted as a Batman movie. I just wasn't a fan of this. But this one scene, this one speech, is where things started to turn around for me. Because I'm such a fan of what this scene represents.
Evil is as eternal as this rock. Even if you break the rock, there will be pebbles. Break the pebbles, there will be sand.
Even after being told that erasing evil is a meaningless effort, even after being told that the rock will never truly fully break, Bruce doesn't give up. He persists, bloodying his knuckles. Knowing that he is looking at an impossible task, it doesn't stop him. He keeps going, he keeps trying. He still does all that he can. And to me, this is Batman. Batman is never giving up, even when the odds are against you. Even when there is no possible chance of winning, to rise to that challenge one way or another regardless. Batman doesn't fight evil because he knows it's a fight that he'll win. He fights evil because he opposes it. It's not about victory, it's about doing what's right. And doing what's right at any cost. That is Batman. Outside of this, I really like a lot of what is done aesthetically. And I especially like that this Batman more closely resembles Batman in his first ever comic book appearance. It's a nice little touch there. It's cute. I like it. I like this movie's use of DC characters who are less mainstream. It definitely puts a spotlight on the less read pages of DC Comics Encyclopedia. I know I had to look up a name or two myself during. And I even like that it has some actors returning to the roles they played in separate continuities. Michael J. White returns to the role of Bronze Tiger, a role that he played back on Arrow. And Kelly Hu returns to the role that she played in Arkham Origins, that of course being Lady Shiva. I like the structure of the story, going between past and present to play out its plot properly. I'm a fan of this type of storytelling when it's done right. And here, it is definitely done right. This movie balances its timeline well, never devoting too much time to what's already happened or what's currently happening. It also very clearly differentiates its two time periods as well, so it's all very digestible and understandable. It's not like you have to sit down and start taking notes. This isn't Memento. Another trope this plays on is getting the band back together, and that's a trope that I really like. So the fact that it's basically the focal point of this flick,
I like it.
It takes place in its own world, in its own universe, and it's doing its own thing entirely. If you wanted to see Batman get trained by the League of Assassins, well, you're kind of shit out of luck. Because here, Bruce Wayne was trained by O-Sensei, along with a whole class of other characters, including the well-trained and dedicated deadly ninja and assassin Lady Shiva, the furious fighter Bronze Tiger, the agile agent with attitude Jade, Rip the war hero, and O-Sensei's protege, Richard Dragon, or as I like to call him, Richie the Dragon Steamboat. They train in a monastery where there's a secret passage referred to only as the Gate. It's a forbidden door that is the physical embodiment of the phrase, "Don't ask, don't tell." The mystical doorway is shrouded in mystery, and also mysticism, but I already said that. O-Sensei grants his top student Shiva the Soulbreaker's sword, an item that he entrusts to her, even if he doesn't necessarily trust her enough to reveal its intended purpose. I enjoy the scenes watching this team interact and slowly become a family. Watching them fight through their differences and learning to respect each other in spite of them. Watching them bond and become a unit. It's all great, but I just wish there was a little bit more of it. Regardless, I think this movie did a really good job of explaining its characters and establishing their relationships in just an hour and 22 minutes. For a bunch of characters I didn't know prior to pressing play, I now feel like I have a better understanding of their motivations, their goals, their personalities, and that's no easy task, especially when considering that's a very limited time to endear an audience to a bunch of C, D, and Z-list characters. Rip eventually betrays the team, stealing the Soulbreaker and killing Jade in the process, all while trying to open the portal. With the use of Soulbreaker, Jade is sacrificed, and the gate opens to reveal...
Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes?
The snake-like demons kill Rip, so... Rip. The team fights off these snake-like demons in a hellish battle, with O-Sensei ultimately sacrificing himself to properly close the portal. Back in present day, a snake cult named Cobra... No, not that one. This one's with a K. Cobra is looking to open up the gateway once more. Because yeah, of course they are. Their name is Cobra. They have a bunch of lame snake-like characters in their cult, which I'm also gonna spell with a K here as well. But this gang is just filled with a bunch of lame asses who have an affinity for serpents.
Snake. I'm a snake. I'm a snake. I'm a snake.
You have its leader, who I think is just called Cobra, once again, with a K. You got a guy whose limb turns into snakes. He has some German name that I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce because I'll say it and then I'm not only saying it wrong, but I'm probably saying something offensive. But then again, almost anything in German sounds offensive for some reason. So I'm just going to call him the Human Hydra. You have King Snake, who thought that tattoo was a good idea. And then you have Lady Eve, who is...
She's the useless chick!
Yeah! So that's the whole class of Slytherin this school year. I like the way this movie depicts its characters. And it kind of gives everyone their own defining moment. The movie tells us a lot about its leads without necessarily always coming right out and saying it. Like the way Richard Dragon uses his intelligence to defeat King Snake by obscuring his hearing and playing mind games with him. Or the way that Shiva loses her sword in battle, but doesn't lose her cool.
Fool, you gave up your weapon. I am the weapon.
And the way Bronze Tiger shows a moment of true humanity, finding himself unable to murder Cobra as a child, despite knowing that he is destined to do awful things. All of these characters are flawed but likable. And despite their contrasting personalities and interests, when aligned together, they make for a pretty great team. Side note here, there does seem to be some Mortal Kombat shoutouts. Like these guys over here who look like a cross between Raiden and Subzero. Of course, this could be a reference to something culturally that I'm completely unaware of. And if that's the case, and you know and I don't, I love to learn. Let me know in the comment section below. But yeah, the first time I saw this, all I can think of was... And it didn't help matters that later in the movie, Shiva goes one-on-one with fucking Kano over here.
Fine. Have it your way.
Overall, I think this is actually a pretty good movie. But it in no way, shape, or form is a good Batman movie. Or even a Batman movie at all. I like this movie a whole lot. I think it's good. I think it's even great. It is absolutely something I would, and probably will, watch again for entertainment purposes alone. I'm not even trying to make money off it. I'm gonna watch it. That's how much I like it. But this is not a Batman movie. This is a movie that has Batman in it. And even then so, just barely. I enjoyed watching this so much that quite frankly, I'm a little bit bummed out that there's no follow-up. All I'm saying is I wouldn't mind visiting this Elseworld again. And the way this movie ended, the way that they closed it off, it leaves it wide open for a sequel. Not only does it set up the possibility of a sequel, as a matter of fact, I think a sequel is a necessity at this point. It needs one. It needs to happen. Bruce Timm, if you're listening, as you so often do to this channel, don't do me like that, man. I need to know what happens next. You didn't even end this movie. You just started a new one and then went to credits. If you're looking to just sit down and be entertained, I would highly recommend this movie. If you're a diehard Batman fan, then yeah, I would also recommend this movie. But I want you to know what you're getting into. This movie isn't awesome because Batman's in it. It's awesome, and Batman just so happens to be in it. A little bit.
Unless he's leading a double life. Like your caped crusader here.
I'm here to talk about Batman: The Long Halloween, Part 1. So before we start, let me just be honest with y'all. This movie is an adaptation of a well-known and seemingly legendary Batman tale. And it's one that I've pretty much only skimmed through. Never sat down and read it in full. I own it. It's on my shelf. I'll get to it. Eventually. But being that the movie is recent and just came out and I sat through it already on multiple occasions, I'm gonna start here. Let's just get right into it. I truly appreciate the blueprint of this story. I love a good Detective Batman arc, because despite being labeled as the world's greatest detective, a whole lot of writers seem to forget that he is one. Guy just shows up ready to throw hands and batarangs whenever. But what I love about this is that the movie shows Batman think things out. We see his premeditated actions as opposed to his impulsive reactions, though there's plenty of that too. If you're into brutal Batman, don't worry, this movie still got you covered. While there's plenty of kick-punchy action, The Long Halloween also makes a point to not just showcase the guy as Bruce the Barbarian. We see Batman's thirst for justice, not just in his hatred for criminals, but also with his compassion for others. I can confidently say the movie has been one of my all-time favorite depictions of the Dark Knight. I also happen to think the detective format works out really well for Batman. A great whodunit story goes a long way when you throw some rubber bat ears on it. These kind of stories are personally my favorite scenarios to see the Caped Crusader in. These stories highlight Batman's superior intellect and problem-solving skills, and they're still usually filled with Batman bam, pow, and socking a couple of thugs along the way. You know, on second thought, that last sentence could probably have been better structured, but you get the point. Or at least I hope you do. What helps matters is that we're seeing a much younger, less experienced, maybe even somewhat green version of the not-so-superhero. As a matter of fact, multiple characters throughout the movie's runtime even go out of their way to comment on how Batman isn't such a great detective. This now allows him to be much more convincing in his confused protagonist role. It also gives those who oppose Gotham City's protector a bit more of a chance of either getting away with their wrongdoings, or at least getting away from Batman. The movie isn't just a Batman movie, but it's also in equal parts a Two-Face story. And being that Two-Face is my favorite villain, obviously it scored some points with me there too. But like I said before, I'm not super familiar with this comic. I have seen panels, I have read through it a little bit lightly, but I haven't sat down and really properly read it through. I don't have the full picture of the graphic novel. And even with my brief knowledge and memory of the original Long Halloween comic series, I still recognize that this DC animated movie did what a lot of DC animated movies do, and changed a whole lot. So again, I don't have the greatest knowledge on the subject, but from what I recall, and feel free to call me out if I'm wrong, here are some of the changes that I noticed. In the movie, it's Harvey who winds up hospital bound, but in the comics, it's his wife. This is a clever little twist that I think serves to alert those who have read the comic that things aren't going to be the way they were exactly in that series, and it also serves as a little bit of a red herring moment. It's kind of getting one over on the movie's audience, as even people who haven't read The Long Halloween or don't know anything about it probably have an existing knowledge of Harvey Dent, and know that a gruesome transformation is pretty much inevitable. The fact that there's a scene that focuses on the reveal of Harvey's unaffected face, yeah, I think it's safe to say that they knew what they were doing. This was the movie's way of telling us, relax, we're not there yet. Things aren't gonna happen the way you think they're gonna happen. But hey, don't worry, outside of this Two-Face tease, there's still a lot of other references alluding to Harvey's future. They're not exactly hiding them. Another big change is having Catwoman know Bruce's dual identity. And I have some comments on this one. This wasn't the worst thing to do. It's personally not a route that I would have taken, what with Batman being in his early years especially, but I guess it's okay that they did. To me, and again, this is just my own brain here, this is not set in stone anywhere, but to me, that kind of reveal should come maybe 7 years to a decade after they started playing that whole cat-bat-mouse game. It's just different to see the two acknowledge each other by name in and out of costume. I don't hate it, but I also don't love it. Not something I would have done personally. Interesting to see nonetheless. Poison Ivy shows up for a stinger at the end. And while she was present in the original telling of the tale, her inclusion and intention wasn't revealed so early on in the story. Will this change anything?
I don't know!
I don't know, probably not, but part of me wonders if they changed Poison Ivy's entrance into the story for the sole fact that they wanted people to get more excited for part 2. Like, it feels like her whole placement in this version of events was solely to get people invested in the second part of it. They didn't want to risk her disguising herself as someone else and end on a nonsense note to hype part 2. The characters also seem a lot more fleshed out than they were in the book. The bad guys are still bad guys, but they don't seem like just bad guys. They seem like guys who are bad. You guys hear that last sentence? I'm paid to speak for a living, and then I come out with some dumb shit like that. I think the movie makes the characters very three-dimensional, despite the fact that physically they clearly are not. I'm sure there's a lot of differences I probably missed, but I genuinely have very little recollection of the book. And again, didn't read it all the way through. I will, but I have not yet. The movie also has an interesting animation style. The thick, dark lines that outline the characters, mixed in with how the backgrounds are drawn, really gives the movie that same feel of the graphic novel. Or, well, at least like a graphic novel, not necessarily the one this is based off of. Because while this is an adaptation of the story, it doesn't often borrow the same visuals from that specific book. The art style here couldn't be any more different, but I kinda think that might be for the better. The art from the Long Halloween comics was bizarre in the best ways. It was unsettling, and the character designs are enough to put anyone outside their comfort zone. It really adds to that grimy, slimy feeling that Gotham City has. This style works great for the story that they were telling, and for the medium that they were telling it in. See, from panel to panel, this really helps emulate just how unsafe Gotham City is. The characters in the book look shady at best, in more ways than one. But I don't know if that would translate quite as well in moving pictures. So this change, to me at least, is definitely a most welcome one. The movie's style somewhat emulates what the panels of a comic book would look like. And yeah, sure, it looks like Diet Archer, but I personally like it. I understand if it's not for everyone, but works for me. In terms of character design, I like almost all of them. Batman looks good, Catwoman looks good, Calendar Man will haunt my nightmares and the nightmares of my offspring for generations to come. I'm not too crazy about Joker's yee-ass haircut, but he's fine otherwise. Nigga. I liked all of them. Everyone except for all of the character cameos in Arkham Asylum. I find myself hating the brief sight of all of these characters. Which sucks because if I remember the story correctly and they're following that format, we're gonna be seeing a whole lot of them very soon. And I just straight up do not want to. I do not approve. Once the Penguin, the Scarecrow, and the Mad Hatter all look exactly alike. I don't know who asked for that, but it certainly wasn't me. This is something I need to say. The sound mixing here, and mind you, it's coming from me. You guys have heard some of my videos in the past. Not always that great. But the sound mixing is really, really bad at times. In one scene, there's a rainstorm overpowering the characters' voices and making some of the lines completely inaudible. Thank God for subtitles, because I would have had no idea what the fuck was going on. Also, that same storm appears to be raging by how it's drawn. It sounds like it's just a light sun shower with the volume adjusted all the way to 11. I'm not really the type to pick these things up, and if I do, I'm mostly unfazed, but here, yeah, I don't know, man. You guys didn't proof check this. You just put it out. You're like, hey, screw this. We got to get to part 2. I don't know, with the rain overpowering every other sound, I was getting some real Demon Hunter flashbacks. And that's a place I don't ever want to be. One of my biggest complaints is the fact that the movie seems to end seemingly out of nowhere. And that might be because WB decided to take a graphic novel and split it right down the middle. Clearly symbolic of one of the story's main characters. It doesn't seem like splitting the movie in half was a necessity. The runtime of part 1 is under an hour and a half, and having it end the way that it did felt entirely unnatural. It didn't make a whole lot of sense narrative-wise. There's no cliffhanger conclusion, there's just events followed by credits. I don't know, just the death of Alberto Falcone really isn't that big of a deal when we've only had 3 scenes with the guy, and one of them he was in the background, and the other 2 he was sniveling. Though, like I said before, there's a pretty dope after the credits stinger that does actually manage to get me hyped for part 2. The problem is, I would have been hyped for the next act in this movie too, so, you know, what did you really accomplish there?
We've got to have money.
I don't know, splitting the story in half just seemed really unneeded. Maybe Warner Brothers just started to break out in a sweat when they read the title The Long Halloween. I don't know. Another thing that absolutely needs to be commented on is how good the voice acting is here. The cast all around are fantastic in the roles that they're given. You got Jensen Ackles, who had a small part to play in Smallville and voiced Jason Todd in Under the Red Hood, coming in to play Batman for the first time ever. Not the first time he auditioned, because he was once a dark horse in the running for the Dark Knight in Batman Begins. Jensen plays Batman for the first time to near perfection. There were plenty of times in this movie that I completely forgot that he was cast in the role. He manages to mostly lose himself in it. There's a couple times where he slips back into his normal voice just a little bit, but those times are far and few between. And I found myself really enjoying him as Batman. I did have some reservations at first, only because I thought he sounded much more youthful. To me, when he was cast as Jason Todd, I thought, yeah, that makes sense. But hearing that he was playing Batman, I was like, oh, please be good. Please be good. And then he gives me this performance where he's not good, he's great. You gotta win a day with Chad Hamilton playing Harvey Dent. And throughout the performance and the way that the movie chooses to portray Harvey, you get a really good sense of this character's dual identity. I honestly would have to rank him as one of my favorite Two-Face performances. He comes across as the confident, charming, prominent district attorney, as well as a troubled man battling his own demons in secrecy. There's subtlety to the way the movie alludes to his identity disorder. He doesn't just drastically shift between 2 contrasting extremes, but instead facial reactions such as small smirks and furrowed brows, as well as a slight change in his voice, are examples of a switch in his personality. Again, really well done. And I wouldn't be surprised if someone who knew nothing about Batman watched this and all of these micro actions just went entirely over their head. It wasn't in your face, it was kind of just lurking beneath. This is also the last performance by Naya Rivera. And I'm not going to sit here and act like I knew her work up until this, because I'm really unfamiliar. Maybe she was in a bunch of things, but for me, I only knew her from this one specific role. And man, what a way to go out, because she stands out as a highlight of this movie. I don't know how much of her was recorded, I don't know if she'll be in part 2, but to me, this video would feel really incomplete if I didn't sit down and give this woman her due. She did a really good job when exploring Catwoman's flirtatious side, but she also gave a very human performance here. You know, I see her both as a Catwoman and as a woman, and that's what you want. The movie even ends with a tribute to her. I have more to say about this performance, but there's still a part 2 to this, so I'm gonna wait until that comes out. There's a bunch of little things that I appreciate about The Long Halloween as well, such as the opening title acting as an homage to John Carpenter's Halloween. I like the new reasoning they gave to Harvey's coin obsession. I enjoyed the interactions between Batman and Catwoman, who perfectly bounced off each other, and had great chemistry, as well as a compelling dynamic. Calendar Man's cameo was cringingly creepy, and he was played by, oh, of course, the John Glover of our time. I don't think it was an intentional reference to The Dark Knight, but I could definitely see some parallels in this one scene in The Long Halloween, and this scene in The Dark Knight. The inclusion of little Barbara Gordon was good for world building, didn't take anything away from the story. If anything, added a little Easter egg that bat nerds like me are gonna comment on. Honestly, the list goes on. I can name probably about another 10 to 15 other minuscule things that really don't have a great effect on anything, but are just things that I appreciate. There's so much to like about this movie. So the question becomes, overall, do I think this movie is worth a watch? To which I say, absolutely. At this point in time, I'm pretty sure that this is in my top 5 Batman movies. And if it's not, then it only just didn't make the cut. I highly recommend this. It's a mostly well put together story with some of the best characters in all of the Batman mythos. And once again, it has some great performances. If you liked my rundown of the movie today, you might be happy to know that I'll be releasing a V's First Time video, which will contain me and Reyes World TV's initial reaction seeing it. And yes, I do intend on talking about part 2 when it comes out. But anyway, with all that being said, I was your least favorite YouTuber, V Infuso, and I thank y'all for watching. Hope to see you in the next one.
Happy holiday.
Ackles, by the way. Ackles. The guy's name is Jensen Ackles. I made a mistake, alright? Is that what you wanted to hear? Is that what you wanted? There you go, you got it. Like you never made a mistake before. You came and clicked on this channel, okay? I'm not alone in my error, is my point.
Do you know what my people call this past year? The Long Halloween.
Hey there, it's me, your least favorite YouTuber, V Infuso. And listen, I know I'm a little bit late with this video, we're a little bit past the movie's release date, and we're a little bit past the holiday that's associated with the movie. So if you're unsubscribing, I get it. I said before that Part 1 is one of my all-time favorite Batman movies. It was really well done. I liked the animation, I enjoyed the performances, I thought it was well paced, I loved the plot, I was a fan of the detective element of the movie. And the dialogue was really, really good. But now the question is, how does Part 2 fare in comparison? Well, let's find out. What I love about this movie is that the narrative unfolds in a very natural way. A lot of the time with stories, there are a few plot points here and there that aren't given a lot of, or sometimes any attention. But not so here. One action is always leading into the next. And we get to see the story unfold from multiple characters' perspectives. We're not just following Bruce and Batman. We get plenty of time with Harvey, with the Falcones, and with the Maronis. The characters mostly integral to the plot are given a proper amount of screen time, and throughout their screen time we're shown their motivations. We understand who all these people are. And while that does sound simple, let's not brush that off, because there is a lot going on in this movie. There's so many plot threads, but they're all weaving together perfectly. Unlike my sentences. Here you have Batman solving his first big investigation. It seems like this is the first time he has to be more than just a skilled fighter. And while we all know him as the world's greatest detective, it's clear that this takes place in a time before then.
You may be aces in a fist fight, but you've got a lot to learn about detective work.
So you got Batman being a detective, you have the fall of the Maroni and Falcone families, you got the come-up of the Holiday Killer, a full-blown origin story of Two-Face following Harvey trying to take down the mob. These are all not just plot points, but plots in of themselves in this movie. Not to mention that it's reveal after reveal after reveal. I mean, this part, as well as the first one, the whole premise of this is building up to one big reveal. But it's setting up and solving smaller ones along the way. This two-parter sets up the world of Gotham City, showing us every intricate relationship and the connections these characters have to one another. If you're a fan of world building and whodunits, then Batman the Long Halloween is the two-part adventure for you. The movie picks up where the last one leaves off, having Bruce under Ivy's control. Poison Ivy, of course, working with Falcone, basically forces Bruce Wayne into funding the mob. His manor is basically turned into compost, and while he hasn't of late had good housekeeping, at least he has a housebroken, loyal cat who comes in to save the day. If that sounded like misogyny, it wasn't. It was just a desperate attempt at wordplay and trying to sound clever. Which, now that I've said that out loud, might be worse. I'm sorry. I failed you. Catwoman luckily brings him back down to his senses to end the stinger from the last movie and begin the plot of this one. There's a scene where Scarecrow injects, not gases, but injects Batman with his fear toxin, which has an interesting effect on the Dark Knight. You see, Batman isn't haunted by nightmares and what-ifs, but instead by visions of the past and what was. Namely, the murder of his parents.
Of course!
The sheer confusion and disorientation from basically being roofied reduces Bruce to a scared child calling out for his parents. Literally. This further humanizes the character and shows that despite his best efforts, he's not some invulnerable symbol of justice. He's a man with his own weaknesses. The movie manages to properly portray the man underneath the mask, but they also don't neglect to focus on the facade of Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne is still a very different man to the public than he is in private. The image he upholds is that of a snarky ladies' man and a functional alcoholic with a carefree attitude. And it's done perfectly.
Mr. Wayne.
It's Bruce. Can I get you anything? Alfred makes a terrific Mai Tai.
It's 8:30 in the No.
The young lady I went to meet. I don't think her husband likes me very much.
That's very convenient.
Well, not for her husband.
Not every iteration of the Caped Crusader includes this development, so I really appreciate the ones that do, because this is one of my favorite elements of the Bruce Wayne Batman character. When every other hero puts on a costume, it's their persona. But when Bruce Wayne puts on bat ears, that's the real deal right there. Because Batman isn't a persona. Bruce Wayne is the persona he puts on. We're also shown that there's a lot more to the Falcone character. Yes, he's a mob boss, but he doesn't hold the power that he once did. Now he's constantly questioned by those who work underneath him. We're shown a man who is afraid of the perception of his cohorts. He makes rash decisions that impact his relationship with everyone, his children included. Not only does he go outside the family and link up with deranged psychopaths, which I don't know if you know, but that was still frowned upon in the Gotham criminal underworld. It was in poor taste. But also not giving his daughter a seat at the table for the fear of looking like he's setting up a successor. He's not the man with the plan that he seems to be. The crime world he once helped build is now changing and passing him by. And he's smart enough to know that, but he's not intelligent enough to figure out how to change with it. The guy is stuck in neutral. Gotham's criminal underworld is being invaded by Arkham inmates with tragic origin stories. Having an accent and wearing a suit is now passé. Not to mention the guy is being tracked down and stalked by the Holiday Killer, who is surprisingly not Calendar Man. Killing people on significant dates, I don't know, it kind of seemed like it was his thing. This has got to be like the time the Riddler found out about the Clue Master, or the Puzzler. The movie gives us the history of the Waynes and the Falcones, which I think adds another layer to the story and brings more to the lore this movie is establishing. The only thing is that they really don't do a whole lot with it. It's there, it's a plot point, but it doesn't serve any real purpose. Nothing is changed by that. For the most part, there's no information or development to come from that. The movie also seems to rule out the ambiguity of Catwoman. There's no longer this mystery that's present in a lot of other Catwoman outings of whose side is she on. Here, she's much more, blatantly good, which I have mixed feelings about. Considering that this is earlier on in Batman's vigilante career, I would think this kind of trust and opening up between her and Bruce, and a full-on turn to the light side, come much later on. That seems like a development that would be somewhere down the line. From my perspective, at least. I don't hate it, it's just not my preference. I really love the performance Chad Hamilton gave as Harvey Dent in the last movie. And I really, really love the one that he gives here in his turn to Two-Face. I'll even say, it ranks somewhere in my top 2 of Two-Face performances. It's that good. He never comes off as a full-fledged villain, and I think that's why I like it so much. This interpretation of the Two-Face character seems to be a lot closer to what someone with dissociative identity disorder would go through. I'm not saying it's spot on by any means. I'm just saying it's a lot closer than other versions of the character have made it out to be. His alternate personality only comes to the surface when Harvey is feeling weak, vulnerable, or significantly stressed. And it's also been present prior to his facial scarring, which is important. I don't like the tellings of the tale where that just happens because Harvey's got two faces now. Even in his most dastardly deeds, we still see the humanity in Harvey throughout. When he realizes just who the Holiday Killer is, he goes out of his way to defend them, attacking his friends and colleagues, Batman and Commissioner Gordon. He even winds up taking responsibility for atrocities he clearly didn't commit, all in the name of protecting someone he loves. Harvey isn't a force of evil. He's a confused symbol of both good and bad. What I love about the character in other media is very present here. It's that constant questioning of what is right. What is wrong? What actions should you take in doing the right thing? That unsure feeling of what is justice and what is revenge. Harvey Dent's life is a constant struggle, living to fight off his own demons until eventually calling a truce with them over a coin toss. I get all that and more from this Harvey Dent, from this Two-Face. And I just think that this version of the character fires on levels that a lot of other versions of the character do not. Don't even get me started with Solomon Grundy and Two-Face's interactions here. They're amazing. Grundy, a former man of limited vocabulary, somehow helps Harvey find his own path and accept his spiritual death and life-changing rebirth.
Born on a Monday, reborn, resurrected. On a Monday, born on a Monday.
I would have never thought to pair these two together, but after this, I'm ready for the two to get their own buddy cop series. I would tune into it, but if I'm being honest with myself, I think that we all know that show would air on a Monday and be taken off the air on a Sunday.
Man up. All right, what happened? What'd you lose him?
He's a freak. He's the fastest kid alive.
This is not good.
He's the fastest kid alive.
Fastest kid alive, my ass. Come on.
I enjoy that Harvey's trick coin has a history of its own here. Initially being Falcone's before handing it off to a young Bruce Wayne, before Bruce, now as Batman, would pass it down to the once promising district attorney Harvey Dent, having it eventually become the primary method of decision-making used by the infamous Two-Face. It's also the flip of this very coin that ends Falcone's life. I guess it's like they always say, live by the coin, die by the coin. This moment is one of the many cases of poetic justice or poetic tragedy that occurs in this movie. Also, shout out to them for quoting the first Batman comic.
And everybody knows criminals are superstitious.
Side note here, this doesn't have anything to do with anything, but I just love how Italian these names are. Oh boys, you better watch out, it's Luigi Moroni and his brothers Rigatoni Ravioli and Pasta Fangool. I know these are the characters' names in the comic too, but I don't know, it's just funny to hear out loud. Italian people, they have the funniest names. And before you get offended in the comments, I need you to know that I can say these types of things because my last name is Infuso.
You Italian?
There's a couple smaller issues I have with this movie, and also one really, really big one. For one, while it's nice to see characters such as the Scarecrow, the Mad Hatter, Poison Ivy, and the Penguin all brought into this story, they really aren't all that useful. They're just kind of there. They're present. I see them. I could definitely say that they're in this movie, but that's kind of all I could say about them. They're not a driving factor in what makes this movie work. They almost come off as fan service. Now, I know these characters are also present in the comic, but in this telling of the tale, they're not all that relevant. They are honestly just henchmen, which doesn't feel like the greatest use for these specific characters. Though I will say it is interesting to see the mob world of Gotham have a spotlight put on them, while the Looney Tunes take a back seat, because for the most part, it's almost always the other way around. There's also a whole lot of finger-pointing in this movie as to just who the man behind the Holiday Killer mask is, and I get it. That's a pretty normal thing to happen given the circumstances. In real life, if there was somebody going around murdering people, I'm sure that a whole bunch of people would have their conspiracy theories. That makes sense in real life. But when it's put into effect in a movie or a TV show or whatever, audiences for the most part have smartened up to tropes and just how things work. Most people rule out an accused party as a suspect if it's not them outright revealing themselves or if there's more than 10 minutes left in the runtime. Because so many people are accused in passing of being the Holiday Killer, we learn pretty early on all the people Holiday is not, leaving limited room for who it can actually be. Most people are already going into this thinking, which one of these characters who has a significant amount of screen time can it be? And the movie's not making it any harder by constantly narrowing the choices down. I don't like this game. I came here to see Batman, not play Guess Who. Here's the thing that gets me, though. This is the big one. This is the one I dislike very much. I hate the ending of this movie. It doesn't ruin the movie for me, but it does cheapen the story just a bit. Because the whole plot is centered around the eventual final reveal of just who the Holiday Killer is. And it is, spoiler alert, it is Gilda Dent, Harvey's wife, and as we learn later on, the ex-wife of Alberto Falcone. And boy oh boy, I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Though not for the reasons you may think. What I love about big reveals is that when they're done right, you can rewatch the movie or show or whatever and follow a small trail of breadcrumbs that you might not have seen before. And while there is in fact a small trail one could follow, and having her work in the background I guess is fair enough, the movie gives her plenty of motives to do so, being that she was married to Alberto Falcone and pregnant with his child. Carmine, upset with the son's choice to have a child out of wedlock, had their marriage annulled and the child ripped from her womb, leaving her unable to ever give birth again. Another case of poetic tragedy, as Falcone, right before his death, would learn that he too fathered a child out of wedlock, that being Catwoman. The character has all the reasons to be Holiday, but it is still impossible to somehow believe that she is. Why, you ask? Well, look at her! They look completely different. Absolutely no similarities. Two different people. And yes, smart guy in the comments, I get that it's a disguise. I understand that she's hiding her identity. But what I'm saying is that they were drawn completely different. And there is no earthly way to believe that these two people are one and the same. And I'm not just saying because she's a woman or she's petite or whatever, because this can be done correctly. And I know this can be done correctly because it has been. Look at Mask of the Phantasm. Sure, the woman underneath the mask had a completely different body shape, but the Phantasm outfit was bulky and not form-fitting. There was a full head mask to cover up details like her hair and facial features. Therefore, it's completely believable that she could be this character. Holiday, on the other hand, only wears, and I cannot stress this enough, a hat, a bandana, and a trench coat. Now, I can get how the hat can cover up and disguise the hair, even if the hat isn't big enough to fully cover up the back of her head. I'm willing to look past that and give them the benefit of the doubt. Suspension of disbelief. But then there's other things like the broadness of the character's shoulders or the fact that it doesn't have a bust. I have a harder time giving the movie credit here, but maybe perhaps I could look past that. But here's where the whole thing comes apart for me. Holiday's eyes are completely visible the entire time that they're on screen, and they look absolutely nothing like Gilda's very expressive, almost anime-styled bright blue eyes. They're different shapes and colors. These are not the same people. Gilda's eyes are like her most prominent feature. They're the only thing that sticks out about this character design, and yet Holiday's don't. They're about as plain and bland as a Hannibal interview. This bothers me in ways I cannot properly express. It somewhat takes a little bit away from my enjoyment of everything because it's kind of an important detail. I'm sure this was just done to throw viewers off the trail, but like, I don't know, slap some goggles on the guy, girl, whatever. I'll just put something over his eyes. That's all I'm asking for, the bare minimum. Just make it make sense. That's all I want. Because of that, I have a really hard time believing these two are the same person. Even though I, obviously at this stage of life, know. Speaking of Mask of the Phantasm, if you'd like to see my take on it, let me know in the comment section below by leaving a comment saying, Happy Holiday. And look, I'm going to be honest with y'all, I don't think Part 2 is quite as good as Part 1. But it's still pretty damn close. I enjoy this one almost as much as I enjoy the first. And combined, it has to be one of my all-time favorite Batman movies. I still think they did a really great job with the source material. The right people were working in the right jobs on this project. I think these are two great movies based on a great graphic novel. And I also think that the changes made to the original kind of enriched this more. Look, I love what I remember of the Long Halloween comic. But I specifically remember it coming off a lot like Silence of the Lambs meets The Godfather, but with Batman. I like what this movie did with its source material. I am in favor of almost all of the many changes that were made. That's me personally, but I understand that some of you aren't, and that's okay. What really sucks about this is that I just said that Batman Under the Red Hood and Batman Beyond Return of the Joker were my two favorite Batman movies. And now, this just came out, and I'm at a loss here. Because now I have 3, technically 4, Batman movies at the #1 spot. That is a very confused list. I will say that I question their decision on making The Long Halloween 2 parts when could have and probably should have just released it as one long movie. I mean, when I try to break this down and make it make sense, you got Injustice, which was 5 years of graphic novels and 2 video games, combined them all together to be under an hour and a half long movie. But The Long Halloween, which was one singular graphic novel, not a huge one, mind you, just an average-sized graphic novel, you took it upon yourself to split into 2 separate parts. I'm not judging, I'm just trying to understand. Regardless, I highly suggest checking out Batman The Long Halloween. If you haven't already, clearly you're missing out. It does not disappoint. And in the past, I've claimed that I've watched both the weirdest Batman movie and the darkest Batman movie. But now, I don't know if either of those 2 claims are true. Because today, I'm here to talk to you about what might actually be the weirdest and darkest Batman movie ever made, the latest animated feature, Batman, The Doom That Came to Gotham. A movie that pits Batman against Cthulhu and other Lovecraftian entities. There's eyeless minions, mutant penguins, and a mutant penguin. And that's just within the first few minutes of the movie. So, you know, this is just fun for the whole family. Now, when this was first announced, I initially thought this might be a sequel to Gotham by Gaslight. It's kinda in the same time period, and the Batman suit is identical. It's very reminiscent to the suit worn in that Elseworld tale. But alas, this is an Elseworld. It just so happens that this is kind of the universal Batman costume of the past. What I've always loved about Elseworld stories is the alternate versions of characters that they bring. How these classic characters are adjusted to better fit in with the world around them. And the Doom That Came to Gotham is sure to supply some strange alternate versions of beloved characters. So get ready, because this alternate reality is ready to take your perception of characters and events and throw it on its head. You would think that changing the setting and time period would only change the characters to make them more era appropriate. And while this story does do that with some, with others they kind of take the characters and dynamics you know and do whatever they want with them. That's not so much a complaint as it is an acknowledgement of what they're doing. I mean, ideally, I think I would like to see characters who are reminiscent of the characters I know, just with, alternate skins or means behind them. But some of these reimaginings are so different that they almost feel like an entirely separate creation. Mr. Freeze is often depicted as being Batman's most sympathetic villain. His origin story is so tragic, he's almost Shakespearean. He's trapped in an ice suit, struggling to survive. And yet he only cares about his survival because it ensures his wife's. Whereas here, Mr. Freeze goes by the name Grendon and is a frozen zombie minion to the forces of evil. You see what I'm saying? It's a completely different thing that is only vaguely similar to something else that we know. This Mr. Freeze has sacrificed his eyes to the doom that will come to Gotham. It feels like Grendon serves the Renfield role. He's the bizarre slave of the big bad, which is definitely quite different from the Mr. Freeze that we're all familiar with. The character is also played by David Dastmalchian, who has become a bit of a DC legend in the last decade or so, starring in everything from The Dark Knight to Gotham, and a bunch of shows and movies in between, and then also again after. The Penguin is a captain that went out to sea and never came back. He's slowly morphing and evolving into a hideous monster, while accompanied by his monstrous penguins. Again, not quite what you'd expect of this character, but yeah, I guess it fits. I guess if I'm trying to explain what this character is in layman's terms, he started off as Burgess Meredith, but he's slowly transforming into Danny DeVito as time goes on. Then you have the man who would be Man-Bat, a crazed scientist who claims he speaks to bats, and that those bats warn him of the impending titular doom that's coming to Gotham. Though there might be something to that, as Bruce Wayne is also getting premonitions as well, and we all know how well it went last time Bruce Wayne got a premonition. You have some characters like Killer Croc who mostly stay the same, except whereas before he was mostly mindless, here he is entirely mindless. Like Mr. Freeze, he's a mere minion, a Lovecraftian monster conjured up by the Al Ghouls, not unlike this story's Poison Ivy, who is a humanoid that Talia and Rage created to get one over on Harvey Dent. While Poison Ivy has very limited screen time, she leaves her mark on the runtime by leaving her mark on the brand new mayor, Harvey Dent, her touch infecting and scarring him, turning him into this version of events Two-Face. Harvey's story, while as always is tragic, is given so little attention here, and he himself means so little to the plot at hand, both before and after his scarring, it almost makes you wonder why they even bothered. Now, I need to bring this up. I'm aware that this movie is actually based on a 3-issue comic series. It's one that I'm not very familiar with, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that that series probably better utilized both Harvey Dent and the Penguin, because here in this movie they're kind of there, and they're being affected by the world around them, but they're not really playing any specific purpose. So I imagine that they probably had a greater role, or at least did something more impactful to the plot in the comic. But here in the movie, they're just kind of chilling. They're sort of there. I'm really happy to see Etrigan the Demon, mainly because I really like the character. Etrigan has always been one of my favorite underutilized characters in DC, so I'm glad to see him make an appearance here. And I'm glad to see him play a part in the story. His characterization is pretty spot on, as there's not a lot of changes to speak of. If there is anything that's changed, it's just giving him clothes that fit in with the setting. While some of the changes and alterations made to Gotham may seem a little bit random, there are also a few that make perfect sense. Ra's al Ghul and Talia feel mostly the same, just now they're more tailored to this particular story. The characters have always been veiled in mysticism and dark magic to begin with, so they're sort of right at home in this type of tale. Replacing the League of Assassins is the Cult of Ghoul, though they've allegedly been dead for centuries. Ra's is depicted as an ancient dark priest who used necromancy to lead an army, which, to be fair, isn't entirely unlike him. You know, he wielded the power of the Lazarus Pit, which healed wounds and had the ability to bring people back from the dead. This is basically the same thing, just with less steps. However, a significant difference here comes from his place in the story. While Ra's is still almost all-powerful, he technically isn't the big bad. In actuality, this Ra's al Ghul is surprisingly a servant looking to become a mere vessel for the real master, Cthulhu. There's not as much to say for Talia as there is for her father. The part is well performed, as they brought back the same voice actress from the Gotham Knights video game to play her, but ultimately she's mostly just the muscle. here to distract Batman with her combat as her father acts out his most nefarious plans. She plays the part well, and her part in the story makes sense, but I'm finding it really hard to say anything about her. I think that little summary I gave you, that sums it up. That's all there is. I mean, she does have a little fun line acknowledging her connection to Batman in other media.
I'd rather like to think that under different circumstances, we'd be allies. Friends, perhaps.
Doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense here, as they've never had a bonding experience of any kind and have done nothing but fight. I mean, they've shared more fists than they have words at this point in time, but, you know, I guess as a nice little wink and nod to the folks at home, that's cool. But I can't really say much for her. She serves no purpose past being an occasional obstacle. She means so very little to not only the story, but the characters in said story, that after she falls to her death, her father looks at a murderer like he's mildly annoyed. This man is just looking at him thinking, hey, I only have one more of those now. But Batman's rogues gallery aren't the only ones who have been altered for this telling of the tale. Most of the Batman family have been considerably changed. I mean, Alfred is mostly the same, potentially because he's being portrayed by Brian George, who has had some history with the character before. But this new Bat family consists of not capes and cowls, but instead just a close team of people that help Bruce in his day-to-day behind-the-scenes cave work. I actually like this for this version of events for the fact that because there's less technology available, I think it makes sense that Batman would need to have more hands on deck. His day-to-day team consists of the usual likes of Alfred, Lucius Fox, Dick Grayson, and then you have Kylie and Sanjay. Kylie Kane is obviously this story's version of Cassandra Kane, though I will say unlike the other Bat family members mentioned, this character has a lot less to do with her predecessor. Her predecessor who is a mute assassin trained since birth by the League of Assassins. I think Kylie isn't a fantastic reinterpretation or representation of Cassandra, but judging the character on her own merit, I was somewhat a fan. Considering that Sanjay usually goes by Jay, and that his last name is Todd, I think it's more than likely this is a stand-in for Jason Todd. And this character is absolutely nothing like Jason Todd. Trust me, I would know. He comes off as a very generic placement holder, which is probably why he's the first one to go. But the most out there depiction of a well-established character has to be this Earth's Oracle. While she's still Barbara Gordon, she's definitely not any version of Barbara Gordon that we're used to. And by extension, certainly not any version of the Oracle that we're used to either. This Barbara isn't incredibly intelligent or gifted with technology, she is instead significantly more mystical. Following an unspecified accident, Barbara is yet again a wheelchair user. Though unlike the Barbara we're familiar with, this Barbara has taken up vacancy at Arkham Asylum, being seen as crazy because she openly claims that she can channel spirits. Substantially less affected by this Elseworld is Jim Gordon. Not a lot has really changed about the character, there's just some minor tampering to make him better fit in with this time period, but the performance itself really stands out, as none other than John DiMaggio is in the role. I would have never thought about this actor for the part, but it works really well and I wouldn't mind seeing him return to the role in the future. But out of everyone though, I think that Green Arrow is probably the most interesting. Like all around, he's just the best. He has the most compelling story arc out of all the characters, he has the greatest characterization out of all the characters, he has the strongest personality out of all the characters. This is everything you'd hope to get out of Green Arrow performance, but with a twist. Despite initially being presented as an outrageous drunken goofball, it's eventually revealed that he's much more three-dimensional than his 2D appearance would let on. It may seem like this Oliver Queen is always chasing a party, but in actuality he's running from his demons, desperately trying to escape a past that wasn't even his. This is an Arrow riddled with guilt, believing that he now carries the burdens of the sins of his father. His father, who as it turns out, murdered the Waynes in Crime Alley, and might actually be this version of the Ven stand-in for the Joker. Oliver is tormented knowing that his father ended his best friend's father's life. He tries his best to be a buddy to Bruce, while also secretly trying to ensure that what happened to him will never happen to anyone again. In effort to seek redemption for his father's sins, to wash away the evil that his father's actions have left on his family's legacy, Oliver becomes a selfless crusader. That's definitely not what I expected when they introduced us to this mess of a man, as he happily drunkenly boasts about old Bruce stories. I think that tragic and traumatic backstory does a lot to humanize Ollie, and it really pulls the character together. He starts this movie off as a punchline, but he ends it landing punches. Now, if none of that is blowing your mind yet, have I mentioned that Bruce's father, Thomas Wayne, Ollie's father, Henry Queen, Man-Bat Dad, Bartley Langstrom, and the Penguin himself, Oswald Cobblepot, are all hundreds of years old? Having been gifted eternal life and seen incredible success, they've all been gifted eternal life after performing a ritual out of the Necronomicon. Unfortunately, their selfishness slowly summoned the creature forward and destroyed their lives in the process, driving Penguin to the brink of insanity as he slowly loses himself and mutates, leading Kirk Langstrom's father to take his own life, leading Ollie's father to take Bruce's father's life. A vision of Bruce's father Thomas warns his son that the sins of the father will fall upon the son, as the children of those who summon the creature are being punished for their father's crimes. And Batman, understandably, is the only one who could stop it. One addition to the mythos here that I'm a pretty big fan of is the emphasis that's put on bats. Creatures of the night are shown to be vital to this story. They're not just some namesake Bruce took up after he fled from a swarm of them. They've essentially chosen Bruce. And it's only through the bats that Bruce can be guided to salvation. Whatever that means. I know I said it before, but it bears repeating. This stuff is kinda why I love Elseworlds, because it really does just throw your knowledge of this universe out the window in favor of doing its own original thing with the classic. You kinda have to go into these events with no expectations, because you really can't use previous knowledge of these characters to determine what's gonna happen next or what they will or won't do. Because ultimately, despite their names, these characters aren't those characters. At least not in full. Although what's really funny is that in spite of all that's changed, Batman has still mostly remained the same. The setting, the time period, the rest of the characters, the world surrounding him, all completely changed, and yet Batman, totally indifferent to the passage of time. You wanna know why that is? It's because he's timeless. Classics are always in style. I mean, this Bruce Wayne is depicted as being an explorer, but outside of that, that's pretty much it. He's still the same Batman. And I mean that in more ways than one, as returning to the role of Batman is none other than David Chittoli, who played the part before back in Batman Soul of the Dragon, which happened to be another Elseworld Batman tale. I really like the way the movie goes about showing off Batman, as we see him constantly putting his thirst for justice above everything else, ignoring health issues and other concerns about his safety, all to further his research, choosing to examine the substance on his suit as he's bleeding out, rather than seek medical help. I love that. I also love that this Bruce seems like he's always on the verge of snapping. Now, granted, it's actually because there's the spirit of bats that's speaking to him at all times. But still, I think these unpredictable and unhinged actions, whether intentional or not, highlight the character's fractured psyche. The movie really puts Batman through the ringer. Not only does he have to deal with an incredible amount of heartbreak as he sees several loved ones meet their demise during the runtime, but the movie has the gall to resurrect his loved ones to tear away at these still fresh wounds. Batman fights off the demented spirits of his best friend and wards, fighting the only family he's known in an effort to save their souls. To say the very least, that's rough. And after Batman completes the mission, Ollie, in his last breath, even thanks him in the most Oliver Queen way I can think of.
Thank God. Kick their ass, Bruce.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I have not been honest with you guys. Remember way back when I mentioned that everything changes but Batman stays the same? Well, that's mostly true. At the end of the movie, there's a change that's made for sure. At the end of the movie, Batman accepts his death and lets Bruce Wayne die so that he can become the symbol that is Batman. By which I mean he literally becomes a giant bat monster in order to stop Cthulhu. Ah, yes. That's the way I was hoping my Batman movie would end. A kaiju fight. That's, yep. That's what I signed up for. This bat spirit kind of looks like what would happen if they redesigned Man-Bat to be a character on the show Gargoyles. And this isn't a temporary thing either. This isn't like how Spider-Man turned into a Spider-Man. Batman is literally now a Batman. And that's that. You just need to accept that and move on. As a matter of fact, the movie ends with Batman briefly beating Rage in a monster battle, only for Etrigan the Demon to show up and sacrifice himself to completely take the W away from Batman in spite of his new makeover, and then Gotham City goes up in flames. That's the end. That is not a joke that I am making. That is the canon end of this movie. This is undoubtedly one of the most bizarre Batman stories to ever transition from comic to film. It is so strange and uniquely its own that I can't help but love it for what it is. If I'm being real here, I don't feel like they went all out with the premise. I feel like there was a little bit more in that juice box that they could have gone to, but they didn't quite take it to the heights that I thought they were going to. Nonetheless, I still think it's really good. I really, really like the action scenes. While watching this movie, I was constantly noting how great the visuals were, and in my head I was like, oh, I'm going to use this for the video. I'm going to use that. I can't wait to show my audience this. So visually, it's stunning. I really like the way this movie showcases Batman visually. I think that they really capture the character in a way that a lot of Batman movies simply don't. And a lot of scenes with the character look like they're trailer shots from an actual cinematic movie. So, plenty to love here. And I must say, I really like this Batman design. I know it's been used elsewhere in Elseworlds, but honestly, it's pretty solid and I've never not loved it. I want to give a quick shout out to all his era-appropriate gadgets as well. I thought those were a really nice touch. I think some of the characters made sense as this world's alternate take on those characters, while others felt like they were just doing a completely different thing, but giving a character a similar gimmick. There's a lot to love about this movie. Even when it comes to small details, like that little Lois and Clark cameo at the end, that was great. You didn't need to do it, but you did. And I appreciate it. Even snuck little Jimmy Olsen in there. Look at that, it's cute, I dig it. It's good. It's good. If you haven't checked it out already, I would highly recommend getting your hands on a copy of The Doom That Came to Gotham. I think it's at the very least worth the watch just for all the insanity that it managed to cram into its runtime. And I need to tell you, this is only a review of the video. There's more to it. It's crazier than I made it seem. I am greatly underselling it. And it's not by choice, I'm just not a good salesman. I don't have the words to articulate this absurdity. So check it out for yourself.
Unless he's leading a double life. Like your caped crusader here.
Test that theory.
Reminds me of us when we first met.
I was nicer.
These videos are not for children. If you're a children, then piss off.
Hey there, it's me, your least favorite YouTuber, the Infuso. And it's time to yet again check out another Batman-Superman movie that isn't actually a Batman-Superman movie. Not that I'm complaining, because this movie is actually one of the best animated DC movies that I've seen in quite some time. I can understand people having their problems with DC's line of films and even their TV shows, but when it comes to animated movies, they're just always putting out bangers. And this is no different. And that's why today, we're talking about Batman and Superman, Battle of the Super Sons. There is so much to love about this movie, so let me just go ahead and start listing them. I really like the artwork. The style makes it feel unique and distinct from other Batman-Superman movies, which was probably an intentional decision made to not confuse the movie-going audience as being tied into the new DC animated universe. To me, it sort of looks like a modernized MTV Spider-Man the New Animated Series, just with more advanced technology. And if you don't believe me, look at these two character models side by side and tell me I'm wrong. The only other way I can describe it is as Into the Spider-Verse light. And I'm not just a fan of the style of animation, I'm also a really big fan of the character designs. Superman is out here donning the classic Christopher Reeve look. Batman is dressed in his famous Arkham Asylum attire. And I know that this costume didn't start there, because Batman has used this look many a times throughout all of his media. I think the Robin design is looking pretty crisp here, which really isn't a shock. Because if there was one good thing you could say about Daman Wayne, it's that kid has quite the wardrobe. No matter how much I've ever disliked this character, I would never deny that he has the coolest looking Robin designs out of the bunch of them. No question. And even Jonathan Kent has a pretty nice looking getup. In terms of the cast, there isn't a bad performance amongst the bunch. The two Jacks playing the two leads are pretty much perfect in their roles, managing to make these animated characters feel very, well, animated. I feel like both these actors make both these characters feel like both kids and heroes alike. They deserve all the praise. Travis Willingham and Laura Bailey give everything you'd expect in a Superman and Lois performance. They're kind, they're caring, they're loving. I think that Darren D. Paul was made to be Lex Luthor. And Nolan North made for a surprisingly great Jor-El. We even have some returning cast, as Troy Baker plays a very stoic and very stern Batman, and Tom Kenny once again voices the Penguin. Not that there's any surprise there, as he seems to be the go-to voice for this character since 2004. And in addition to playing that part, he also plays the Green Arrow, and it is shockingly not bad. Tom Kenny is a very talented dude, but I would have never thought to cast him in this role. It really wouldn't be something that I could see him doing, or I guess more accurately, hear him doing. But I'm glad I did, because it really works. Where this movie truly succeeds is in its characters. The movie follows Superman's son, watching him develop as a person, develop as a character, and develop as a soon-to-be hero. He's a sweet kid living a pretty mundane but peaceful existence. He feels like the everyman, just before they became the everyman. He's the every boy. He's good-hearted and good-natured. And for the most part, he's modest and means well. But it's not like he's some Boy Scout. When told not to search for his birthday presents, he does what any kid his age would do, and goes and does that anyway. Now that may seem like a strange thing to highlight, but it's little details like this that make the character feel less like a goody two-shoes and more like an actual child. Or how Jonathan still holds a grudge against his bully. Don't get me wrong, he's still absolutely his father's son. Whether that be through nature or nurture, he has the same exact mannerisms and mentality as his father. Just without any of the wisdom, maturity, or training that comes with experience and time. Because of this, he feels reminiscent of what came before him, but he never feels entirely too derivative. The same goes for its titular character counterpart, Batman's son and the new Robin. I think this movie offers up a much more grounded and realistic take on Damian Wayne. He's still the egotistical maniac that he's always been, but here we're really shown the true tragedy in all that. His upbringing has caused him to be an outcast. And because he believes himself better than everyone else, there's no one really on his level in his eyes. And he lacks the capability of meeting others on theirs. Point blank, he just doesn't know how to socialize. And I don't want to come to his defense here entirely. The kid is a bit of a dick. Grayson. But he really doesn't mean to be. Damian can't help but be a jerk. Being raised as the heir to a throne rather than a child, only to be taken out of a league of assassins to be mentored by a man in a bat mask who rarely ever engages in conversation, probably isn't the proper breeding ground for a social butterfly. Through no fault of his own, he doesn't do well with others. Even his father struggles with him here. While incredibly skilled, the character's ego trumps his abilities. He doesn't interact very often with others, and because of that, he's a little disassociated from society. He's careless, he's reckless, he's just an overall unintentional, unpleasant person. And it's only through his eventual friendship with Jonathan does that change. Well, to a degree. It's like he's still an ass, but he's less of an ass. While I've normally been a total Scrooge over the whole next generation of heroes, and believe me, my hatred for Damian has been documented.
I thought it was a matter of record.
And Little Soups over here has never been high on my hero list. I didn't really have anything against him, but I really didn't have anything for him either. But this movie endears me to both these characters. And more importantly, it made me invested in their friendship. The two really come off like miniature versions of their parents. It feels like we're watching Batman meet Superman all over again. You know, if that happened in the 6th grade. I like that their dynamic matches their father's friendship, but it still isn't exactly a complete recreation. You know, Batman never tried to help Superman develop his powers by attempting to kill him. And like their fathers before them, this friendship is formed almost begrudgingly at first. Because Jonathan is such a good guy that he manages to charm Prince Charmless over here. It's a very interesting but natural teaming. And the process of these two becoming friends seems legitimate. Beyond that though, I think that their relationship works so well here because the two young ones are teaching each other. Through their bond, Damian is learning to become a little bit more humble and a little bit, well, more human. Which is ironic because Jonathan is actually less human than Damian is. And Jonathan is learning how to become a hero. Jonathan becomes Damian's first real friend. And Damian sort of becomes Jonathan's mini mentor. They ground each other and have a very symbiotic friendship. The scenes in which we see Superman bond with his son are nothing short of adorable. I enjoy this older version of the Red Blue Boy Scout. Superman has settled down and become Super Dad, and the man absolutely lives up to that nickname I just gave him. Despite working a full-time job and being a full-time hero, he still goes out of his way to find time to bond with his son. Teaches him farm work, looks out for him. You get the feeling that Superman prioritizes being a hero and being a father equally. But he's constantly struggling to find a happy medium between the two, sometimes sacrificing time with his son to make time for Metropolis. And I gotta tell you, what I really love about this scene more than anything else, it's just Superman building his son's confidence while also disguising his identity, having him feel like he was a part of lifting that. I know it's such a small, minor detail, but sometimes they're the ones that count. That small action tells us so much about this relationship, about how much this father loves his son, about what kind of a father Superman actually is. That little act of encouragement is impactful. And you know what? I think it would be really easy to get something like this wrong. Aging beloved characters up and giving them a family is always going to be a risk. You're advancing established lore, and not everyone's going to be on board because not everyone likes change. I've really learned to love watching my favorites grow up, and in a lot of ways, I think making them parents further develops them as characters. It definitely gives them a little bit more vulnerability, but I feel like in a way, it also gives them more humanity. More to love and care for, more to worry about. And it also allows us to see these characters in another light. They're the same people we knew, but now they're taking on new roles. The main characters that we grew up with, our leading men, are now supporting players, passing the torch and taking a backseat to their sons, becoming their teachers. And really, when you think about it, isn't that what being a parent is? Living your life as a main character, but then becoming a secondary one? Of course, we didn't get to see too much of these relationships, as the big bad Starro warps their minds and makes them clueless drones to do its bidding. Which, by the way, the Starro transformation scenes here are fucking frightening. And I mean that in the best way possible. It looks so involuntary and physically painful. It toes the line between aesthetically awesome and aesthetically awful all at once. And Starro's design? Not gonna lie, pretty sick. I wouldn't really think that there's a whole lot you could do with this character to deviate away from its original appearance, but I find this update to be more than acceptable. It's still Starro, but now it's like Starro with style. Like I said, there is so much to love about this movie. Even the little things are done incredibly well here. Like having the opening credits basically recap Superman's career and Clark Kent's whole life, all leading up to the birth of his son and our main character. It's almost like watching the opening was the transition from Superman 1 to the soon-to-be Superman 2. I also like that after learning that his father is the Man of Steel, Superman, Jonathan instead fanboys over the prospect of meeting Batman. That's kind of cute, and you know what? Fairly accurate. Look, I'm not trying to start any kind of war here, but I would like to think that there are probably more Batman fans out there than Superman fans. At least in my opinion. Red Blue believers, feel free to let me know that I'm wrong in the comment section below. That's what it's there for. I also like that when Jonathan manages to find his father's supersuit, he doesn't realize he's uncovered his greatest secret, and instead he just writes it off as cosplay. With all these characters on screen, I feel like none of them ever overstay their welcome. A lot of these characters' screen time, while beneficial to the narrative, for the most part, feel more like glorified cameos. Green Arrow, Martian Manhunter, President Lex Luthor, Jor-El, Crypto the Superdog, and not to mention Bat-Cow, are all accounted for. This movie is pretty great, but for as good as it is, I do still have some minor nitpicks with it. Like, for example, when Damian is getting disowned by the Teen Titans, the team looks a lot less like the Teen Titans and a lot more like Young Justice. But more importantly, you mean to tell me that this kid can give Jonathan Kent a black eye, but a mind-controlled Batman isn't leaving any bruises? Yeah, alright. Hard sell. And you know what? Everyone complains about seeing Batman's parents being horribly murdered, and how played out that is, but nobody ever talks about watching Superman's entire planet implode, and how often that's referenced. This movie wasn't even about him, it was about his kid, and yet the movie still felt the need to show us his origin story. It's compelling, don't get me wrong. I like it a lot. But at this stage, I feel like I've seen too much of it. I don't really know what new can be added to this to make me feel somewhat different about it. But to its credit, it does have its place in the movie, as it works as a low-key way of introducing Starro and tying the villain's origin into the Man of Steel's. And the title of this movie is just an all-around lie. Batman and Superman? They're barely in the movie. It's not about Batman and Superman, it's about Robin and, I guess, also Superman, because that's what he ends up being called. Yeah. In Battle of the Super Sons? They don't ever battle each other. I mean, I guess you could say that it is their battle collectively, but it should be Battle of the Super Sons and the giant parasitic leech that came from space. Battle of the Super Sons just makes you think that it's Robin versus Superboy. In actuality, none of the things I just mentioned actually bother me. This is really me digging deep for things not to like, because they're not entirely apparent or present. I have very few legitimate critiques of this movie, because I think this is about as perfect of a movie as you could possibly make. Not that I've sat down to write the list out, but for me, this is absolutely somewhere on my top 10. I give this movie my highest recommendation. Whether you're a casual fan, a diehard, or a Batman Superman virgin, I suggest you check it out. It's not just a good superhero movie, it's a good movie with superheroes. This movie has a whole lot of heart, and I think it deserves to be seen. And watching this in the last couple films I've watched have kind of given me a new perspective. 'Tis the season to be batty. Wake up the kids because there's a brand new Batman holiday special. But is this Christmas movie a gift or a big ol' lump of bat coal?
Well, I guess we're gonna find out.
The story is simple. The narrative in a nutshell is that Bruce and his son Damian live in a post-crime Gotham City. Damian longs to take over his father's bat mantle, but his father is resistant. And after years of a villain-free city, a new old threat reemerges, while Batman is lured elsewhere, leading to Damian to take it upon himself to become Batman in his father's absence. Now, this typically isn't the type of story that I'd like, but it's not necessarily terrible. First and foremost, the animation really gives off Tim Burton vibes. And I'm not talking about the Tim Burton Batman movie specifically, but the character models look like something Tim Burton would have drawn up. Like, it looks like his concept art before another artist comes in and spruces it up. And as insulting as that may sound, that's not me trying to throw shade. I think the style is charming and gives the cartoon its own unique presence. In terms of tone, it's very lighthearted and sweet. It's a campy cartoon that's great for younger audiences. But while I think the movie is cute on its own, it's certainly not accurate. Now, I'm not inept. I understand that this was made for a way younger demographic than me. And believe me, there will be people in my comment section that remind me of that should I ever forget. However, my major gripe with this argument is that you can still have an accurate, albeit toned-down kid-friendly version of Batman. It's been done plenty of times before, and I'm not one who's really a fan of taking an IP and then doing something so different with it that it doesn't really resemble what it's based on at all. Because to me, at that point, what's the point? Why not just tell an all-original story? When most characterizations of characters are so significantly different, why are these even those characters in the first place? Honestly, I find that this feels like a safety net that new projects have. We want to tell this story, but we need to find a backdrop so this way people will be more inclined to give us money. And for this story, it found Batman. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying you can't add or remove layers from characters when adapting material. I mean, I actually think that that's an inevitability when working between mediums. But the way that it's done here is almost the creative equivalent of throwing a mask on a stranger on the street and then calling them Batman. No one in this movie feels at all like who they're based on. And that would be fine if it were maybe only one or two characters, but I mean it's literally everyone. I don't love the characterization of Batman or Luke Wilson's particular performance behind Bruce. As an avid Batman fan, this just feels all wrong, head to toe. Let's start with the aesthetic. Outside of a depressive fit, Bruce Wayne never goes full beard. 5 o'clock shadow is at times acceptable, but Bruce with a beard is really a darkest timeline scenario.
I gotta say, love the beard. Really takes the intimidation game up a peg.
I also don't love the idea of him masquerading around like the brawny man. Bruce Wayne shouldn't look like a lumberjack. This guy is anything but the common man. When he's not wearing a bat suit, he should be wearing a brand suit. It just feels so wrong to see Bruce Wayne look so casual. Not that I have anything against that as I sit here talking to you about a cartoon in my PJs. Trust me, I totally get it. I'm just saying what's okay for me is not okay for Batman. In terms of the way that he's characterized, nothing about him feels like Batman. There's no separation of Bat and man. He's just the same dude all the time. Which isn't a deal breaker, but it certainly doesn't help matters either. What makes those matters even worse is that with or without the mask, he just comes off as an overly anxious mess, which is a far cry from the stern and stoic protector of Gotham City many know and love. Bruce is overly involved and overprotective of his son, so he tries to hide him from the outside world and shield him from any potential problems or threats. And that's sort of the antithesis of the Batman I know. Look, I'm not saying Batman wasn't a loving father. Bruce loved all of his children. All of them. The surrogate sons, the wards, the biological brats, but he wouldn't try to protect them from the outside world by not exposing them to it. He'd make sure they knew how to protect themselves at any and all costs, while silently watching over them and taking precautions that they'd never know about. Seeing him shown to be smothering his child with his concerns, especially after he allegedly cleaned up all the crime in Gotham City, doesn't really make a whole lot of sense any way you slice and dice it. Doesn't make sense for the character, and it doesn't make sense for the story that these characters are in. They do kind of explain this in a way that seems somewhat valid.
He can overdo it sometimes, but that's because he's trying to protect the one thing you have that he never did. A childhood.
I get that he's different because he's now a parent, but it's apparent to me that an older Bruce Wayne still wouldn't act or react like this, as evidenced by everything else he's ever been in. Equally different is the depiction of Damian, though I have much less of a problem with this. I know he's really off the mark here, but I kind of assumed going into this, out of all the characters that would be in this, he'd probably be the most tampered with. Just because I don't know if following around a broody bat brat was going to fly in a lighthearted Christmas movie. I was kind of expecting the change to juxtapose the two. But as this Batman isn't the Batman we know, it feels a little bit less justified changing Damian to the extent that they did. Though, regardless, I can understand why they would for this type of story. Here, Damian isn't a born warrior, he's just a kid. But like the Damian from the comics, he believes being Batman is his birthright. Just now, he's less aggressive and abrasive about it. Here, he's shown to be a child desperate to walk in his father's footsteps, infatuated with his dad's legacy. So much so that he dresses up as his idol in his private time and plays pretend. Or trains, depending on who you're asking. Damian is still shown to be very resourceful. He's wise beyond his years, but he definitely acts his age. His intellect doesn't line up to his experience. So, in a way, he himself is one of the challenges he has to overcome. Alfred is adorably oblivious to just about everything around him, which, once again, is a far cry from the actual character. Alfred was almost as keen of an observer as the boy that he brought up. I guess you could factor age into the equation, but even then it still feels off from the source. Out of all the characters, I have to say I feel exceptionally disappointed with this movie's main threats. I'm not a huge fan of any of these designs. Poison Ivy looks like a very festive lunch lady days away from retirement. The Penguin is literally driving around on a scooter and has some incapabilities in his elder years. The Joker looks like Heath Ledger's Joker if he was a character on Real Monsters. I get that these characters are older, but their aging up of antagonists feels so inconsistent. The Joker and Batman both seem like they're in their late 30s, early 40s. But then you have Ivy and Penguin who look like they're in their late 60s. I don't know how this adds up, but the math isn't mathing. The characters' characterizations don't fare much better either. The characters' characterizations don't fare much better than their aesthetic. There's very little to say about any of these parts because they're all so vague and nondescript. I don't believe any of them are terrible, but none of them are particularly memorable. Which actually might be worse. None of them wind up making an impression. And I love most of these voice actors, but they just feel wasted or miscast in the parts that they're in. David Hornsby plays the Joker, and it is the most basic and bland version of the character I've ever seen. If I'd seen this movie prior to making my Worst Jokers video, I'm very sad to say that David Hornsby would have made that list. There are times where I almost like it, but those moments are short and in passing, and never get past almost.
Joker had a nice dinner with all of his friends.
I'm not your friend.
Bane is just shown to be a brainless brute with very little to say, even less to understand.
Well Well said, Bane.
Poison Ivy feels pointless. She barely has anything to do, though seeing her powers on Christmas trees was at least somewhat interesting. It's not a visual that I'm particularly used to, and I think if used correctly, you could tell a real haunting holiday story with this character. So, as someone should do that. And look, once again, I know that this is a kid's movie, and people don't put the same care into something made for 9-year-olds as they do for something made for 29-year-olds. But seeing Poison Ivy and the Joker willingly work together, it feels so wrong. Whenever it's been done in the past, it's almost always been begrudgingly. And I'm not trying to take the animated series lore as gospel, even if it is the Bat Bible, but just knowing the mythos in general, Ivy isn't too fond of men generally speaking. And I can't imagine any iteration of her warming up to the blatant sociopathy of the Joker. I'm sorry, but I'm just not buying it. I think the most enjoyment I got out of this movie was either when it was depicting the Gotham of the past, showing imagery that feels much more familiar to Batman fans than anything in the actual narrative, or when the movie took its playful jabs at prior Batman outings.
That ice skates?
What, skates? No, that's just silly.
Kapow! It's a bit saggy. Well, that one just leaves nothing to the imagination. Wait until they get a load of it.
Come get your little belt, Batman.
Tonight's forecast. A freeze is coming. Tonight, hell freezes over.
Still lame.
It sounded better in my head.
Almost makes me miss my father. But then I remember how he dumped my bassinet in the sewer.
How many times is he gonna fall in that junk? Seriously, he should keep a snorkel in his suit pocket.
A lot of these references are worth a chuckle. Some are subtle and small, but then they have fairly big ones, with Mr. Freeze being portrayed as the Arnold Schwarzenegger version of the baddie. All in all, these were fun. But as I said with my Gotham Knights video, that doesn't really make for an ideal viewing experience. The highlight of a project shouldn't be references to other projects. There are also some references that feel clever until you really think about them in terms of the world that they're a part of. Like naming the cat Selena is a cute wink and nod to fans, but when you think about it, Bruce naming a cat after his ex is a kind of strange behavior. Still, there's plenty of things I enjoyed about the movie. There's an entire section of it that really just comes across as animated Home Alone set in Gotham City. And to be honest with you, I don't hate it. It's fitting for the type of story that they're trying to tell, and it leads to some fun action scenes along the way. Actually, I think this could have been made into a movie all on its own. I also like the idea of Joker referring to himself as Damian's uncle. I think that is right up the character's alley. For a guy who's forced a connection to the most famous crime fighter, attaching himself to his life and making it his own life's work to break or otherwise corrupt him. Even in this movie, he seems insistent that he and Batman are friends. So to me, this is a small stroke of genius. Ultimately, I think Merry Little Batman is a sweet story about being a parent and learning to let go. Learning to let your kid learn their own lessons and fight their own battles. Though it shockingly has very little to do with Christmas, and at times even Batman. If I'm being honest, I probably will never watch this again, but I don't hate that I watched it the first time. I don't really like it as a Batman story. I think there's a lot that it gets wrong, and a lot of it seems willfully, but judging it on its own merit, I think it's enjoyable, even if there's a lot about it that I didn't enjoy. Overall, I like the sentiment and the story itself. Though personally, for my money, Batman Returns is the best Batman Christmas movie, and always will be. With that being said, if you like this video and would want to see more Batman content here on this channel, let me know in the comment section below by leaving a comment saying,
Replace them with bright lights. Like Christmas.
I am vengeance. I am the night. And that was V Infuso. Just remember, if you're not tuning in, then you're missing out.
So, if you like the words that came out of his mouth hole, and you too would like to become a V-generate, don't forget to like and subscribe. Thanks for watching, nerds!
And if you're not joining the fun, you're in for one bad day. And you know what they say about having one bad day?
Catch him next time same bat time, same bat channel.